right, welcome back to the party, everybody. We got Morty over here, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? I am sorry that I was not able to be here last night. I was not doing so great, but we're back in action. We're back in action. So the question is, what should I do? And the reason I am asking that question is a shout out to Glow and Dark. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Let's get that chat up there. And of course, yes, if you guys are on the vertical stream and you don't want to be, you can click the pinned link and it will bring you over to Landscape. Yeah, so we're gonna do a little roll up. Let you guys come in. We could chit chat for a little bit. And what should I do is relevant to two options. So I'm actually going to put that poll up now. Should we go, when I'm done rolling up, should we go downstairs and finish playing Until Dawn? Or should we cover Piers Morgan and Clavicular? Now, hear me out. There's a reason that it's not just like, oh, Clavicular, cool. There's a very, I think, given that he has, Piers Morgan has already done the same exact thing with Nick Fuentes and with Clavicular. And the fact that we cover a lot of Piers Morgan, there is a lot there. There is a lot there. So I'm going to put up a poll now. And so as people come in, they'll hit that poll. And then towards the end, I'll re-explain. Because I feel like a lot of people are going to come in, oh, fuck Clavicular. I don't know what the hell that is. But that is the game plan. Shout out to Dead Poet. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Of course, we've got our little overlord right here. So let's do that. The poll, baby. The poll. What should we do? So, what should we do? Gaming night with Until Dawn, or you should care. Why should I care? That's the question. All right, let's see. I'm happy either way. Because I mean, it's been a minute since we've been. It's been a minute since we've done any of the gaming stuff. I don't know if that's really going to be a long-standing thing. Unfortunately, because it doesn't work through StreamYard, like the whole thing was like, all right, we'll bring in a bunch of new people that aren't really interested in that stuff, and I'll just be playing games and stuff. But then it doesn't, because it doesn't work through StreamYard, then it only goes on the Landscape feed. And so it's like, you guys are already here. Shout out to Spartan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I did not, but I did see my mom, and she interrupted what I was saying. I was talking about, her mom passing, traveling, all that stuff. My hair looks like shit. And she's like, she cut me off. She's like, you know what? You need to clean up your hair. It's like, all right, Mom. Good to see you too. Good to see you too. Now y'all making me feel self-conscious. Brush it out a little bit. Then it's gonna look too clean. Not clean, but too straight. Because then it's too parted. So then when I run my fingers through it, it gets all big. There we go. Good enough. All right. So as always, with our roll-up streams, I will do my PSA. Take your time, Going Dark. Take your time. I'm definitely going to roll up first. So that is top of mind. You definitely got some time, and ask me. Feel free to ask me. What exactly are we getting into with Clavicular? What exactly, if you haven't seen the gaming, what is it? Feel free to ask, and we can figure that out. So this is part of the understanding. HR Death Poet said, I find black pill interesting. Is Clav, aka clavicular, black pilled? And I don't think so. I don't know for sure, but this is the type of question that Piers Morgan should have asked. This is the sort of question that Piers Morgan should have asked, because obviously the looksmaxxing thing came from the black pill community, but he's kind of its own thing. And as he was very strict to in the interview, he's like, I don't do politics. That's not my thing, right? Yeah, Glowendog saying, I think he's Fuentes adjacent. I mean, physically, yes, there was a night where they all went out. And again, Piers Morgan was asking about when he was in that party bus with Myron Gaines, Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, all those people, and they're playing that HH song from Ye and all that kind of stuff. And so there is a lot of misunderstanding, and people are paying attention. People are paying attention to Clavicular. People are paying attention to Nick Fuentes. And so putting them on these platforms and not understanding who or what they are before trying to knock them down is only undercutting the entire aspect of journalism and what they are trying to do. Now, you and I understand that Piers Morgan is not, the pinnacle of journalism. But the point is he's trying to be. The point is there's a lot of interesting conversations that happen on that show. And so that's a big part of it. Diving into, okay, well, when he says this, how close to black pilled is that, or how different is that from some kid in his basement on Reddit and all that stuff. And just in general, there was a lot of stuff in the interview that I thought was interesting. But the focus is why and how he dropped the ball. How and why he dropped the ball. So, as always, guys, in our roll-up streams, I will give you our PSA, my PSA. This is a normal-size grinder. This is my grinder, slightly bigger. I wanted to be able to grind up more, and I didn't want it to go, through this 6 times. But what I didn't know is that look at the size difference with the teeth. And so, make sure you check the teeth when you buy a grinder. Luckily, I have a trick for you. If you've already fallen down this rabbit hole, I will help you out. Yep. Oh, they're already going to claim this stream. They're already going to claim this stream anyway. So, yeah, I don't care. And so, yeah, because of the OBS thing, what I'll do is, I'll stay here on this stream, bring my phone downstairs, so that I can set up the OBS, and then I'll put the link. I'll start that stream already, and so that I'll have the link here for you guys. We'll do that, or I can do Clavicular from right here. It is up to you guys. All right. So I did just get a an order. You can tell I'm running a little bit low. So today I'm just gonna be kind of mixing up what I'm mixing up. I bet you he has one. But here's the thing. Like that's the thing of it. Whereas you would see a Myron Gaines or any of the other people in that kind of that kind of realm, that would automatically be a bad thing. But I would question whether or not Clavicular has any type of negativity towards the notion of other dudes and stuff like that. I don't know. And I think if we try to just be like, oh, this is stupid because I don't get it, then that's a very quick way to boomerize yourself and just be out of the loop. And that's really the thing. This channel has never been straight politics. It's never been like that. This is very much, I didn't even realize I had this much tobacco already ground up. There we go. All right. So I only got to go. Always check. But yeah, the other side of this channel being that it isn't just news and here's the politics of the day, but the conversations that other people aren't having. And, that's a good way to be out of the loop. And it's not so much about, it's not about being cool or anything like that. It's about understanding what is happening. And very soon, Gen Z is going, or excuse me, Gen Alpha. Very soon, Gen Alpha is going to start voting if they haven't already. And so if this is what they're paying attention to, if you care about politics, well, politics is downstream from culture. Oh, that's what we're missing. We're missing the vibe music. The vibe. There we go. There we go. Well, and that's the thing. It's the, you know, we had that okay boomer meme in like 2016 where it's like, okay boomer, you just don't get it. And it's like, yeah, that's a natural thing. Sometimes you get out of the loop. But again, especially if we're trying to, like, especially for someone like me who's trying to direct conversation in the political realm, or even if you're just trying to keep up with what's going on, if you are so far outside of understanding who Clavicular is and why people like him, then it's not, you know, you're not going to be able to map on your understanding of culture onto politics properly. One feeds into the other. One feeds into the other. Yep, I'm a millennial. I'm getting boomer tendencies. The whole thing with you know, the gaming stream is that it doesn't work through StreamYard, and so I have the most basic setup with OBS. It doesn't go off to the vertical stream. It doesn't go to Rumble. Any of these things, and I could learn. It would probably be not that hard, but I just don't. I just don't want to. So I just don't. I can be your millennial key. I can be your millennial key to keeping you in the know. What could be better than that? Or you can chill out, play some video games, chit chat. Whatever. Boomer lives matter. We're all boomers on stolen land. There you go. There you go. So I can empty that one. Ooh, I'm excited to check it. That's the only thing with, you know, I order my delivery and I want to make sure there's no well, that there is overlap, so that you know, I'm never without any food. Then I order, and then it's like 2 or 3 days before I even get to see my new stuff. Patience is a virtue. Exactly. So whether it's you know, whether it's the games and the gaming and the why. You know, because the other side of it is, you know, I'm talking up the clavicular thing. I think that people will automatically be turned off of that. But the other side of it is the gaming thing, where I think that's a really good way for us to interact differently than we normally would. Because, you know, normally we're talking about something that A, I'm very passionate about, 2, is a little bit more heated. And that you guys, if you're not aligned, then there's going to be a lot of friction. Whereas when we're playing this game, and you know, the question is, should we be nice to Susie, or should we be competitive with Susie, or if we should go left, or if we should go right? Then the types of conversations that we have to do. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking: that this character's been like that. And we want to be in a good way with, you know, all that stuff. I think that's again a really fun way to explore how we think about things, how we think about each other. It's difficult to really inject that into the you know, the political aspect of things. Because when we're covering politics, it's like, all right, the politics is front and center. There's more to life. There's more to life. There's a trend going on TikTok about whether or not Shrek was a good movie for young girls. Shout out to James and Dylan. Welcome to the party. And yeah, I saw this trend of people, arguing back and forth, not in a serious way, but like in a fun way, whether or not Shrek was a good movie for young girls, which of course it is. It all started with this one girl who was like, well, actually, feminism, this and that, and instead of like all the red pill, type of people going after it, nobody really cared about that. But a bunch of people were like, hey, Shrek is actually a really nice story, and people were getting into it. People were, being passionate, and I was like, finally, we are back to a world where people are passionate about something other than politics. I'd like to get to Mari. What is that? Hey, Sheila. When he throws religion in the middle of it. Well, good thing I'm a non-believer, baby. Indeed, I am. Roll up is rolling up. So yeah, I mean, the difference between the value, I think, if we're going to talk about Clavicular, is not going to be huge. So putting that to the side with the gaming on Saturday night. Well, here's the trick. So remember, guys, with a bigger grinder for your tobacco, you're gonna get bigger teeth and a bigger hole, which means a bigger grind. You don't want that, especially if you're packing. So boom. Oh, I went too early. Oh, I messed up. So you gotta flip it upside down, but you can't smash it down first. You gotta twist and pull. Twist and flip. Come on, baby. Ah. There we go. All right. There we go. So now it's grinding up and it's not falling through, so it continues to be ground. And we get a nice fine grind. Shout out to Soul. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Shrek was great. I have two boys. Never thought about being any different for girls. Doesn't that sound cute? Yeah, like the original video that started it was about the notion that Shrek like forced Fiona to be with him and only wanted to be with him. I don't know, some like just bad reading of the movie, and the fact that so many people. I mean, again, it wasn't huge. It wasn't like a worldwide. I saw maybe 10 or so videos about it, but that means that there was at least a couple hundred, and I came across a few of those. And it's just nice to see people getting passionate about something other than politics. Grinding that through. Yeah, right. Like this is what you mean. He got the hottest girl in the village before. I mean, she wasn't, but that's the beauty of it. He was the princess. And boom. Yeah, right. I gotta be teaching you guys something all the time. Exactly. Shrek is the positive masculinity. He didn't care about he was there because he wanted to get all the creatures out of his swamp. And Farquaad was like, all right, if you get my wife, then I'll get everybody out of your swamp. I'm like, all right, bet. So that's why he went to get Fiona, not even having anything to do with like romance or non-romance and any of that. Stop singing, donkey. Wholesome classic. Wholesome. Indeed. So if you are on the vertical stream and you are just tuning in, I have a poll going up at the top of the stream of what to do when I am done rolling up here. We can go finish the gaming thing that we've been doing, or we can cover the Piers Morgan and Clavicular interview, which is way more about what I have to say about Piers Morgan and the cultural landscape than it is about anything specific with clavicular. And again, it's uh, a lesson in how not to get lost. Because like with both clavicular and Nick Fuentes, Piers very clearly felt like, oh, I'm above this person, and also I'm going to be able to embarrass this person. And in both cases, the means through which he wanted to do that didn't really it didn't really come through because of how society has changed and how different Zoomers think than millennials and older. You know, like with Nick Fuentes, he's like, "Oh, you're a virgin, right? You can't even get laid." And da da da. Like, dude, I'm very openly a Catholic guy, so like that's not like an insult to me. And the other one was like, "Oh, so you think H-Man is cool?" And Nick Fuentes is like, "Yeah." Well, don't you think that makes you racist? All right, I guess. You're just not understanding that, like, millennials and older, you know, when we originally were getting called racist, when all this stuff was coming up in society, that was like, dun dun dun, the worst thing that you could be is a bona fide racist. But now they've grilled that, talking about grinding, they've ground that shit into the ground, double ground. They ground that shit so deep, it just lost all of its meaning. All right, so now we're all set up. We've got this. We've got some keef. We just need scoop and the papers. The papers. That's a nice boulder. Another worst thing you can be is a cuck like Pierce. I mean, that would have been. I'm glad because I think that Nick Fuentes would know more about that than Clavicular. Because again, Clavicular was like, "I'm not a political guy," and that would have been a nice comeback for Nick. But I'm glad that he didn't do it because that's exactly what Piers wants. He wants that. Ooh, I got you. And the whole thing about Gen Z is we don't get bothered like that. You can't push us around like that. And so I think that is why Clavicular gets lumped into, you know, right-wing, especially like far right-wing spaces. Because it's just anything that's different is far right. He's different. He's smashing, he's bone smashing, and all that stuff. Yeah. Now we take just a little bit, make a floor so that none of the keefed up weed falls through. Take a little scoop. Add a little bit of this. A little more. All right, let me give it a little mix. Mix it up. And pack her up. I mean, I used to be a blunt guy. I very much do miss smoking blunts. With the ease and consistency with which using these, using these cones and the packer, it's so consistent, it's so easy, it's so quick, it's cheap. I mean, when you're smoking blunt, I mean, it's probably more now, but at least $1.25 added onto every single smoke session. It's like a tax. You're taxing yourself. Now, I was a gangster, and most people can only make one blunt out of a Dutch. But I'm a gangster. And so I would be able to make 2 different 0.75 gram blunts out of 1 Dutchman. And very often, I wouldn't even need the outer leaf. I don't pack because I can't roll. I pack because of convenience. That's also true. I do have neighbors, and there was a time, I don't know what happened. It must have just been like my neighbor was maybe in one side of the house that she normally isn't, or I don't know what it was. It was just a little townhouse condo type thing. And randomly one day she's like, "Oh, have you been changing anything? Because like the smell's been coming through." I was like, "I've been doing exactly the same thing since the day I moved in years ago. Whatever you're smelling, you'll live." And she, oh shit, did I just rip the fucking paper? Oh, what a moron. I went like that, and the stick was in here. So I ripped the paper. That's all right. We'll just leave it there. But that's what it was. Her daughter was around, so the grandkids were there, and I think she smelled it. I think the daughter smelled it and said something to my neighbor. Anyway, I got a shorty. That's all right. I mean, we have that much left, but that's all right. Little nail clipper. That one will be a little extra. But I told my neighbor, I was like, okay, let me try something. I'll turn on a particular fan, and maybe it'll air it out. I never did anything. The next day I asked her, I was like, "Oh, was it better last night?" And she said, "Oh yes, much better." Power of suggestion. Power of suggestion. Well, I mean, I didn't know if I was, I don't know if I'm smoking. Yeah, we gotta figure out what we're doing. What we're, because I can't smoke if we're gonna a game like that. I gotta be on point. So my husband got his medical card finally. Life-changing, no exaggeration. Yep, the things they're doing, the different terpenes and myrcene are amazing. He sleeps better and way less joint pain. There you go. That is very good. I don't know exactly what it was, but I saw something that there's something in the Epstein files that's supposed to be good for legalization and stuff, but I hear you. Hey, shout out to me. Hey, welcome to the party. California, I love that one. But yeah, I mean, like this, if sleep is something that you're concerned about, you need to make one of these. So because it's recreationally legal here. And so, you can just pop in the dispensary and just get whatever you want. I mean, you can't get they only let you get 1 ounce at a time. Anyway, whatever's there is good to go. And so they have these edibles that were like each gummy was 10 milligrams, but it wasn't just 10 milligrams of THC. It was 10 milligrams of THC, 10 milligrams of CBD, and 10 milligrams of CBN, and like night. I don't even really know what it is, but it's amazing. Usually if I'm going to sleep and I'm using edibles, I'm gonna need, at the very minimum, 50, 60 milligrams, probably closer to 100, if not more. And like, again, not only that much, but that much of a range, because it depends on how much I ate that day, all that kind of stuff. But these gummies, 20 milligrams was perfect. 20 milligrams was perfect. I was out. I don't know what exactly CBN is, but it is magic. So, the problem is that those gummies were rather expensive. So I went online to see So I know that part. I just don't know, the like exactly what it does or why it makes you so sleepy. And so once I saw the difference, because I've tried all different types of edibles and this and that, and you guys know. And that was the first time I'd seen anything with CBN, and it was so effective. And so then I just ordered some CBN itself online, and it came in a thing like this. Like, this is just keep. But it came in a thing like this, of 5 grams of pure CBN, which would be like 5,000 or no, 500 of those gummies. And so then I just dumped it into a thing of, or I put, olive oil in the mason jar. Put the mason jar in some not quite boiling water. It just needs to be decarbed. And I put the CBN in, mix it up, let it diffuse, and now it's just in there. So every night, sometimes I don't even need to, but if I'm not sleeping, I'll just take like a little, take like a little drop, a little sip. And I'm out. I was watching the Gordon Ramsay documentary series, and I didn't even make it through the first episode. I was just out. But yeah, CBN, and I don't know about other states and stuff. I don't remember seeing anything specific, but I don't know that CBN on its own would be illegal in a state like if you only have medical. I don't know. So check that out. But in the same way that CBN is available to a lot of places that don't allow THC, this might be worth it. I wish I put a little bit more teeth in here, but we got our extra little nubbin joint, so it's not strong enough. Here for the elites, only use holistic self-help. Refuse to use shit Big Pharma gives us. They know what's in it. I don't blame them. Yep, all that. Yeah, and that's what I need it for. I use it for sleep. It's like I'll just be. My brain doesn't turn off. I don't know how to go. Like people who just like go to sleep and just like, okay, I'm going to bed, and like turn off the lights and lay down. That doesn't make sense to me. That would be me just like spiraling. That's why I need the TV on. That's why I need to be. I need to have my mind being distracted. Otherwise, I'll just be up. C and G. Here's my rest of my. There you go. Oh, I don't think the teeth. I don't think there's any. It has to be. This is the. Okay, yeah. I don't know how clear this is going to come through. Oh. Yeah. You got some CBG, some CBD, some CBN. Definitely that THC. All right. Yep, the Zaza. I was just like, give me the heaviest keep you got. The heaviest keep you got. You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. I have regardless of what I'm doing during the day, whether I'm picking up with YouTube, whether I'm watching a movie, whether I'm rewatching a show, whatever. When I go to sleep, I will have a specific sleepy time show. It's gonna be something like Office, I Met Your Mother, Parks and Rec, one of these shows that I've seen a million times. Right now I'm rewatching The Ranch, based as fuck show. It's a little weird that Danny Masterson ended up being as rapey as his character, but great show. And so yeah, I just have to have something where I can put my little eye mask on, and I'm good. My TV's also kind of not directly in front of my bed, so I gotta be on this side to watch TV. I just go over there, and I'm out. Shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. Welcome. So the only way to win is to not to play the game at all. Never go to sleep. Yeah, that sounds like literal hell. Literal hell. Welcome. Yeah, re-examination show. Welcome to the party. And Sam, what's good, brother? If you've never gotten a hold of Marinol, so try to get one. That's the strongest I've ever had. Marinol. Marinol. What have we got here? Prescription. Marinol or dronabinol is a prescription capsule containing synthetic THC used to treat severe nausea and vomiting from chemotherapy. Oh, Marinol. Like what kind of? Okay, yeah. Got that Delta 9. I've never tried Delta 9. Okay, where do I get it? Shopping. Not Midol, Marinol. You can keep the Midol. I guess you need a script for that one. First time I tried Marinol, my coworker gave me one at the warehouse job. I was super paranoid, but eventually calmed down. Usually, yeah. I figured. Yeah. I mean, I definitely miss those days of like, so stoned. But like, that's not really what I'm into. I'm on a regular basis. Like, don't get me wrong. Sometimes it's like, yo, let's get shit right now. But it really is, a very different life than what I used to be living, where it was just like, to be hot. And no, it really is just medicine. That doesn't mean I don't love it. Oh Jesus! I grabbed Ambien many years ago. He's not vulnerable enough to sleep. Interesting. The Ambien walrus is a thing. One time, okay, y'all ready for a little story? Y'all ready for an Ambien story? So, my mom, I don't know if she does anymore. I don't think she takes it anymore. But my mom used to take Ambien, and when I was in the throes of my addiction, like a pill was a pill, and like if it was gonna do any kind of intoxication or make me feel different, I was down to try it. So when I went on like Airway to see like how much, obviously she had these tiny little pills, tiny Asian woman, and she's not trying to get fucked up. She's literally just trying to fall asleep. And so I'm looking at the website to see like how much of this you need to get high. And it was something like 5 or 6 of the pills that she had. And so I took them. And the thing with Ambien, if you don't know, is that if you fight off sleep, then you get a nice high. So that's what I was doing, fighting off the sleep. And I got to that state of mind. But what they don't tell you is that it's not even really fun. You're super dissociated. And you're just like out there. And so it just so happened that I had Molly in the house as well. And for whatever reason, could not tell you how I came to this conclusion or why, but I had decided that it was a smart idea to make sure that I didn't fall asleep and waste the Ambien and take a little bit of Molly with it. Do not do that. Do not do that. I ended up being up all night, and I remember bits and pieces of where I was using a toothbrush to scrub the kitchen floor clean. Ambien ain't no fucking joke. And we have one thing we both have in common. We're both modern day debate participants. Hey, Andrew fucking Wilson. Andrew motherfucking Wilson. That shit. How did which one were you? Which prompts did he use with you? It's like I was in the first one, and notice how it's 5 versus Andrew, right? That's not how they advertised it originally. Originally, it was a last-minute thing for DebateCon 6 in New Jersey, and James just sent out an email to everybody, and like, hey, I'm looking for 5 atheists to debate Andrew Wilson. So I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll do that. I'm a little nobody. That's gonna be my thing. And he just came up with 5 different political prompts, and I'm more right leaning. And so I was like, dude, I agree with all of that, but this is my moment. So I'm like, okay, I got to make something here. But he's just like, well, if you don't disagree with my prompt, then I win. How did it go for you? Lowell, have you ever thought about trying? No, I have not. I am totally good on that. Here's of 5 grams of THC green. Oh, there you go. All right. I can't reach it without messing up my whole thing. I just got a quarter pound, baby, a quarter pound of. So usually what I'll do is get just 4 different strains, an ounce of each. But they had some that I wanted to try. So I got 3 ounces of 3 different strains, and then a quarter of each of 4 different strains. Those 4 strains have a quarter each, and then 3 strains with an ounce each. Pretty dope. Yeah, tolerance is a bitch. I've never taken a tea break. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. So the Soul said when back when I worked in a nursing home, we had several residents who took marijuana for appetite. I never heard about them getting high. Probably a did. Well, I think it has a lot to do with your tolerance as once you get, because like no amount of just smoking flower, unless I wait from the moment I wake up, the moment I go to sleep, unless I'm just cheap this whole time, I'm not gonna get like, oh, whoa, I'm green in it. Like my tolerance is just beyond that. So I think it's probably for Marinol, it's probably people who worked up to that because like they have cancer on it. That was a wild night at the CPT. What's up, Cat? Making it happen. I mean, Molly's fun, and it's not like I did like a whole dose. Like I think I just did a couple lines, but like between the Ambien and the Molly, it was bad. I highly suggest you never, ever do that. Nah, I disagree. I like the e-pills. I like the ones that are. I mean, like, there's definitely the cleanliness of the high of some good clean Molly, but there's just something different about those quad stack Supermans that might have a little bit of meth and a little bit of heroin in them. You know? All right. So the re-examiner show said I had. Christian nationalism that was on degeneracy, unchanging standard, force doctrine, and the ethno state. Okay, word up. So let's check out our boy. Where are you at? Oh, click channels. Share this out. Let's take a little look. Let's take a little look at what y'all doing. Yeah, right, Chad? That's Mullen for the win. Shout out to Re-Examination. I'm subscribed, and now I'm going to drop the link for you guys. I'll give them a stuff. Let me get through these chats, and then we'll see what you got. I feel like that's fair. We'll go back to that in a second. Let me just see what you guys are saying. Yeah, no offense. Drinking is, I mean, but you guys see what happens when I drink. So, They said LVN, malicious smoke to stay awake and alert. If there's ever a surprise drug test, most is fair. Well, I guess that's a good thing to know that nurses are down to clown. All right, so shout out to Re-Examination. Let's take a peek at the oh, not there. Oh, that's not what I'm doing. What the hell? There we go. I'm gonna assume it's over here. And was it the? Oh, you did them in full. So you did all of them. So we'll go to. Why don't we go to?
What is a Native American? Is Islam an ethnicity? Are people tied to land by their bloodline, blood and...
All right, so let's see.
Now, I just want to keep up the tradition of kudos and concessions. First of all, concession, I definitely made a couple pretty significant blunders in this debate, I would say, but I did get valuable information, which, in my opinion, outweighs the blunders of the short-term scope of the debate itself. Also, I'd like to give kudos, of course, to Modern Day Debate for holding it and promoting forums where people who are amateurs can come and talk to actual professional debaters like Andrew.
I mean, we've all seen how these generally go. But the response is what I'm interested in. So obviously, we're not going to be sit here and watch the whole thing, but definitely check out some. Hey, my goodness, Sam, with the Big 10. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. And of course, we've got the sunflower seed treats for morning. Come here, bud. Come here, yeah. Come here. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. Yummy. Good job. Thank you, sir. Very, very much. Do I like beans? Sure. Who doesn't like beans? I don't know. Hey, I don't know. We're about to find out, brother. We're about to find out. Let's see.
Let's get into the video. All right. Are you aware of this book, The Case for Christian Nationalism by Stephen Wolfe?
I am.
Okay. What are your thoughts on it?
So I didn't really go in depth in that book.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, it's in bad form, even if you have criticisms to critique somebody like that who's more on my side than not on my side.
Bad form, yes. That's why they call him Andrew Good Form Wilson. Well, so according to him, on page 120, he says, however, propositions do not and cannot serve the foundation
back
for
up a little
nation.
bit.
I still have that problem. I've noticed in some other... Oh my gosh, I look frightened.
So this was the prompt being Christianity provides an unchanging moral standard, which, you know, I don't even necessarily think is a good thing to begin with, but let's let re-examination cut. Keep going to the wrong damn tab. Hold on. There we go. Oh.
I've noticed have that problem, and I've noticed in some other... Oh my gosh, I look frightened. I've noticed in this footage especially that I still have this 60-car pileup in my mouth when I'm supposed to be talking clearly, especially at crucial moments. I need to slow down. The problem is, I know that if I talk too slow and I get a quote from a book, what I would be thinking if I'm watching somebody else is, how long is this quote? How long is this going to take? The clock is running. Can you get to the point? So I tried to have my cake and eat it too, where I would get the quote out as fast as possible. You know, this was kind of an impromptu last minute sort of decision where I'm like, I've got my books with me because I was actually studying at the Starbucks before this whole thing was going on.
Glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up because I have a pet peeve with people when they're reading something that you're not looking at. People typically will read it faster. Like they'll be talking like this, and they'll go to the quote, and the quote is better than. Did you get all that? Like, no, you were reading it. And so the fact that you said that, I would have dinged your points for it. But given that it's only 5 minutes, and it's Andrew Wilson, totally fair.
And I brought a few books with me. The Case for Christian Nationalism was one of them. Read it for yourself. I think it is unchristian. I don't see many Bible verses. In fact, in the foreword, he pretty much admits that there's not a lot of Bible verses in here, which kind of negates the whole Christian part, but there's a lot of quotes from random German philosophers in there. I don't see how that's binding in any way, but I'm going to give clarity to what may sound like gobbledygook and mush mouth coming out of my face hole. Foundation for nations, even Christian propositions, what I think is absolutely fundamental and foundational.
That's a proposition.
So I will also add, I don't really care who is on your side and not on your side, because my concern is what is being smuggled in under the name Christian nationalism. Is this a Trojan horse? Okay, that's what I am concerned about. There may be many sincere Christian nationalists out there who just want Christian men in government giving Christian principles through laws.
All right.
That would be great.
That's a good point. Slavery used to be totally fine, and now it's totally not, according to Christians. So seems like it's changing a little bit.
Okay. The problem is, because Christian nationalism has not been codified in Scripture, you're going to have to give me an exact and clear definition to the exclusion of other definitions that would be ethnostatist, because the most famous ones I found are ethnostatist ones, like from this book, where it talks about bloodline a lot, where it makes it important that your people share some common ancestry and you kind of look the same. And I'm not going to go through tons of quotes. It's about this debate right now. So the proposition is an idea like a value claim in terms of, yes.
And it has to be true or false?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So in order to follow the laws of logic, it has to be true or false, right?
Sure.
Okay. So if you're just talking.
Yeah, you guys got the fucking 10 minutes. Hold on, let me move the thingy here. You guys got the 10 minutes. We only got 5 minutes. So that was difficult.
In order to follow the laws of logic, it has to be true or false, right?
Sure.
Okay. So if you're just talking about a baseline proposition, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. So in the context of the book, and I think we're going to say this anyway, when you say...
Agreed. Chad. Agreed that Christians led the abolitionist movement. Absolutely. Unquestionably. That's not but then what you're saying is that there is a changing morality. The prompt that Andrew put forward is that Christianity, what does it say? Christianity provides an unchanging moral standard. But something within Christianity was changed based on moral standards. So how does that make sense?
Be true or false. Okay. Yeah. So the idea that he's getting at is even Christian propositions. Now, is a Christian proposition merely asking, can a thing be true or false? Or is this statement true? Is this statement false? No. The idea of a Christian proposition is that it would be in line with the anthropology of Christ, right? It would be in line with the idea that Christ had of government, which is not really spelled out by Christ. Christ says, my kingdom is not of this world. And he qualifies that statement by saying, if my kingdom were of this world, my servants would fight. So there'll be...
So re-examining, are you still here, re-examination? You're a Christian. It sounds like you're pretty deep into the Christianity part. Or you're just a well-read atheist.
If there'd be some kind of military effort, there'd be some kind of organized fighting, some kind of enemy, some kind of goal to achieve that fighting would accomplish, as we would see in this world between nation states. That's the idea you get. Andrew Wilson, and I don't have the video for this, but I remember one of the videos he published or he was a part of, he had said, my kingdom is not of this world means it's not worldly. That's not what it means. Because Jesus qualifies it to say, if my kingdom were of this world, my servants would fight, which would negate any idea of Christ's kingdom necessarily having a military, or at least the military being the front lines of the movement of Christ's kingdom. Let's move ahead. The context of the entire book, what he's getting at is ethnostatism. He thinks that people and things, especially people and land, share a common identity. And then the more you spend time on that land, the more you have to do with it. In fact,
That's a cool idea.
It's not a cool idea. It's a neo-pagan idea, at least the way he puts it. Maybe Andrew does not understand this because he claims to have not gone into the book in depth, which is understandable because it's a stupid book as well as a boring book, and it just meanders. It's the most entertaining parts about the book are the shocking parts, and that's the best quality you can get out of it. But for people who are
yeah, I just dropped the link to the Discord in the chat. If you want to join, it is absolutely free to join. So if you're keeping track of what we got going on with the roll up stream, we did get we had the nubbin joint, and then I finished off one. Now we're on our second one. I made the little floor. I got my second pack. Now I'm gonna get some Keef, and I'm going to redo the poll from now. So let's see what the poll actually says. Again, the poll is only on the landscape stream. So if you care about what I'm about to say, then click the pinned link if you're on vertical to make sure you can go see this poll. The question being, what should we do? So we have a gaming night where we have the game Until Dawn, which is like an action horror game, or you like choose your own adventure type things, or I have a stream ready to or I have a thing ready to go about Piers Morgan and Clavicular, and why that is something that you actually should care about, despite the fact that you might not think so. So right now, It's a 71% clavicular, but I'm going to redo the the poll, because now I want to double check what you guys think. So I'll put up the so I'll hump back to the video for a minute. All right. Well, I mean, you know, you guys know how to use YouTube. Go to the other stream if you want
to. Silly enough to look at the Bible and then look at that book and think that there's any congruence between the two. Those are the people that I'm concerned about. This is why I made this channel in the first place, because there are ideas called Christian that are not Christian out there. And for some people, the currency of being a Christian is just calling something Christian. In fact, I think in the previous debate, there was a guy with a blue plaid shirt that Andrew was debating, and one of Andrew's critiques was that Barack Obama was just self-IDing as a Christian. And the only qualification that the liberal used for being a Christian was self-ID. And of course, Andrew and I both know that's preposterous. And there's some irony. That's in an ethno state?
No, it's a cool idea.
An ethno state's a cool idea?
No, it's not an ethno state that I said was a cool idea. It's a cool idea to think of a shared value.
I was going to say, God damn it, ethno state's cool. Is it really cool like that? Shout out to Avery. Welcome to the party. Yeah, I was hoping maybe you'd I didn't even really, what was that prompt that I sent you? Horseradish was looking for a debate. So yeah, if anybody who I know is legit is on the affirmative side of scamming is the fault of the consumer who didn't do due diligence. If you'd like to do a 30-minute debate with a 3-minute opening and a 3-minute closing, then let me know. Let me know. They are looking. What is up? What is up? The Seance says, I don't like that clavicular guy. I don't like dudes that primp like chicks. He also seems like a smug jackass. He does seem that way, doesn't he? He does seem that way, doesn't he? Yet, I argue that is not exactly the case. And it is Piers Morgan who was the smug jackass in the situation. Again, the reason why I think it's important that we care about this is because younger people care. That's it. Gen Alpha, if not already can vote, will be able to vote in 2028. At least a lot of them. And so if you are just going to turn yourself off, yeah, right. I mean, that goes without saying. But it's the manner in which that makes the difference. And my contention is that in the same way that he dropped the ball with Nick Fuentes, that does not mean, oh, I like Nick Fuentes. That doesn't mean you should go follow Nick Fuentes. It is about, here, Piers Morgan, if you are going to be doing this job and you're going to be able to, you're going to be bringing on people from Gen Alpha to challenge them, then you have to learn how to challenge them. And yeah, man. I think a lot of them are already over 18, but I don't know. And so then here's the thing. Way back in 2016, there was this whole that okay boomer meme. We don't want to be the ones that are getting boomified. Being a boomer is a bad thing. Being a baby boomer, totally fine. That just means you were born in a certain generation. But being a boomer is a specific mindset, and it prevents you from being in touch with the real world. And so maybe you just want to get old and do whatever and not care and totally fine. But if you're watching this stream and this is not your first time here, trust me, you care a lot more about politics than you think. And you are going to get more and more and more frustrated as the years go by. And you understand less and less and less. And you are yelling more at the sky and at more of the kids. Yet instead of you having a fucking point, now you've just become the old guy yelling into the abyss. And so that is my contention to you. Do you think that this is something that we should care about? Or should we just say, whatever, who gives a shit? Look, where's the poll going? All right, so we've got 5 votes. 60% are saying clavicular. I'm going to leave that up for another few minutes because I definitely want you to, I want you guys to see what you guys want to see. But the insight of the ages. Welcome. Again, if you are exactly so, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. You don't want that. You don't want that to happen. So Insight is asking. Yeah, I'm just saying the poll up is about whether when I'm done rolling up here, I go downstairs and do the gaming streams like I've been doing sometimes. We gotta finish that eventually. Or if we cover clavicular on Piers Morgan. And either way, I think both of those are important. He's in the lead right now. But we'll see. Shout out to David. Welcome. Saying, okay, Boomer is dismissive of another opinion with no rhyme or reason. No, it's not. Absolutely not. If you get 4 people to say I will go on panel, then we'll open it. Absolutely not. Now, can people use a legitimate response in an illegitimate way? Of course you could say something and somebody could just say okay Boomer and brush it off, but that is not what it is intended to be. It is intended to say, I'm not going to engage with what you're saying because your perspective of the world is so far off from reality, demonstrated by what you've said, that nothing that I can say can reach you. And so you wouldn't necessarily say that in a left-right political context, because being left-wing or right-wing isn't specifically being Boomer. There's the current what's going on with the left and the right. So either way, that's not like, oh, you're out of touch with what's going on. You're just out of touch with the other side. But not understanding the basic aspects of reality is why we are focusing on what the kids pay attention to. It's not us saying, well, clavicular is so important to me. No. What's important to me is what changes society. What's important to me is what is changing culture, or at the very least driving culture. And if you don't got a young buck millennial willing to go through these things and show you, wait a minute, there's actually something going on here, then you're going to become a boomer. You are going to become someone who can legitimately be brushed off because you just don't get it. So going back to Insight of the Ages, the poll is to whether or not we want to cover that aspect of things with the clavicular interview, or go back to the I ripped another one. It was just at the end. That was, but yeah, we were playing Until Dawn, and I think that's also a really good way for us to interact outside of just screaming about politics. So whichever you guys want to do, we will do. I got one more after this to roll up, and whatever you guys choose wins. And when it comes to the gaming, again, I think because of the fact that, again, this isn't strictly a political channel. This isn't a news channel. This isn't me saying, here's the headlines of today. You can get that anyway. Anyway, what I'm trying to do is have the conversations that other people aren't having, that or addressing the conversation that and hey man, I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of open panels. But I don't know that, no shade to anybody who does an open panel show, but there's no, if there's no direction to what we're actually talking about, then it's just kind of masturbatory, And hey, nothing wrong with masturbation, the real kind, or political mental masturbation. Nothing wrong with a little bit of that every now and then. But tonight is different. Am I experiencing anything? No. Boomer is saying you are old and out of touch and dismissing all of their life experience. So you see how I just explained how that's not the case very clearly and articulately, and then you decided not to listen? That's why you're getting the okay boomer, because you are one of the people who is out of touch. You don't listen. You think you know everything. And so you go, no, this is what it is. That's some boomer shit, bro. I just spent 5 minutes explaining to you why that's not the case. I just spent 5 minutes explaining that to you. No, this is already what I think. That's that boomer shit, brother. That's that boomer shit. If you want to think that's what it is, go ahead. But don't get mad when you are thinking that other people are saying things that they don't, that you think they mean something mean, and that's not what they mean. I'm sorry, I don't care about the generation that sold my future for short-term gains. I mean, I definitely don't either. But on the other side of that, you know, they still have the reins of power, and it's going to be that way for a minute. It's gonna, you know, I mean, politically, we want the boomers to die off, because then younger people can be in control. But that's still going to take a long time. Shout out to Bethy Crazy. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Kenwood, did I say what's up to you? Welcome. How long ago did you think a message? What? Yeah, I don't know. 10 years? Yeah, probably around 10 years before it really starts to happen. But then they have a lot of, not only like physical power in terms of I'm the one that's in office, but also a lot of influential power. So even once they're out of office, I think there's going to be a strong culture of the way things are done. And so I really think it's going to take, you know, when the millennials are the old people in Congress, that is when we will see. All right, guys, I'm going to leave that poll up long enough to roll up this last joint. Whatever you guys pick. Oh, speaking, I have some bad news, guys. I have some bad news. It may not be, it may be salvageable, but you guys saw how I posted the text message from my tattoo artist. If you weren't aware, we did a stream goal where if you guys hit the goal, you guys got to choose my next tattoo. So we had a community tab post with all of these suggestions. I picked the top 4 suggestions and put that in a poll. And the winner of the poll, that design is going on my body. The winning design was one of the Hindu gods with a bunch of arms, with the head of Donald Trump. I told my artist about this, and she's like, I don't really feel comfortable doing that. I feel like you're gonna want to cover it up. What? You fucking tattooed a giant smiley face in tie-dye with a tongue sticking out and an acid tab on the back of my leg. And I'm just looking for like a little trinket thing like that big, so I can be like, oh, yo. I don't know. I'm still gonna try to talk to it, but 10 years. Yeah. Which one are you, Kensium or against? What could be made the boomers rich? Okay. Say more. Say more. All right, last one. Last joint. Yeah, I don't know, man. The whole gaming thing, I was very excited to be able to do that through StreamYard. And you know, get that on the vertical stream. Like, you know, right now I have some new people who don't really know what's good with the channel, but are just here. And it's like, all right, let me see what's good. And like Jim Bergini, welcome. And that's why I'm like, yeah, let's hear more. Let's hear more. Said, are you guys for Keynesianism or against? what made the boomers rich, not capitalism. I don't think this is saying capitalism bad. This is just saying capitalism is not what made the boomers rich. And when I read this, it sounds like rich being a bad thing, that like they have too much of the wealth. So that's why I'm asking for more information. I'm asking for more information. Guys, don't forget that Morty is here chilling, needs his food. Every donation comes with a treat for Morty. He's a hungry puppy. Let's see, Subo. You gonna follow up on that, or what we talking about? What we talking about over here? Well, actually, let's see where the poll is at. If it can be turned around, then we'll keep it up. If not, then let's just jump into it. Okay, here we go. Capitalism ended in the 1930s because of the crash. It was replaced by New Deal socialism, where all corporations could only make $10 million a year in profit. There's no conglomeration. Okay. There. What we're looking for, Leslie Sumo, is the means by which you're saying that capitalism or Keynesianism led to the boomers being rich in a bad way. That's kind of what I'm looking for, unless that's not really what you're saying. You're saying it pisses me off that people equate wealth to evil. While that can be the case, it's not often. The whole thing is like, oh my God, why are you simping for billionaires? They're never gonna care about you. Like, that's not even. That's not even it. Like, it's the principle that if you work for your money, the government shouldn't fucking take it. It's pretty fucking simple. Why are you simping for the billionaires? Ooh, it is 60-40, guys. It is 60-40, so the poll stays up until the joint is packed. I should have eaten. I am so hungry. Fucking cake what? That's what you got from our misunderstanding. That's your explanation of how Keynesianism made the boomers rich. Okay, but we don't fully understand what it is that you're saying to make the determination. That's why we're asking the questions. So you're just jealous. You said this part. Okay, I'm listening. I'm interested. How did we go from here to here? I said people in general often say, why are you simping for billionaires? Did you say that? Then why are you getting defensive when I'm talking about stupid leftists who are saying that we're simping for billionaires when you are specifically talking about Keynesianism? So you're asking where I stand, and I'm asking again on what? I am asking, you said Keynesianism is how boomers got rich. I'm asking you how that is the case. Then I can tell you my stand on it, but I can't tell you my stand on what I don't know. So the root of it, in my opinion, is the value of the dollar has dropped so much. The can cannot be kicked down the road much longer. Something will happen. Yeah, I think we're hitting that point too, where it's been what? I mean, probably longer than I even understand, but at least since the gold standard, they're just Federal Reserve just printing money, borrowing from here, borrowing from there, adding to the debt. I'd be lying to you if I said I knew exactly how all that shit works, but I know that printing money as you go is a very bad idea. Okay, great. I'm aware of that. That was what I was referring to. So back to what you were saying. Do you want an answer to your question or no? Remember, if you would like, you are demanding an answer to a question. So in order to get that answer, you have to further explain what the question is. Do you want to do that, or should we move on? Yeah, exactly. I don't know much, but I know enough to know it's bad. Money printer, go burr. This is, I don't know, let's see, is there, 50-50, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The poll has gone to 50-50. The next vote, look how close I am. The next vote is going to win. We got Trey in the building. Maybe that was his vote, maybe not. We have the running poll right now as to what we should do as I'm about to finish rolling this joint, or packing this joint, really. Should I convince you guys why you should care about the conversation being between looksmaxxer Clavicular and Piers Morgan, and why it's not just some stupid Gen Alpha, red pill, black pill shit, or should we finish up playing Until Dawn? Oh, so Trey brought it to the and 7 votes. The poll is over. Unfortunately, Clavicular wins for the game picker. So maybe you guys can help me figure this out, because I mean, at the very least, we've got to finish playing that game. I don't know if gaming is a thing that I'm going to be doing long term in the future and stuff, but I have to. I'm trying to figure out how do I determine when those of you who want to watch the game, how do I tell you guys, okay, you guys, this is when we're gonna do this. It doesn't ever seem like there is a good opportunity that, a poll like that is ever gonna win. I don't know though, because I don't know which one of you are gamers and which one of you are not. And again, the whole thing about playing the game was really, I don't really care much about. I don't really care much about the game, but the re-examination in the fucking building. Shout out to joining the Discord. There we go. Discord. There you go. But that's the thing. People don't check Discord. When's the last time you saw anybody besides the same 3 people use Discord? You guys don't go there. I post it and you don't go there. I put it on the community tab, and it's all that's what I'm saying. This is why I try to do this for you guys. I try to set this stuff up for you guys. I would love to be able to say, hey guys, those of you who like doing open panels, let me know and I'll give you this specific role. And so then I can say, panel people, will you guys be around Wednesday night? And we can do that. We can do movie nights. But you guys, I can't do it all for you. If you want the Discord to be a way that we can communicate, then you have to use the Discord. I can't force people to be on Discord. And if you do and other people don't, well, use it to get other people in. Yeah, Avery's been trying to get people in. Punkmaster drops how many gifted memberships? And nobody joins. Nobody joins. It's not like people don't like watching the show. I just don't understand how to do it. Exactly. No, they won't. People just, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I just gotta do it, and that's what I'm saying. Because of the fact that the whole other thing, it doesn't get on it doesn't get on the vertical stream, so it's not getting me any new viewers. Nobody fucking pays me when we're playing games. Nobody, so like that doesn't make sense. But we have to finish the game, and I want to be able to find people where like that is a thing we can do. You guys just want everything to just be fucking put in front of you at the moment that you want it in front of you. So, clavicular it is. All right. Oh, come on with the struggle streaming. Really?
What do I call you?
Hi.
All right. What do we got here? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That is why I'm here, guys. I don't know if maybe you thought I was just here for fun, but right. But Lucissimo. So what I'm saying is we don't understand enough about, like, that's such a broad question. So we're trying to, and you brought up the boomers being rich part. So we're trying to understand what it is that you are asking. Nobody's attacking you. Nobody's saying you're wrong. I'm just asking you, what is it that you are asking? Because maybe I disagree that what you're saying happened with Keynesianism happened. I don't know, because none of us know what you're saying. We can't read minds. That's why we ask questions. Shout out to Maryland. Welcome to the party. That was yesterday. Me no understand. Me no understand. That's the criticism. I don't understand what you are asking. You are asking for an answer to a question, and I don't understand the question. Slow burn, but game does do well. Well, but that's the thing. I have one thing left. It's within the next stream. The game's going to be over. And then what? I'm supposed to spend another $60 on a game that I got $20 back for to get more people when I can't get on the vertical stream? So it's like I gotta either find a game that will work through StreamYard. Like maybe a more classic game or just a more generally low res game. And then I think it would have to be a regular thing, and I'd have to figure out how to work it through StreamYard, because if it's just on the landscape stream, no new people are clicking on that. No new people are clicking on that. That's not that. Like, if you care about watching games like that, then you already have the streamers that you watch. But again, on the vertical stream, then it's a matter of, oh, this is where we can get new people. But I can't do that through OBS without understanding it. So I'm more aligned with conservative points these days, and I am not against social programs. It's a broad brush to paint with. Specifics matter. Indeed. And yeah, man, it's like if I was more into playing the game itself, then that would be one thing. It's like, well, I'm just going to stream what I'm already doing. But like, I don't have a basic desire to play the game, to buy the game, to do that. It's a way to get more people, and it ain't getting more people. So, so I think it's funny. Many conservatives want to go back to the 50s, which is pretty much socialism. True. I think the point is that the version, because it's pretty much socialism, is not socialism. And so if the country is in such a place where we can do X, Y, and Z for as a safety net without making it impossible for normal people to live, then I don't think there's anything principally against helping our fellow countrymen. It's specifically the fact that the government is asking to take our money, meaning us, the people who need that help, taking our money and giving it to other people who also need that help. That's just not a good system. I mean, so yeah, I mean, like, okay, so are you saying, Lessissimo, would you say that because of the fact that it was closer to socialism, you would prefer not to have a culture like of the 1950s? Because that seems like just a semantic difference. Well, it's like this thing, so I don't like it. Well, but if it's not that thing, then why does it matter if it's like that thing? Cars were definitely nicer. Okay, so yeah, how do I do that? How do I do that? That's what I'm saying. This is your guys' world, and I don't know how to find. I don't know what games are available. I don't know, what games can do. I would love to. I was thinking this exactly earlier. I was thinking like, maybe I'd be playing poker or something, and like not even for money, just like a hangout and just have like a poker night or something like that. Because then we're doing it together. But this is when I ask you guys, what games should we do for the gaming streams? Tell me. The cars were definitely nicer in the 50s. Once you can do a vertical horizontal on this. Yeah. So the problem is, where are you? So you're on the vertical stream right now, right? So I'm going through StreamYard. So I do have both streams going. I have the vertical stream, and you're watching on the landscape stream. And like the chats are separate because it's two different streams. The problem is if I go from here to here on the vertical stream, it will just chop up the middle of the screen. And so while instead of me going down to the bottom and you seeing the whole video, then where are we? Share this tab. Why can't I share this? I guess I can't do that. All right, but it'll just chop. And so you would essentially just be seeing Piers's shoulder and Clavicular's shoulder. So like if I'm just doing this, if I'm just talking directly to you guys, then that's something I can do. But I'm hoping they get better with that, because that would be ideal. That would be ideal. All right. Shout out to VHS. Yep, I am hoping we are on the lower end, 1 inch to 48 inches. Yep. It's Saturday, right? I was gonna put the thing over my windshield but it's either not gonna be enough that it matters, or it's gonna be too much that it won't matter. Crazy. Did I miss it? Opposite. Yeah. Okay. What? Like. Yeah. What? Yeah. Tell me that stuff in the Discord. That's the stuff I need to know before. All right. So I am saying that you should care about this conversation, not because Clavicular is cool, not because Clavicular is not cool, not really anything because of Clavicular, except for the fact that people care and people listen.
You just go by Clav if you want to keep it chill.
Clav, let's keep it chill. He was recently profiled in the New York Times, no less, and he joins me now. Clavicular, welcome to Uncensored.
Thanks for having me, Piers.
Did you like me called Braden? Clavicular? Clavicular? What do I call it?
I was wondering what his name was. Braden.
Okay. Yeah.
I usually just go by Clav if you want to keep it chill.
Clav, let's keep it chill. So look, I want to start with a clip. This is you talking to Andrew Tate, actually about the prospect.
What? BLM should have their own battalion in the U.S. military? That is a good one. Dilly to that. That is hilarious. That is insane. Welcome to the party.
To being interviewed by me.
You have any advice for Clav on facing Piers Morgan?
Piers is he's not a snake because he doesn't stab you in the back. He stabs you directly in the chest. So he's going to go to war with you. You know that. Yeah. Just keep it cool. He's going to come for you. He's going to interrupt you, try and frustrate you, all this bullshit. But
that's perfect for me. I never.
Yeah, I think media peers, all these people, they all had a lot more power 4 or 5 years ago.
So real quick, let's just look at what the framing. This is how the framing of this is set up. Piers Morgan is like, look at you with Andrew Tate and Sneeko and Myron Gaines and all of these people on this one night. Fair enough, but exactly what Andrew Tate is saying, whether you love him or hate him, he's on point here. That fucking Piers Morgan will do whatever for the clip.
Media peers, all these people, they all had a lot more power 4 or 5 years ago.
Now, Clive, what I found kind of a bit mystifying about that was, A, that you would be a bit panicky about being interviewed by me because you seem a confident young man. And the second, that you take any advice from Andrew Tate, because by definition of what he does and the way he conducts himself, interviews with him are always quite full on, quite confrontational, and so on.
So right there, no, they're not. Again, love him or hate him, there have absolutely been, we'll say, good conversations in terms of, being not combative with Andrew Tate. So now you're already lumping him in with Andrew Tate, which obviously has its own bullshit. Then you mean like, oh, well, the framing of this. And then see how this kid, because he's a kid, I mean, technically he's an adult, but you know what I mean? Like, he's a young buck.
With him are always quite full on, quite confrontational, and so on. I'm struggling, having researched you and your life and what you've built for yourself. I don't really see that you're the same kind of character. I'm going to come to the night that you had with him and Nick Fuentes and the other guys, but you've been positioned with them all as a kind of right-wing headbanger online and so on. I'm not
like, no, again, Piers, you're doing that right now.
Entirely sure that's who you are. So we'll come to why that's happened. But why were you slightly apprehensive about doing this?
Well, it's just like he's
exactly what you're doing right now.
Said, I think you've run a lot of hit pieces on people. I don't think your production team is fully honest about, sort of why you want to do these interviews. And I think you like to catch people, kind of off guard and make them look bad. But, I don't think you're going to be as hostile towards me because it's like you said, I'm really not a political figure.
That's the first time. Notice how many times Clavicular, I'm calling Clav, is going to say, I'm not political. I'm not a political guy. What were we just talking about at the beginning of the stream with Shrek? It was great. That people were arguing and passionate about something other than politics. And so here we have somebody doing a thing. Again, you don't have to love him or hate him, but this is something that kids are paying attention to. And Piers is trying to drag it into a left-right paradigm. Trey said they definitely have a point in the red. They have definitely put him in the red pill space, rather. Whether he wanted to or not. Yeah, exactly. He calls himself clavicular because his whole thing is having a big frame, and that your collarbone is called your clavicular bone. Your clavicular. But yeah, see, Trey sees it. Trey fucking gets it. It's not about clavicular. It's about the media landscape. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It might show me that you understand what I'm putting down here. Can't be just Trey.
This is kind of something new that we're discussing. We're discussing something that's more along the lines of self-improvement. That's kind of like a new philosophy. I haven't really seen anywhere on the internet before.
Yeah, I mean, look, in relation to what you just said about what I do, I would take issue with that, as I would with all the people I suppose you're referring to, because I don't set out to be overtly confrontational.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. So let's do a little bit of lore. The whole thing with this is again, it's looksmaxxing. So like that's the whole thing is I will do whatever it is to look the best that I can look, which is typically very feminine. But he is doing it in an unabashed way as a man. And you might decide that it's feminine or whatever, but the idea is that just like Nick Fuentes doesn't care about being the racist, he doesn't care about, you know, oh, if it's a little gay or whatever, because he's getting women. So the where it really popped off is the hilarity. Yeah, right. Doctor's media masculinity. There you go. I like that. Let's give that a dilly. I still gotta. All right, we're gonna pop into the fireball. There's only a little bit left, and I gotta get rid of it. So we gotta get. He likes. He does like his clavicle. So here's where the drama comes in. So I mean, he's a tall dude. He's like 6'4", I think, 6'3", 6'4", and he's got a, you know, pretty solid frame. But again, looks maxing doesn't just mean you want to be gigantic. You want to be in proportion. You want to be in proportion. And so, but there is the aspect of like, okay, his frame specifically isn't that big. So one of the biggest things that made this, I guess, viral. Is that he went to a party at ASU, and again, we got to remember this is Gen Alpha. This is the only thing that matters to them, and he got mogged, which just means essentially I look better than you. And so this clip, let's see, this clip. Should we have? Let's have dude explain it. Let's see if he can explain it.
AKA looksmaxxers, AKA whatever you want to name it. But recently,
let's get the before and after.
In the black pill community, AKA looksmaxxer.
Yeah, so oh, that's not him, but he's got some crazy before and afters. I don't know if you can see this one over here, but he looks different. Speed this up. I really just want the one clip so you can see that, like, again, to us, it's gonna be like, oh, okay, they're bugging over that. Ha ha ha. That's funny to us that they are bugging over that. But they are really bugging over it.
AKA whatever you want to name it. But recently he's been becoming more mainstream. And the reason why, it's because of his fans. Now, I've brought up Clavicular's name in a couple of my videos, but the video was never about him. It was always something to do with him, you know, his viewers or his followers, the way they act, the captions they put on his clips is just so crazy. And you guys are about to see this in this video, so make sure you watch until the end. You really got to see how crazy these viewers are. Smash like, smash.
I actually very much agree with you, Trey. However, this is, Piers Morgan is not the one to be making this argument. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Obscure slang breakdown. Now, what does that mean? Let's check it out. This is probably the first clip you're going to be seeing if you click on that. Clavicular ran into a frat leader at ASU and got brutally frame mugged by him. What does that mean?
So you could see in the clip that this dude's fucking ginormous. And so in the Looksmax community, this is their guy. Clavicular is their guy. He's the one that's going to do all the bone smashing. He'll smoke meth and do all these peptides because that's how committed and locked in to the game he is. And homeboy just got mogged. Oh shit!
Like, bro, see what I mean, bro? Like, his viewers just be taking a piss, bro. Like, what is this? So obviously nothing happened in this clip, but this guy makes it seem like something crazy happened. Some world news happened, you know? People started mocking this guy. Like, look at this. Look at what Twitter is writing about this. Streamer Clavicular sends ASU party clip sparks obscure slang breakdown. On February 6th, Chromehard posted a clip of Kickstream. Like, look at this. I'm not reading all of this, bro. Like, this is like a whole fucking Wikipedia description, bro. I'm not reading all of that. I hate myself for sort of knowing what these words mean. If you're 25 to 30 and your main circle isn't discussing Clavicular running into a frat leader at ACU and getting brutally frame mugged by him, then it's time to find a new circle. Now, real talk. This is real talk, guys. By the way, that one clip is not the only clip they're talking about. There's multiple clips. Let me just show them to you all one by one. So here we got an infamous Clavicular clip where he meets two of his fans and realizes what he has created, what monstrosity he has created. One of those fans just straight up spam slurs or says some crazy shit, I don't remember. And then the other fan claimed to be the Orlando Asian mogger and needed validation from his king, Clavicular.
I tried this shit the other day. What up, homie?
Yo, you can sign my album?
Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, but we've been on your ass since the moment you restrained it, since November.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Good stuff.
You think we can take a screen photo?
Yeah, let's go, man.
I bet. On the count of three. Nigga.
Bro, look at how Clavicular looks at his fan, bro. Look at this look. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God.
Love you guys. He said it again. Hey, look at this guy. There's not a single % of blackness or any other race other than Caucasian in it. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Yikes! So this is the kind of situation, the realm of the internet that we're dealing with.
Majority of people believe you say HH, you say all of these things, right? And you expect your viewers to be normal? Of course not. They're gonna be like a cheap copy of you, like a worse copy of you. Also, by the way, this is what happened. Racist red pill manosphere streamer Clavicular puts out an open challenge and gets whooped by a leftist.
Oh look!
I told you some people are gonna be on your ass.
What's my rate, Clavicular? What's my rate? This is for all the bullshit that I gotta watch on my fucking feed all the fucking time.
All right. Hey, crazy. He really got bitch. He really got.
So it seems like maybe, just like an Andrew Tate, he is not ubiquitously loved. He has that core community. Yeah, the way that Brett Cooper, yeah, she handled that like a boss though. Well, I can't do that because I have to start a new stream for that. So that again, just a little bit of context for why he's on the show. But again, coming back to the interview, Piers is being a boomer.
I suppose you're referring to, because I don't set out to be overtly confrontational. I certainly don't set out to gotcha these people, whether it's Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, or whatever. What I tend to do is when they're people who deliberately say inflammatory things, I tend to put those comments back to them. We do our research. The production team that you've slightly maligned there will do a very thorough professional job, and I will put back to them their own words. Now, I will then challenge them about why they said it, the context in which they said it. Do they mean it? Do they really hold these inflammatory views, or are they just winding people up, and so on? But that is the job of a journalist. That's where you and I are different people. We're different animals. I'm a different animal to Fuentes and Tate and the others. They're kind of influencers stroke commentators, and you're in that category, I guess, without much of the commentary. You're different.
So now we've hit 5 minutes into this conversation. We've hit 5 minutes into this conversation, or at least 5 minutes into the video. This is a TikTok generation. And so far, all that's happened is Piers has framed Clavicular as right-wing and talked about, well, I'm not that bad. This is how you reach the kids? This is how you reach the Gen Alpha?
Kind of person. But my job when I interview people like you is just to get to the bottom.
Blah, 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 blah. I'm talking about why, why Piers just isn't all that bad.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there.
Outpourings, right? That's just holding people accountable for their own outpourings, right? Which is, like in your case, this is why I'm slightly mystified why you get boxed in with these guys, because I don't see much of a track record of you saying inflammatory right-wing things.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there.
Again, they're still talking about that same moment on the bus where they were all singing that HH song by Ye.
I would say sort of people don't really know how to handle my ideology, so they want to figure out which political camp I'm a part of so desperately. So there's kind of a struggle to loop me into, specific groups. But it's like I always say, politics are jester. It's not something that I want to involve myself in. It's not something I want to talk about because I just simply don't care. My main pursuit is that of aesthetics and improving my looks to the maximum degree, using every single mechanism available to me. So the fact that that's become a political phenomenon just really doesn't make sense to me at all.
You've done pretty much everything in terms of aesthetics to make yourself look perfect, right? This is your ambition. I've done absolutely nothing. I don't even I've never had any plastic surgery, never had any Botox, never taken any enhancing drugs, nothing. This is me the way God intended. Do you think when you look at the pair of us that you are more aesthetically appealing than me?
I don't really think it's necessary or beneficial to anyone to sort of, do some comparison.
Interesting. So we've got a little bit of nuance here saying, well, hey, that's not really what this is about. It's not about me being the hottest guy in the world. It's about me making my aesthetics. It's about making my aesthetics as best as I can be. Yeah. He's taking it too far. But that's not a bad message. Nor is it a political message?
In our looks level, because while most of it can be attributed to self-improvement, there is a big genetic role. So, my entire ideology is more so about improving, not really about comparison too much.
But my argument about that, just generally about the whole self-improvement boom of the last 20 years.
What do you mean your argument about that? He literally just said, I don't find it helpful to compare. That's not an argument. That's just his opinion. Trying to be combative, exactly as Andrew Tate said.
Is a lot of people that go down that path end up looking worse than they did to start with. And that actually, the best way to look good is not to go down the path of relentless self-improvement, to trust what you were given by the good Lord and to avoid doing too much to yourself. I see so many people, particularly in entertainment, who've just ruined themselves, ruined their faces in the pursuit of what they perceive to be aesthetic perfection.
But well, that's because they don't know what they're doing. A lot of them are opting to go with things like filler and Botox, which can, like you said, lead to these botch jobs. You know, you look at guys like, you know, Zac Efron, who have tons of filler in their face and it starts to migrate. It's just not a look that anyone should be pursuing. But looks maxing can be as simple as losing weight, right? So even going on a diet.
So yeah, okay. So even if we start there, again, we're getting more color to what is this? You know, yeah, people are saying, I don't really know. I just see the doom scrolling, all that. And that's, you know, I'm not saying that you have to know all of the people and all of the things, but when you like think about the difference between our generation, our generations, the millennials and older, we, for most of our, at least childhood, if not most of our lives, there was a common culture. There was a common thing. And that's becoming less and less and less and less and less popular because everybody's on their own algorithm. And so when something like this pops off, when a trend happens, that is what the culture is. If we don't understand that, then we are siloing ourselves off to the people who are going to be in the key demo. Just unfortunately becomes birds of a feather flock together. So him hanging out with them did that, but he seems smart enough to know that him being with them would have lumped that in with him. And I agree with you. I agree with you. But this is why Piers is not the person to be giving this message. If me or you or someone else, that was millennials. Thank you very much. He's a Gen Alpha, so but he probably would. But yeah, if you or me or Andrew Tate or you know, any of them were like, hey, just to let you know, just by hanging out with us, people are going to call you this and that and that and that. That's one thing. But for Piers Morgan to be saying it as he's actively doing it, it's like, well, you're causing that, and so it's a matter of like, okay, that's fine that you think that. But now you have me on the show, and I'm telling you, I don't think that way. Mm-hmm. Did we not ever get back to that? We never got back to that, huh? But yeah, to tie a bow on that, if the 50s was close to socialism, I'm okay with being close to socialism if that's what it looks like. Well, so the best way to reach the younger generation is to call them racist. Exactly. That is the worst way. And so similarly, trying to force somebody into a political box is the worst way to reach the people that care about them. Because unfortunately, when young men see the reaction he gets because of all that stuff he did, then they need to go max like he did. That's my problem with him. And again, that's what Piers should have been talking about. The actual things that he is doing to himself that, like, you know, they're part of the conversation where they're talking about how you know, it could be dangerous and it looks bad, and Clavicular is saying, well, that's just because they're doing the wrong shit or whatever. That's the interesting part of the conversation where it's like he's already got the attention. The kids already want to looksmaxx. So why don't we explore what this is, and then maybe a doctor or somebody could look at that conversation, but that's not what this was. This was just a clown show to try to get some clips from the young guy that hits himself in the face with a hammer. And instead, it's like, ah, shit, how are you making me side with the guy who hits himself in the face with a fucking hammer?
Looks maxing can be as simple as losing weight, right? So even going on a diet, which I'm sure is something that you've done previously, is part of looks maxing. It's not just these super intensive plastic surgeries or these cosmetic procedures. It's just anything that's going to improve your looks.
Well, I've never been on a diet, one. Secondly, I have recently lost 5 kilos. well, recently I've lost 5 kilograms because I managed to break my femur and have a hip replacement. And so I've not been drinking and I've been eating quite healthily. And it's amazing. The weight just drops
Well,
off.
that's
So
all
I'm
a
somebody
diet.
who likes to drink. Yeah, well, it's not a diet. It's an enforced regime that's come about.
Literally, no. What you eat, the routine of what you eat is called a diet. If you're on a carnivore diet, then that just means that that's what you eat. That doesn't mean you're doing it as a temporary thing. That's just the things that you eat. Oh, shit. What the fuck was that?
Through an injury, right? So a diet is
that's
a diet is a
ridiculous semantics.
voluntary.
That's literally a diet.
What is that? Well, no, it's not, because a diet is a voluntary regime you go into for no other reason than you want to lose weight. I went into an involuntary regime forced upon me by circumstance of a fracture.
It doesn't matter how it's forced upon you.
It's not about the remember, I do too. Like, I could not care less about looks maxing versus gesture maxing versus, could not care about that. I care about the influence that the people who care about it say. Ooh, communism. Agreed there. Piers is a tool, except when he's defending farmers. Fair enough. I'm very unhappy with how he did this interview. Yeah. Well, and that's what I'm down to do that. Like, I don't know. Is that something that's like a pretty basic game that would probably work on a regular computer, right? Like that we could do. That we could do. It's the stuff that needs OBS that, I mean, I could still figure it out, but All right, let's
well,
any sort of deviation.
One is voluntary.
No.
For those who don't know what I just said, what does mogging mean?
Okay, well,
I'm
all I'm saying, leaner than.
Right, but I mean, I might argue that I'm mogging you right now.
Okay, well, that's a fair perspective. Go for it.
For those who don't know what I just
well, that's another aspect of this is why we should be covering it, because I'm also finding it difficult to, to understand what the fuck these kids are talking about. But they're voters.
Okay, what does mogging mean?
Basically outshining someone, looking better than them. And there's different types of mogs, right? There's status mogs, there's, money mogs. So, you might have me in those categories, but I think we need to add in a little bit of nuance that it's not a looks mog,
Interesting.
You would say that.
So yeah, guys, if you have games that you think are low res compared to like your average game, like Skyrim is gonna be that's like what I'm thinking of, like an average game, the type of computing power that's needed for that. So if you could think of something that's way less taxing on the computer, that probably would be able to be done through StreamYard, then we be cooking. Leave. I don't know what your name is. I apologize, but said I miss President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama. Well, they're still around. They're talking about aliens and all that stuff, right? Shout out to Hector. Welcome. Yes, Sam, exactly. Now we're cooking. This is the new version of metrosexual. And so having that understanding is going to be able to show you how, like, okay, the metrosexual thing was a very much like an older person thing, like in the early 2000s, right? That wasn't like kids doing this. But that's that you call it looks maxing, and now we all fully understand.
You have the edge over me in looks mogging.
I think I might have you by just a small margin. I don't know, but that could be attributed to youth, So
yeah, but youth is back in the day. Youth, a lot of women find the older dude. A lot of women find the older dude more appealing than the young pimply youth.
Well, absolutely. But I would say for the most part, looks are an extremely objective thing. And that's sort of what I'm trying to, push people towards realizing is that, well, you might not know these facial ratios that make someone attractive and harmonious or not. They're subconscious, right? And everyone is judging you based off of them. And it's not something that's within anyone's control. So simply being able to identify them and improve upon them is a very beneficial thing.
Okay, well, let's have a look at you before you started all this. And we'll compare to what you look like now. So there's the before.
God damn. The before and after. Let's get rid of this. God damn. Pimply face little kid. Chiseled fucking jaw. Yikes.
And after. What age were you in the before picture? Can you see that where you are?
Yeah, I would have been 16 years old.
16.
And the one on the right is what are you now? You're 20?
Yeah.
So you've been
that
through
would have been when I was 19, I
transformation.
believe.
Okay, so you've been through a big physical transformation. That's clear. Your face has changed dramatically. So what have you done to your face to look max yourself?
It's a lot of pharmaceutical intervention, especially during puberty, right? So this is going to be the time where it's most important for people to optimize sort of their growth mechanisms.
So as we try to put homeboy in the right or the left, now we see he's saying, well, you know, puberty is the best time to be making these lifelong changes in your, whoa. I'm not about that. I'm on the right. I think that you should be an adult before you make these types of changes. Shout out to the Blue Baron. Welcome. I just missed the old debunk streams. Lately watched the Sneeko Indian Jews era. Wait, what's the old debunk streams? What do you mean? I don't know what you're referring to. He's willing to bring him controversy. Yep. And this is crazy talk. But again, the focus of this is that the kids care. The kids very much care about what is happening here. The kids are watching this and seeing their fucking hero being talked down to like every other boomer ever. This is only going to get people like Clavicular more attention. If we don't want to create a circumstance where there are people who are already popular that are doing stuff that we don't want them to do, whether it's an Andrew Tate, whether it's a Donald Trump, whether it doesn't matter, Nick Fuentes, whoever it is that you don't like, having the ability to understand what they believe and tell people why what they believe doesn't matter or is wrong or whatever is a fucking superpower. You cannot tell me why. If you cannot tell me why you would want to looks max over gesture max, then you cannot talk to the youth. And the youth are fucking voting. You haven't started looks maxing by the age of 11. It's already too late. This is why we need to cover this. Yeah, so this is obviously Piers Morgan and then Clavicular.
And their growth pathways. And a few of the ways I did this is with exogenous hormones like testosterone, like human growth hormone. I did things like block aromatase, which is testosterone converting into estrogen so that I would actually grow taller. So there's plenty of different mechanisms that I leverage to sort of masculinize myself a little bit more and to become a little bit bigger. So, it would just take me so long to go through every little step that I took to looks max.
Okay, but then there's a harder degree called hard maxing, which is, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is your lingo, not mine, which is often surgical or invasive methods to alter appearance, fillers, implants, plastic surgery. So a more dramatic way to use surgical enhancement. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
Why are their opinions important to me? They are not directly. I don't care what they think. I care that what they think is being passed down to people who can vote. What their opinions are leading to people voting a certain way. That is what I care about.
Have you done much hard maxing to yourself?
Well, a lot of people consider anabolic steroids to be within the hard maxing category, and I've done things like Botox. But in terms of like actual surgical osteotomies, rhinoplasties, I haven't done that. It's just more so about pharmacology.
Have you partaken in mewing, a technique involving specific tongue posture to improve your jawline structure?
I have participated in mewing, and
put one in the chat if you know what mewing is.
The whole idea behind mewing is that it should be your natural tongue position, right? That basically means that your palate has enough space to accommodate your tongue, and that you've got proper development. And this also, is going to help you with focusing on nose breathing, which, during your development is one of the key things for looks max. There's not much you can do after you've already developed improperly, but mewing is going to be one of those things that's absolutely required during the youth.
Where do you come up with these phrases? I mean, I've got two Burmese cats. They mew, they meow. That's what I perceive to be mewing. Where do you get this lingo from?
So a lot of the lingo comes from forums over the years. This was a very niche part of the internet for a while. And this was one of the techniques from Dr. Mike Mew that became very popular. I would say that this is kind of just like the most surface level form of looks maxing that's sort of been known, throughout internet spaces since, really about 2016, I would say. but like the more hardcore forms of looks maxing weren't really discovered and weren't really in the mainstream until a little bit later on.
So what you're saying is right about 2016, I don't know if there's anything politically important that was happening in 2016, but these online groups started, picking up steam. That seems completely irrelevant to any other American, right?
See, the people watching this, you've never heard of you go, why are you giving all this airtime to this guy? It's all quite interesting, but what's special about you, right? And I would argue the reason the New York Times did a big profile on you is that you're now making, it is reported.
Wait, Dick, do you think it's my thing? I'm not saying that is what you're saying. I'm asking because I'm not sure how you're saying this. Do you think this is my thing?
At least $100,000 a month from your daily stream, which often involves hours and hours of you just streaming whatever you're up to. And I presume you'll include, your impressions of how our interview goes, for example. It is fascinating to me that someone like you at your age can come and become a millionaire really by just using a load of phraseology combined with, I guess, self-improvement, nothing new about self-improvement, but you're combining the two in what young people perceive to be a cool way, which you have tapped into, which is very lucrative. That is why you're interesting, right?
Yeah, I would say so. And I don't really think it comes down to the finances. That's sort of something that has been, really pushed in the media for some reason, but I don't think that social media money in this day and age.
Okay, right. But I want to hammer this home. I am not showing you this because I think Clavicular is so cool and that we should all be looks maxing and we should all be paying attention to the latest looks. That's not what we're doing here. Do we all get that? I just want to make sure. It's not about, are you guys going to now follow Clavicular? Because that's not what we're doing here. Does anybody not understand why I personally am showing this to you guys? So I don't think it's anyone's thing that is here. I feel like the stream is a lesson on how premiers don't become actual boomers. Thank you. Bam, 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 bam. Like
Media for some reason, but I don't think that social media money in this day and age should really be that surprising to people. I think there's content creators who are a lot better off than me financially. So I'm kind of just shocked that people cared about that headline so much. And the thing is, Piers, simply what I'm saying is my life is kind of on a one-to-one linear timeline with my exact ideologies that improving your looks is going to have a direct correlation with improvement in your life, right? So sort of as soon as I started really ascending and really getting into those high percentile looks, look at what happened to my life, right? I became that millionaire. I became famous. And a lot of things just started going really well for me. Who knows if...
So now are we starting to see a little bit more direct issue with what he's saying and why, if people are paying attention to what is an issue, that we should also be understanding it. Yeah, I just want to get all the looks maxers to max out, hard maxing.
This would have happened if I were, in the lower percentiles of looks. Maybe some of it could be attributed to charisma, to my personality and uniqueness, but
yeah, your charisma. Think about how dangerous that thought is. That, I've been taking meth and smashing my face with a hammer to get micro fractures so that my cheekbones are better. And when I started doing that, I became rich and famous. That's the lesson that's going out to these kids. So yet again, I will say, if you think we are here to praise looks maxing, you are not understanding.
I would say for the most part, this wouldn't be possible. This generational run, as they like to say, would not have been possible without the looks.
Homie.
You mentioned your charisma. Another phrase is jester maxing, the act of using humor, clowning, or absurd behavior to gain attention from women. That's just chatting them up, isn't it? And having the old gift of the gab.
Literally, right? So
no, I think jester maxing is its own category, right? Being funny, that's not necessarily jester maxing. I would say that jester maxing, a lot of the times it's like that kind of self-deprecating.
Even the captions are saying gesture maxing. I thought it was gesture maxing. It's jester, like a court jester. That makes a lot more sense. If you're jester maxing, it means you're being the most like a jester, so you're being retarded. But I thought they were saying gesture, where it's like you're using a lot of gestures. I don't fucking know. But jester maxing.
Jester maxing. A lot of the times it's like that kind of self-deprecating humor, like, you know, someone cracking an egg on their head or something like that and saying, oh, look at me, I'm such an idiot or something in front of girls. So it's its own very unique thing. Just being a clown. And
not really. Like, yes, we are laughing at his expense, but there on the other side of that, like that's the Indian Jesus party. That's that aspect of it. But just like whenever we're doing something fun or funny, there is a real message behind it. And the real message is, hey, pay attention. This is the type of shit that's going out into culture. Yeah, I'm right there with you guys.
And, you know, stuff like that. I think everyone knows a jester when they see it. And sort of once you know this terminology, you're going to be able to use it in your day-to-day life quite perfectly.
Have you managed to seduce many women by cracking eggs on yourself?
No, I have not.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced jester maxing is the way to go. Slay maxing.
No. I'm actually anti-jester maxing.
Yeah, that. So again, Piers wasn't even listening. He wasn't even listening. Jester, being a jester, we all got it. And then he's cracking an egg on your head, and then he thinks that Clev is doing that to get. Oh my God, no! Jester maxing is bad, bro. What a boomer.
Maxing is the way to go. Slay maxing.
No. I'm anti-jester maxing. Yeah.
Oh, you're anti?
No.
I beg your...
Yeah. Jester maxing is a very
you agree with me?
term. Yes. No, I agree with you.
Jester maxing is... I'm sorry. I've got this on my rant. So jester maxing is an insult.
Oh, yeah. No, the last thing you want to do is be a jester.
Exactly.
The very last thing.
Got it. Slay maxing, is that means to have sex, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maxing. That's maxing in all areas possible. Based. The maxing maxer.
Absolutely.
What's the significance of using the word slay?
Slay is just sort of a term that we use on the forums for, you know, having sex with a girl, because a lot of people would directly correlate success in their ascension with success with females, right? So getting a slay was sort of like the ultimate.
And so again, let's take a step back and think about what is happening and what an average clavicular fan is going to be feeling looking at this. It's going to be like a class where they're just teaching boomers what's going on. And like, okay, fine. You know, if Piers could be a little bit more fun about it, like, oh, I'm glad to be learning this. And I think it would be a little bit more entertaining in general. But because he has this this condescension, he can't get there. And so instead of being able to bring in the type of people who watch Clavicular, because hey, if you only watch one person, I would rather you watch Piers Morgan over Clavicular. If you only watch one person and you're only ever going to watch Piers Morgan or Clavicular, Piers Morgan is a better option. Not a great option, better option. The idea here is that this is only going to get every single looksmaxxer or whatever to be like, oh, okay, I wasn't wrong. I don't know who the fuck Piers Morgan is, and I don't need to. I don't need to, because nothing important, nothing that I care about is happening. And that's how you turn kids off of politics immediately. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. It's, well, yeah, like in a bad way. Where's Mon come from? Where's originally? Again, it is. That's what that's what slang is. That, like, were you not 15 ever? Did you not ever say that things were boss or groovy or neat or whatever the fuck your generation said? Come on, man. Don't boomer out like that. Don't boomer out like that. And so, you know, so I said I'd rather watch Nick Fuentes. And I mean, so would I. Nick Fuentes is both more entertaining and, for that reason, more of a relevant factor. But these other smaller figures, these other smaller ideas, did it come from video game? That would make a lot of sense. I cannot imagine anybody who would do that. I cannot imagine. I'm 5'4". I would never get that height surgery, and I think he wants to. But yikes. Well, yeah. So I mean, obviously we don't have to watch this whole thing, but I do want to get a couple of the key moments in here where yes, we'll keep
the pursuit for looksmaxxers with females, right? So getting a sleigh was sort of like the ultimate pursuit for looksmaxxers. I think it goes a whole lot deeper than this. I think a lot of it, and the reasoning that you should.
Exactly. Tell me how you would perfectly understand the goings-on of the 2016 election without understanding what KEK is. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here.
I think it goes a whole lot deeper than this. I think a lot of it, and the reasoning that you should looksmax is just overall quality of life stuff. But, you know, improvements in the whole dating scene is certainly something that we've seen. So that's kind of just placing like a value or, you know, just being able to gauge your successes.
And your argument is, as you've pursued this looksmaxing campaign for yourself, you've become more attractive and you've had more women.
Yeah, that's correct.
So in that sense, you're very different to someone like Nick Fuentes, who told me proudly that he's a virgin. He's never had sex.
Right. Well, I don't really understand why it's so, you know, controversial to say that when, you know, that's for religious reasons, right? I seriously doubt that you would ever say that to someone who is of the Islamic faith, someone saying that they're reserving themselves for marriage. I think, you know, you would probably be screwed in media if you were to.
So again, to just take this down piece by piece, Clavicular, who is an interest to me for the same types of reasons that a Nick Fuentes is interesting to me. Not because I like what is being said specifically, but because other people like what's being said, and that is changing the cultural outlook and whatever, all that stuff. That is not true. They have done study after study after study. That is an old myth. It's actually the opposite. That's like saying the best way to make sure you can run really far is to never, ever, ever run. Look it up. Anyway, we have here a situation where now, even though Nick Fuentes and Clavicular don't necessarily belong in the same realm, well, okay, they're both not politically in that realm, but in terms of people older than 25 don't understand what the fuck I'm really about, they are in the same group. And so somebody who's a Nick Fuentes fan can watch this and be like, oh, Clavicular gets Nick Fuentes. So now there's a mix between looksmaxxers and groypers. Tell me how you navigate that election without understanding that that's going on.
Use that same argument against the Muslim that you
but
simply because he's Catholic.
But hang on, it wasn't. I didn't use it as an argument. I just asked him if it was true. I didn't care either way. It doesn't bother me.
No, you know what you're doing.
Bullshit. Thank you. Yes, you know what you were doing. Exactly.
As an argument, I just asked him if it was true. I didn't care either way. It doesn't bother me.
No, you know what you're
interesting to me that. Well, what do you think I was doing?
You were trying to make him look bad and sort of use the whole thing of him never having sex with a woman as some sort of like insult.
Are you asking me? Wait, they both belong in the realm of why care what they think? No. They both belong in the realm of people care what they think, and that is why you should care. It doesn't matter what they are saying. They have influence, so you should be aware of what that influence is. If you care about politics, if you care about culture, if not, then feel free to, have no idea what the fuck is shit about Jack. That's totally cool too. This is why I didn't want to use a Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream. I had a feeling you guys wouldn't be able to get this. I had a feeling you guys would be too boomered out for this. Some of you get it. Some of you get it. But you might be too far gone. You might be too far gone.
Or some sort of way for you to, make him look bad. And it was just a little ridiculous.
Hey,
well, actually, all I said to him, what do you think?
Shout out to Jake from Project VO Pod. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Are you up on this Clavicular dude and what's going on here? My whole thing is that obviously, it doesn't really, he's some fucking kid, doesn't really matter, but that he has influence, and he has influence that's tied to political people and a block of Zoomers and Gen Alpha that don't really fit into a traditional left-right paradigm. And so understanding what it is that a Nick Fuentes type or a Clavicular type is putting out there, what type of ideas ideas about fucking just politics in general, culture. Like, is that you want to come up, bro? Come on up. I'll drop the link. Avery, if you're still there, now's your time. Yeah, come on up. Because I mean, I don't know if people are getting it. I don't know if people are getting it. Like, well, why do you care about this? Hey man, people care about it. That's why I care about it. The link is there. Come on up if you would like to.
It was just a little ridiculous.
Well, actually, all I said to him was, do you think you'd be less intense about everything if you just got laid? I was just having a bit of fun with it. I was doing a bit of jester maxing.
Shout out to Wickham.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that's just attacking someone based on their, religious beliefs. And I don't really think that makes any sense.
Based.
You don't think Nick Fuentes ever does that?
Well, this is about you. If you want to morally grandstand over people,
good job. Good job. Because that was a decent pivot. Hey, Nick Fuentes goes after people's beliefs. Like, okay, but if you think that's wrong, Piers, then why are you doing the exact same thing?
Well, this is about you. If you want to morally grandstand over people, just because he did it, does that mean I can do it? Like that?
No. It's not morally grandstanding, but it's not.
No, it is.
Hang on. I wasn't morally.
Exactly, Lone Wolf. Exactly. I don't understand, and I'll broaden this up. I don't understand why people act surprised by Nick Fuentes and such, because of the fact that the left and the it's not even that. It's not even just that. It's the default liberal position of you can't be racist. You must follow what the government says. All of these things created. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I'm not morally grandstanding, but I do think if somebody, for example, like him, has been very critical of people who are Jewish, for example, and have a Jewish faith, what's wrong with questioning him with his faith? And by the way, his faith is the same as mine. He's a Christian. I'm a Catholic, right? And I had no problem with his answer. I was just curious what kind of person he is. I'm curious what kind of person you are. What's interesting is you're clearly very different people, because I'm going to come to the van where you're all in the same van, and I'm sort of scratching my head as to what you guys have in common. I just don't see that you have much in common with someone like Fuentes, or why you would think it would benefit you to be seen with him in the way. But let's come to it, because it was quite interesting. One of the few controversial things, genuinely, I think you've been involved with was the scene in Miami.
Like, oh, look how bad you are. You were with Sneeko and Myron. Whereas the position of a Nick Fuentes, the position of a clavicular type, is that, okay, well, I don't believe that. So as long as they're nice to me, then that's all I really care about. And when you, Piers Morgan, try to force me into saying I'm with them or I'm against them, then you are creating that division. You are creating that division.
One of the few controversial things, genuinely, I think you've been involved with was the scene in Miami when you're in a van with the Tate brothers, with Nick Fuentes, with Sneeko. When you watch that video, are you comfortable?
I think he did answer this perfectly.
About that?
Well, listen, Piers, historically, you've kind of been talking about this whole thing with Ye for a little while. So I've actually got a Ye thing as well for you. So why would you go to that island, Piers?
Dun, dun, dun.
Which island?
You know what I mean? So that's the point.
Wait a minute. Which island? You mean the Epstein Island? Obviously, I've never been there, never met Epstein, never had any connection with him, not in the Epstein files, other than references to being at lunches and things nothing to do with him. Well, no, you can go read them. The beauty of the Epstein files, you can go and check my name. You can read every entry. You'll see none of them have anything to do with him or his activities or anything. I'm just mentioned in passing as having been at completely unconnected events. So there's something.
What about just Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, I'm about to come to that. So I was pictured with her. Okay, I was pictured with her at a book launch for 5 minutes. I've talked about it. She admitted that under oath. The only time we'd ever met was for 5 minutes. So
mewing. From what I understand, mewing is the thing where you push your tongue to the top of your the roof of your mouth to strengthen the muscles here. And so like you punch it up like that, and like these muscles get stronger. That's what mewing is. Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. I'm trying to get everybody to understand why people like clavicular, maybe not clavicular specifically, but people like clavicular who are getting the type of attention that they are getting is relevant to our cultural political landscape. I don't know how well it is going. That was a part of charisma, is being able to sit with your contemporaries without animosity, whether you ascribe to their doctrine or don't. Boom! Spot on.
No connection to that scandal at all, other than I once met her for 5 minutes at a book launch. So let me come back to you in the van with the Heil Hitler song playing.
Well, this is like a little bit ridiculous. because you're with
Well, no, hang
the
on,
number
hang
one
on, hang on,
looksmaxxer.
hang
No,
on,
no, 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 no,
hang
Piers,
on,
Piers, you're with
hang
the,
on, no.
you're with the
I'm
number
gonna
one
finish my question.
looksmaxxer. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Let me finish my question. I'm just curious because Ye has now publicly apologized for all his anti-Semitic behavior and language in a full-page advertisement he took out in a newspaper. That came.
So again, if I'm a 19-year-old Clavicular fan, I'm like, number one, who is Ye? Maybe not, but I'm like, why are they talking about Ye? What does he have to do with Ye?
After the thing with the van, you've seen Andrew Tate trying to backtrack from what happened there. Fuentes.
Oh, your collarbone. Your collarbone is called your that's your clavicular. Oh, I got this one's tattooed. That's called your clavicular bone. And so they like to have nice wide manly frames, so they got a nice clavicular.
You've seen Andrew Tate trying to backtrack from what happened there. Fuentes doubles down because that's what he does about everything. He views it all probably as a bit of a joke and it doesn't matter. Stico, I don't think really matters. He's not significant in the way I think that you are in terms of influence. But
boom, right there. Right there. Sneeko gets way more views on a longer timeline. Sneeko gets way more views and pushes way more influence than this kid. But to the boomer, they don't fucking get it. They don't fucking, because they know everything already. They know everything already. I know what this is. I know what that is. That's bad. So this is bad, and I don't need to pay attention. It doesn't matter if all the kids like this. It's bad, and I know it's bad, so you should shut up. Sneeko has way more influence than this kid, Clavicular. And that is the point. Piers Morgan doesn't get it. This and the Nick Fuentes interview show the young kids that Piers Morgan is for boomers.
I don't think it really matters. He's not significant in the way I think that you are in terms of influence. But I look at you there, and you've got a guy behind you literally doing a Nazi salute as Heil Hitler plays in this van. A song that basically pays... Well, hang on. A song that pays tribute. Well, you're singing along to the song, and it pays tribute to the most genocidal monster of the last 100 years. And I'm just curious whether you think it's funny, whether you now regret being put in that position, whether you wish you hadn't been so enthusiastic about...
Well, they've actually had some beef. They've actually had some beef. They are no longer friends.
Singing along to that song, or whether you don't care at all. And I don't have a fixed answer for you. I'm just curious what you genuinely feel.
Well, the thing is, Piers, I'm not political, and I didn't play the song, so that's kind of all there is to it, right? And I find it quite silly to me that you're with the number one looksmaxxer, and instead of asking how you could ascend, so that your wife wouldn't tweet out captions like, "When my husband's away, Mr. Stud comes out to play." Maybe if you asked me how to ascend, then that would stop happening to you. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you're distracting, and that's fine. You're having your fun. I've got no problem with that. But just to be clear,
yeah, guys, I personally haven't been on a forum in 20 years. Therefore, they don't exist. Have you heard of Reddit? Have you heard of Facebook?
You were in a van singing along to Heil Hitler. Do you regret doing that?
Well, I didn't play it, right? So it's like if someone were to come next to you in the street and play a song, it's like, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know why you're trying to get
along to
it. This is exactly what I mean by your production. Wait, listen.
No. This is.
I've got nothing to do with it.
I'm just curious.
I've got nothing to do with
it. Tell him.
You're singing along.
I really have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with it. And this is what I mean, right? So you basically lied to, my PR team that you wanted to come and interview me about looksmaxxing. And this is what you do, right?
I've literally spent the first. I spent the first. Hang on. Stop being such a baby. I spent the first half hour of the interview taking you seriously about all the looksmaxxing thing. I find it genuinely interesting. I find it also interesting.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Hang on. Let me finish my point. All right, let's try and keep things civil. There's no reason not to be. I'm just bemused why you would want to be associated with those other guys, most of whom have doubled and trebled down on it, who don't care. They don't mind idolizing Hitler. They think it's funny. They joke about the Holocaust and so on. I'm not sure you're that kind of person, but you have a chance to tell me whether you are, right? You were in this.
I just told you, I'm not political.
Well, it's pretty political to Heil. Well, to sing to a song called Heil Hitler, you're being political.
Like, I don't know why you're trying to make me this political figure when it's something that I've tried so hard to avoid. It's like I want to talk about looksmaxxing, but my position on everything is like I'm not going to be scared to collaborate with people. That's something that was good for my career, objectively, to collab with bigger creators. It's like just as I would with any leftist. Like it really doesn't make any sense for you to do this whole Jester Max where you're trying to make me this like right-wing guy.
I'm not joking.
Oh, I'm not joking, but you are Gesture Max. Let's shout out our boy Jake.
What is up, mother trucker?
The pod. Welcome to the party, sir.
Yes, sir. I got you.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, get the whole the studio downstairs. So you said you'd seen this. You said you had some thoughts. Are you with? Do you talk to me? Because I'm having trouble. I don't know if the kids are understanding what I'm trying to lay down here.
No, here's the thing. I saw the entire thing when I was working over here, so I heard the entire exchange between Piers Morgan and what's his name? Clavicular? Is that his name?
Yeah, collarbone. Clavicular.
Clavicular. Okay. He's a young kid. He's 20 years old, bro. According to the interview, from what I was hearing. Mm-hmm. He also stated he really wanted to talk about looking, right? Looksmaxxing. I'm sorry. I don't know the lingo of these young kids right now, but looksing. But apparently this was like a fringe thing, like on Reddit and stuff like that. Now it's kind of gone a little bit more mainstream. Some of the stuff that he was kind of stating kind of makes sense, especially in the dating market that we have today, where a lot of men are having trouble attracting women. So his point of view is because you're a young adolescent, right? You're still growing, etc. There's things that you could do, particularly with your face, exercising. He even made a claim that, exercising would be a version of looksmaxxing, right? It's terminology we don't know, but to us, it's just like working out, right? It makes sense. If you look good naked.
How old are you, Jay?
What?
How old are you?
34.
Okay, yeah. So I'm 36. We're right in that same.
Yeah, we're in the same. Yeah, we're millennials, bro. We're millennials.
And so, yeah, I'm really trying to focus on the impact that this is a Gen Alpha thing, not even a Gen Z thing, a Gen Alpha thing. Mm-hmm. That like they don't. This is having an effect, and so it's not about whether I think it's cool. It's not about whether I agree. That's not the point. The point is that kids who looksmax are going to be. They're going to be doing this dangerous shit. So at the very least, we should be able to understand it if we care about, on that level. And if you don't, and you care on a political level, well, hey, these kids vote. And if they're seen with Nick Fuentes and whatever,
I see your point.
That's framed as the worst thing in the world.
Sure.
Like Lone Wolf before was saying, it's crazy that leftists are surprised by the Nick Fuenteses of the world because they created them.
Yeah, no, it's 100%, bro. I see your point here is that Clavicular, right? That Clavicular, whatever his name is, was seen with the Andrew Tates. He was seen with Nick Fuentes. He made it clear that, look, and it makes sense on his end. I want to collaborate with big names. He doesn't really care about the controversy because let's be honest, controversy gets your fucking name out there. It really does. I don't think this kid actually gives a fuck about politics. I don't think he cares at all. I saw Brett Cooper on with Piers Morgan. She made the claim that Clavicular would actually vote for Gavin Newsom because he's more handsome than J.D. Vance. That actually was not true. He never made the claim that he would vote.
I don't know how serious he was being, but he did say that.
Oh, did he really? Okay, he was probably being hyperbolic, bro.
Like, I don't know, man. If you've seen that, I'm gonna try. You keep on. I'm gonna try and find the clip.
Well, maybe not. Show me the clip. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe his politics is that. But again, if he did state that, he's not some right-wing fucking alt-right guy. He's not. I think he's just saying that for clicks, etc. We know where he stands on that. He didn't want to talk about politics, bro, and he didn't really. Clavicular wanted to talk about looksmaxxing. Piers wanted to talk about, well, you were singing to Hail Hitler. At a party, right? At the nightclub. Shouldn't you apologize, bro? Shouldn't you apologize? Because you should feel bad about it. That's what Piers Morgan does. He's a fucking total boomer. Crazy the way Piers Morgan kind of went that direction with Clavicular.
Yeah, insane. I mean, it's just pushing more and more people to seeing that there's it's not even a left-right thing anymore. Yeah. It's a matter of these are the people who care too much about not being in line with them. Mm-hmm. And then these are the people who are like, okay, well, that's not really my thing, but go do you, homie.
Yeah. I mean,
and I think that really comes down to the most important cultural, not obviously not policy, but the cultural aspect of where people pick right and left.
Sure. I totally get you there, man. I totally get you there. And it's funny because during that interview, have you seen the whole thing? I don't know if I'm spoiling it for you. Okay. Piers actually mentioned to him saying, well, I believe Brad Pitt and these guys, but he named a couple celebrities that are more handsome than you, Clavicular, but they're not doing looksmaxxing, which totally neglects whatever the fuck his name is.
Clav.
His action, Clav. Yeah, it totally contradicts Clav's particular definition of looksmaxxing to begin with, which was him saying that just exercising could be looksmaxxing. Anything that has to improve your looks would be a form of attempting looksmaxxing, right? So Pierce just totally ignores that, mentions Brad Pitt, and he's like, yeah, Brad Pitt got surgery on his face multiple times. That wouldn't, by your definition, that'd be looksmaxxing too, Pierce. So I think Pierce is, he kind of went in there a little bit disgenuine. He did this same thing with Nick Fuentes, in my opinion. And I think he just saw Clavicular hanging out with Nick Fuentes and kind of painted a picture of him in that direction and wanted to go political, which Clavicular was just there to talk about looksmaxxing.
Yep. All right. I think I found it. I'm not positive, but let's see.
All right. Let's see the wordings that he said there.
Is it so? To be fair, this is not the specific clip that I was talking about, but this is him talking to
Knowles,
Michael
right?
Knowles.
Michael
Yeah.
Knowles.
So, like I said, I'd seen him talk. Oh, muted.
Everything, man. Even I think with what happened on October 7th as well. Like, come on, you can't argue that,
So
bro.
you're saying no, they shouldn't vote for any Republican. The right wingers should
Not
not
until
vote for the Republican.
not until the right actually wants to do the things that they're promising.
So is there a candidate you would prefer? I assume you don't actually want to vote for Newsom. Maybe you do. Maybe
No,
you are a Democrat.
no.
No. Okay. So then who
No.
do I want to vote for?
I think he was going to say Nick Fuentes, even though Nick will never run.
I'll vote for Fuentes.
Vote for. I used.
But okay, so that kind of that essentially goes to your point that that was just kind of like that wasn't a political statement. That was a
Right.
looks statement.
Yeah.
Between JD Vance and
Yep.
Gavin Newsom looks better, and that's what I care about.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's there to promote his agenda, which is young men, especially adolescents, young men should focus on their looks because this is kind of his whole thing. Remember, we already had Fresh and Fit doing the finance stuff. If you get rich, you can get girls. That's true. If you're really attractive, like Clavicular, you can also get girls. So his whole thing isn't about finance. It's a niche within the self-improvement, I guess, genre of the red pill, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's what he's maximizing.
So what do you think that us as millennial influence is a strong word, but people who are trying to influence other people, how do you think we care about this kid, and what is our role in dispelling to either to the younger generation why they shouldn't be listening to him, or to our own and older generations why this is happening?
Oh man, dude, that's a good question. First point that you made, should we care about Clavicular? Should the right embrace Clavicular? I don't think so. I don't think the kid really gives a fuck about politics in the first place. But what made him very big was Michael Knowles, amplified him in the right. So did Brett Cooper, right? So we do have right-wing influencers kind of amplifying his kind of looksmaxxing stuff. But at the same time, he's not really political that much, dude. Like, the kid doesn't give a fuck about politics. He wants to have men, young kids max out their looks. Totally fine with me. I think the dating market nowadays is pretty brutal, and looksmaxxing would probably help. So
Yeah.
I think we should separate that. But as far as your second question goes, does this really affect the culture? Yeah, it does. 100%. Not only that, is because of the dating market, we see a lot of young men, with like the Andrew Tates, the Myron Gaines. Literally, Kamala Harris credited Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines to influence more men to vote against her. So this is a political thing. And I could see why people on the right and the left have an issue with Clavicular, because he is kind of more or less a subgenre of those guys.
Fair enough. I generally completely agree. Let's shout out our boy Avery. Welcome. How familiar are you with this Clavicular guy? I know you were in the chat for a little bit, but
I had seen him in shorts in YouTube shorts 2 months ago, talking about how he uses meth to stay lean and all this other crap, and I'm just like, this guy's a dumbass, Skip. Like, I'm not about to hear or listen to someone who's advocating for the fucking usage of methamphetamine to stay lean, to care about your look. No.
So then you would agree that perhaps if there is somebody like myself or Jake who would like to be of some type of influence. Well, yeah, that too.
Ripped too.
Soil the Soul saying, I want my 15-year-old son to start caring about his appearance, but definitely not looks maxing. I hope that stuff skips him at least. And now Soil the Soul is more equipped. You're like, hey, you're not like fucking with this Clavicular dude, right? Like your appearance matters. You absolutely. And so that's that. Do you think that is something that we'll just talk about me? You know more my my goal and what we do here. Do you think that fits in what I'm doing, or am I trying to force that in? I don't like the pause, but go for
Avery.
I'm sorry, I didn't know who you were talking to. I thought you were responding to.
Do you think do you think this fits in like the vein of like what people come to TIJ for, or is this? Do you feel like I'm trying to kind of force this in there?
What the fuck's TIJ? I live under
the Indian Jesus channel, bro. You're on it right now. You're on the channel right now as we speak, bro.
I mean,
does this fall in line with Indian Jesus?
We can talk about whatever the hell you want to, man. It's your channel.
Yeah, I know that, but that's
not
the question. You are a viewer.
Yeah.
So does this feel like it falls in line with what the message of this channel is, or not really?
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I would say so. I mean, me, I just don't give a shit about the dude in general, though.
I would agree.
I can see the negative consequences of that dude gaining popularity would look like 100%.
Yeah.
Like if he normalizes taking methamphetamine for looking good, that's really bad for the younger generations.
So I'll tell you this. You said you saw shorts of it, right? And then you saw like 10 seconds. You were like, skip. I don't know the context of him saying that to do meth in order to look good. I don't know.
He does it to stay lean.
But okay, okay. I'd have to look at the clip exactly what he said here, and I get you. It already looks fucking horrible just on the shorts. It looks bad. But I'd have to listen to his argument in order to break that down, because I'm a guy that wants to hear it all out and break it down myself before I really attack this individual. So I'm not too sure what you're talking about there. Yeah.
I mean, I could actually, I'm gonna actually try and find it real quick.
Oh, wait, we got Looksmaxxer TV. Looksmaxxer TV, isn't that convenient?
So actually, you have a new lean maxing strategy that's quite controversial.
This is so this video from this channel was posted in October, but this stream feels a little bit older.
Yeah, he looks a little different.
He looks a little not maxed, if I'm saying. And
he's a ripped kid, bro.
The $5 TTS, I mean, he's probably up at 50 by now. But let's see what.
So I actually do have a new lean maxing strategy that's quite controversial. You know, and I'm not exactly going to advise that you do this, but what I did was I basically blasted a ton of different Adderalls and amphetamines for about 3 days and stayed awake. Mark, you want to say what's up?
Yeah, wait, can I chill on the stream for a bit?
Yeah. Come say what's up.
Okay.
Or do you want me to finish my segment? And
Yeah,
then...
keep talking.
All right. Yeah. So that's Cookie in the back. So I was going to talk about a controversial
amphetamine instead of
hack. I don't know if you want to get caught up in that. So basically what I did was for 3 days, I spammed a combination of Adderall and methamphetamine for appetite suppression. And I literally went on a 3-day fast and stayed awake the entire time. And I lost 5 pounds. So that was kind of the craziest thing I've done. It was pretty neurotoxic to be up that long, but thankfully we have, something called cerebrolysin to recover from the neurotoxicity and from, the drug exposure, stuff like that. Yeah. So that was probably the craziest thing I've ever done, but it's a look, like I said, guys, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm some good influence. Don't.
Okay. Hold on.
Do that. Don't do that.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It's frozen.
Yeah, everything's frozen. I think Lutch is frozen too.
Lutch is frozen too.
Are we back? Are we good?
Yeah,
we're good now.
We're good now.
There we go.
Let's play the rest of that clip here.
Yeah, let's back this up a couple seconds.
Don't do that. That's what I did. I'm crazy, right? I'm the crazy guy. I was tweaking the fuck out. So yeah, I was essentially doing math for hollow cheeks, guys. I just to come clean and let you know what I was doing. So that was probably one of the craziest looks maxing methods. I think I'm probably the only one who's ever actually did that in my entire life. So I was literally just tweaker maxing.
He's not
for lean.
Tweaker maxing, bro.
So I was also on 10mg Retta. Dude, I was at dinner and I ordered a burger, and dude, literally the server brought it over, right? And I picked up the burger and I was like, nope. I literally started laughing. And then I just like paid the bill and left. I was like, I can't do this. I literally.
Okay.
Yeah, Meth will do that to you, bro.
That Meth will do that to you. Now, by the way, now that we got the full context here, he did say, hey, I wouldn't recommend this shit at all. I'm just crazy. I'm a crazy lunatic here.
But still.
And I'm not a good influencer. Don't follow this. But this is he's just telling the story of the craziest thing he did in order to lose 5 pounds in 3 days.
But people are still probably going to look, oh, he did it, so I'm going to do it. You know how stupid the average person is, man.
But that doesn't fall on him, though. That's my point, is that he already did a disclaimer saying, don't do this shit. Again, he's not a political guy. He's not any of that. He's saying a story of the craziest thing he's done in order to lose weight. I think that's, hey, don't follow that. Okay? He's not actually advocating for it. So, I mean, I can't fault the kid for that.
Agreed. However, the nuance is that you're right. He unequivocally said you should not do this.
Exactly.
But like Avery said, even though he said that, like according to him, it worked. I mean, it's 3 days, bro. Like you can't not eat for 3 days, and you care this much about your looks. You can't. Anyway,
you're talking about willpower. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I think caring about your image that much to do drugs and did not eat and not actually take care of yourself in a normal way is a mental illness. Like you're so consumed with your image on how you look and how people perceive you that's bad. That I think that's a consequence of social media and the impact that it's had on our culture.
Sure. Yeah, I could see that, especially when it comes to women. Women definitely are the biggest victims of that.
True.
Exactly.
I want to show you one.
And now it's hitting the men.
Are you true?
With the dating market nowadays, I mean, men just want to scrape the barrel of anything in order to get some pussy, bro. Like, to be honest, like, you know, so they'll try anything. I did
that shit like 4 years ago, man. I got tired of chasing.
No, it's all good. I've never had issues getting poon, but you know, I mean, in the current dating market, I get it. You know.
Yeah. So so before we get the full effect, are you familiar, Jake and Avery? You familiar with bone smashing?
I'm only familiar with it because what's his name? Clavicular explained it a bit on Piers Morgan. That's as far familiar that I'm with.
Okay, well, I got a 46-second clip here. Okay. Let's see what bone smashing is.
I think you had explained this to me yesterday too, Lutch. That's the first time I've heard of this.
Bone smashing back in the day would mean a completely different thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Totally different in our fucking millennials.
Damn.
Yeah, I bone smash that bitch.
Before I actually play the video, let's actually take a look at what his face looks like here versus what does face look like here? I mean, even if we go, you know, that's a little bit clearer of a versus whatever he's about to do. I mean, it worked.
It worked, bro. He's a lot more handsome.
Yeah, but what about the long-term effects of this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
You make micro fractures in the bone.
Damn, you can hear that.
Fuck, that's starting to hurt, man. Let's do a little bit more.
No shit. When you hit metal on your face, it's gonna hurt.
I know it hurts, but that means it's
I'm about to beer max. I gotta promote beer maxing, bro.
Look at me. I've been bone smashing for about 2 years, and I have gotten improvements. And I used to have flat zygotes pretty much, but bone smash for about 2 years from this point, pretty much.
Yeah. So it's taking a heavy object, usually a hammer or something like a hammer,
right?
Making micro fractures in your face, so that when it heals, it becomes a
little smaller,
more. So
this is like self microplastic surgery.
Yeah,
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know, but
what do we think about him being a plant? I don't know. I feel like this is kind of.
I hate the idea.
Everyone's a plant nowadays, bro.
Yeah, but like,
we're
dude,
plants.
Just because someone gets promoted on social media or like something big happens, cool. The industry or the platform could be trying to promote that ideology, but that person doesn't fucking know it. Oh, cool. I hit the algorithm. I'm getting bigger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I agree. I'm glad you guys said that. I think that's such a common thing. Everybody's a plant.
Everyone's a plant now.
Come on.
I'm a plant.
I'm a plant. Yeah, I'm a plant.
Yeah.
I wish
I'm
I
a
could
fucking-
be a.
I'm a fucking
man. That'd be great.
I'm a fucking daisy, bro. I'm a daisy. Those smell nice, so I do smell nice.
Shout out to feds everywhere, right? But Soul of the Soul, that was a little about plants, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Wonders of the world said Trump sucks. Does he though?
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Is it just a hustle? I mean, it's not a hustle, but it's definitely not just a hustle.
Yeah.
But so bring it back to the point there is that it's not so much about this guy Clavicular. It's not so much about the Nick Fuentes. It's not so much about Nick Fuentes. It's about the type of people who are breaking this left-right paradigm that we've been so used to, and that there is a separation, and dare I say a boomerification. There's the boomers who don't get it, and the non-boomers who are into it, don't like it, don't care, but get it. And say, okay, this is not my thing, but I am understanding enough of what is going on to see how this fits in. Because I agree, Clavicular is not a political person, but that doesn't mean that liking Clavicular is completely apolitical.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely not.
It's not. But also, I'd have to look at his audience, bro. I don't know how invented everyone who voted for Trump is. Okay, yeah, same, right here.
I guess I'm a racist. I mean, I love Hispanic women, but I guess I'm a racist. You know, guess I'm a racist because I voted for Trump.
There you
But,
go.
You know, even though I like Hispanic women.
There you go.
Utes, exactly. That is what we're doing. We're learning what the Utes. What is it? What is a Ute?
A Utes.
Exactly.
Isn't that from the Utes?
That's from
that movie. What? My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
The Utes.
The two Utes.
The two Utes. What's a Ute? See, that's how I know you're my age, bro. That's how I know.
What is her face? Fucking Melissa. What's her face?
Melissa.
God.
I forgot her fucking name. She was like a hot chick back in the day. Yeah.
What's her fucking name?
Or a heartthrob, as they call it.
Oh yeah. So and the fact that the reason that I wanted to talk about this, but I was scared to use a whole stream on this. I didn't know. I was scared whether or not people would pick up what I was putting down. And there was a lot of before you guys got here. There was a lot of like, wait, what are we doing? Like, why do you care about this? And but I think this is
it matters. It matters.
Yeah, if this is the first time that you've had. Well, certainly if this is your first time here, I am willing to go. Marissa Tomei, thank you. God,
Marissa Tomei. There you go. That's the fucking chick's name.
Who the fuck
Marissa
is
Tomei.
that?
She was the one that played.
Clock is ticking like that. Oh my god.
She was in My Cousin Vinny, dude. She was the chick in My Cousin Vinny.
Oh yeah, she's hot.
She's hot. Yeah.
She's good looking.
Oh Jesus Christ! What did I do?
God, she's 61.
Now she is. Back when My Cousin Vinny was made in the 80s or some shit, 90s.
My cousin.
You know what? You know what would be my version of this? Do y'all know who Katie Sackhoff is? She played Starbuck in Battlestar Galactica, the remake, and then she played in The Mandalorian recently.
Oh, I have seen Battlestar Galactica. Was she the chick?
Yeah,
she
she
was
played
like the main
Starbuck.
chick. Okay, yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, there you go. That chick.
Let's see
Marissa
this one.
Tomei. Yeah.
My biological clock.
She had that thick ass Jersey accent.
Oh god damn it.
Jersey.
The Jersey.
All right, this might get claimed, but fuck it.
Maybe.
This is commentary. We're commentating.
We're
commentating
commentating
over
on
it.
that, so we can kind of like shoot out the.
Yeah. Just like do like
do anything about
10-second intervals.
And well, I hate to bring it up because I know you got enough pressure on you already.
Yeah, her accent's hot.
But
It's
we
really
agreed to
deep.
get married
Yeah,
as soon
too.
as you won your first case. Meanwhile, 10 years later, my niece, the
I would
daughter
love for
of
her
my
to yell at
sister,
me.
is getting married. My biological clock is ticking like this, and the way this case is going, I ain't never getting married.
Oh, we gotta bring it up. Oh my god, I love this woman. I love
Yeah,
this woman.
and remember in the '90s, women wanted to get married and have kids.
Yeah.
You don't see a woman like that these days, bro.
No, they're all thoughts.
Yeah, they're all thoughts, bro.
Probably not though, right? Probably not.
You guys laughing now, but I didn't even read it. Who cares? He's an idiot.
Yeah, you guys are laughing now, but you'll be broke very soon for voting for Trump. I'm set. I'm set for life because of inheritance. Oh, so another.
Oh, good for
privileged
you, you
liberal.
little fucking inheritance
Another
baby.
privileged liberal.
Yeah, like what the fuck? I was more broke under Biden than I am now under Trump. I don't want to hear that shit. And I live paycheck to paycheck, so go fuck yourself. You're completely detached from the reality of this shit, man.
Yep.
Wonders. You're very detached.
I wish I was smart enough to fucking put that together. I wish I was smart enough to put that together because, of course, the worst opinions always come from privileged liberals.
There you go. There you go. You did a great Cenk Uygur impression. Of course.
Of course. All right, let's get the rest of this.
Dick, you can't be serious about that.
Nah, I'm not.
I don't need this.
No, I'm talking
I
about
swear
Dick.
to God,
Wait, that's
I
you?
do not need this right now, okay? I got a judge that's just aching to throw me in jail. An idiot who wants to fight me for $200. Slaughtered pigs. Giant loud whistles. I ain't slept in 5 days. I got no money, a dress code problem, and a little murder case, which in the balance holds the lives of 2 innocent kids. Not to mention your
Biological clock.
My career,
Right.
your life, our marriage, and let me see, what
there
else can we
anything else?
pile on? Is there any more shit we could pile on to the top of the outcome of this case? Is it possible?
I love his fucking reactions to this.
Fuck
His
yeah.
acting's really good.
Maybe
Yeah.
it was a bad time to bring it up.
Yes.
Sorry, all right?
So good, bro. So good, man.
Man.
I'm telling you, yeah, these chicks be attacking you while like the world is falling on your shoulders, man. You know?
Literally, man. And that is, I mean, it's that's why I don't have a. It makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Why there are clavicular types. That's an old movie. What year did that come out?
1992, according to the title.
1992. That's 24 years.
Yeah.
And still we are living in a culture where that is the female mentality.
Mm-hmm.
And dudes are getting tired of it. And I'm not saying that the reaction of people like either a Nick Fuentes, which is like, I'm gonna be a Christian nationalist and I don't fucking care about any bitch and they should all die. I don't know what the fuck he says, but or like, yeah, I'm gonna smash my face in so I can fuck them all. I don't think either of those are the answers, but I think it's important to understand that that's where these kids are.
Yeah, no, I get you, dude. I get you, man. But nevertheless, like when you talk about Clavicular, he's not a Christian nationalist. He's not any of this. The crazy thing about like this whole what do you call it? I guess like Avengers, Red Pill Avengers, whatever you want to call them, bro. You have people like Fuentes, who's a racist, white supremacist. You have Myron Gaines, who's a black white supremacist. Andrew Tate, who's a Muslim, I don't know, Muslim. You have like this diversity of the Avengers. They're calling them fucking, racist. It's just insane to me, bro. But
I know
it's diverse. It's pretty diverse.
I know we are annoyed at people calling people plants, but I genuinely do believe Nick Fuentes is a plant. There was released body cam footage when there were people at his house like protesting and breaking shit. Y'all can find this. I can actually go find this. I'll post it in your Discord. But on there, he literally tells the cop that he's a homosexual. like he literally admits that.
Put that in the Discord. We gotta watch that right now,
dude. It's
okay. Was he being hyperbolic there, dude? I don't think Fuentes is a homosexual, but
he calls himself a fucking virgin too. He says he's never been with a woman. So it's
where saying you're gay is hyperbole for.
I don't know the context here, bro. I mean,
that's what I'm saying, Avery. Let's get that.
But that is pretty bad. It is pretty bad. If he did say that, it's gonna be hard to defend.
Positive track maxing. So what can we do? What can we do? Oh, positive traction maxing, positive traction maxing, positive traction maxing, positive traction maxing. That was 4, bitch. What can we do about these lost souls? These kids that are through really no fault of their own, getting siloed into these algorithmic echo chambers. What do you do? Because I would like you to do something.
Well, Avery, go ahead and answer the question first. I mean, if you want, I can answer it as well.
Hold on. What was the question? I'm trying to find that video. What's
Oh,
up?
I'm sorry.
What was it?
Well,
no. Go ahead. No, I'll answer it. Fuck it. What's up?
How do we reach these kids? No, the kids that are into the whether it's a Nick Fuentes or a Clavicular who are not tracking on what we as quote unquote adults understand as the left-right paradigm. How do we address that?
Unfortunately, it's going to be one of those cases where they're just going to have to get deceived by the people that they look up to, just like we have in our lives, man. It's a live and learn situation. That's how I look at it.
So what exactly do you mean by that?
But like, how do we reach them to like stop listening to those kinds of people? Or
I think what Avery meant is you can't do it, and you have to make them like basically make the mistakes and realize it themselves. I think that was what Avery was pointing
yeah, exactly.
to. Unless I'm wrong.
No, that's valid.
Yeah, you make a good point. I think that we like every generation has gone through like stuff that the older generation has known. Like, hey, this is not good. I mean, who was bringing up Tide Pods before? Like that was,
oh God,
I remember that.
Thing. I was in college or out of college by the time that thing happened. But whatever, that was definitely a millennial.
I guess a good example for me with that would be with Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro was like the so I was in the educational system right when that socialist commie crap started getting pushed onto children. So I have actual experience with this. This is when it was starting when I was in high school. And I was 14 and I started like listening to Ben Shapiro, and everyone said Ben Shapiro was a racist. And I'm just like, well, hold on. He makes sense, actually. Sure. And then as I got older, there was a lot of things that Ben Shapiro had said that I didn't agree with that just was complete bullshit. Like his fucking, he's Jewish. So obviously he's going to have an opinion on Israel and all that other crap.
Sure.
So
I think I fall into the same line with you. But however, during the time when Ben Shapiro was beating up the woke college kids, I still agree with them. Even if you look back at those videos, I still agree with them. So it's not about agreeing with every single fucking thing that you have on influencers. Look, I was a big Jordan Peterson guy back in the day, right? Right now, dude, I have some issues with Peterson now, right? You see that with every fucking thing. The problem comes where you have particular individuals that will just agree with every single thing that they like their influencers on. But I don't think that's the majority of the individuals that watch them. Like, for example, with Fresh and Fit, back in the day, they were getting like 20,000, 25,000, sometimes 30K live viewers on their shows for years.
I was one of those losers.
Yeah, but for years, hold up. For years, bro. Now you look at their count here. With the combination of Rumble and YouTube, they don't even get close to those numbers. It's around that 10,000 to 15,000 mark. Still great numbers. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, they were doubling that shit
YouTube,
back in the day.
You don't think that's a lot to do with the fact that they're not on YouTube?
Well, they still are on YouTube. They're just not monetized. They just don't make money off of YouTube. But they still are on YouTube.
Well, okay. I get that. But I have a feeling... Because if you think about let's specifically talk about Fresh and Fit. Because for those of you who don't know, some of you will know this, but as I am 5'4". I'm a short king, baby. Yeah, do you think?
Hell yeah,
shorter than you, man. I'm 5'1".
Let's
You're
go.
5'1"?
Short kings in the
first time ever. I'm the tallest guy on the panel. Dude. Holy shit!
I got fucked in the genetics department, bro. My mom's 4'11", 4'10". My dad's 5'8". I got fucked.
Yeah, you should have been the 5'8" with your dad.
Hold on. This is very clearly and obviously the best flavor of Gatorade.
You're insane.
No, it's not. It's the white Gatorade.
Red. Oh, y'all
it's
are
the
crazy.
White, bro. The white Gatorade.
Y'all are insane.
Good. Red is the most basic fucking color.
Exactly.
It's fruit punch
but the
good.
Next one is the baby blue. What are you talking about? The next one's the baby blue is the most basic.
Have y'all
shit.
had the mashups where they mix flavors together? Those are fucking good.
Those are pretty good. Yeah, but my favorite is
lime goes perfect with Fireball.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go. But yeah,
Bro,
white Gatorade is the best.
Fireball in college, man.
Yo.
Oh god.
We got Myron Gaines' cousin in the building. All right. So story time. I just in general, I had a little bit of a, I guess, sheltered from life, sheltered from women life type deal. Where I was in a long-term relationship in high school. I met my high school girlfriend in 8th grade and like immediately fell in love with her, and like whatever. And we didn't like actually become official, but we were in high school and we were together most of high school. First kiss, first everything, first
Your
whatever.
first. Okay. Did you have sex with her?
Yeah. And
Okay.
then,
First everything. Okay.
I hooked up with a few girls after we broke up. Like I was a senior and I was single, so I hooked up with a few girls in between, but nothing really that like stuck. Then, like literally at my college orientation, I'm just this type of dude where I see what I see and I'm like, boom, I want that.
You want
I
that?
saw this chick and I was like, oh, I want that. And so we had the orientation like sometime in the summer, and I got a number and whatever, and we were talking all through. She had a boyfriend, and it was like 9 months or some shit. And it might have been into the next semester, but eventually, I got in and did my thing, and we were together. And then we were the most of the first semester of college, I was focused on her. And again, I did my thing, but I wanted to be in a relationship with her. And so then by whatever point we were together for another 3 years or so, same kind of deal where it's like by the time I was a senior, I was single. But all of that time, so between 8th grade and graduating from high school, I really only spent 2 years as a single dude on the market. And so I just didn't really get that
dating experience.
Yeah,
like, with multiple girls.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Oh,
and
wow,
so
okay.
I was, by the time I had broken up and by the time I had gotten out of college and I'm just like in the adult dating real world,
right?
I was still in this blue pilled beta mindset, like girls are sugar and spice and everything nice.
Big mistake, my friend.
Yeah. So
big mistake.
Yeah. And so things, who was the bald guy that just debated Andrew Wilson? Rich Cooper.
Yeah, Rich Cooper.
Fresh and Fit. Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels. Very popular. Yeah.
That was very very big in terms of my understanding of like, oh, okay. Like it's number one, the fact that I'm short. Not gonna cry about it, but let's not pretend that doesn't fucking matter.
It does matter. Yeah, I totally get you there. Trust me, I'm short too, bro. Right? Not as short as you, but I am still short.
Yeah. And then just like being that guy, like hey, I'm fucking soft, dude. I'm sorry, I'm a soft ass dude. I'm sensitive. Like it is what it is. I ain't here to bullshit nobody.
Yeah.
And I just didn't know that wasn't cool until I found these red pill content creators. And so there was a lot of learning that came from that. But I had to also understand, like, oh, okay, the red pill manosphere space should be a pit stop. Like there's information there to pick up so that but if you get too deep in, then it's not going to work out well.
Totally get you there. Totally 100% understand. Now, for me, we had two different paths, Indian Jesus, just FYI, bro. So for me personally, I was a guitar player in a rock band, a heavy metal band. And so, of course, I was, having conversations with multiple people, men and women. Not only that, I was a very, very good guitar player. I was a fucking shredder. I was very talented at what I did. So with that being said, I kind of got a lot more attention from other women within that sphere, that to the point where I didn't really have too many issues getting laid. Now, I did, I had dated girls. Did I cheat during that time? Because yeah, of course. Okay, I'm going to admit it. All right, I'm the Christian here. You're the atheist. So wrong, bad. Shouldn't do that stuff. But I did do it. And so I'm just saying, like, when I was introduced to the red pill manosphere stuff, a lot of the shit that Myron Gaines and Rich Cooper and many of these gentlemen were kind of talking about made a lot of sense. Their descriptors made perfect sense because I kind of experienced that. Now, again, I'm not a looksmaxxer. I'm not a millionaire or anything like that, but I was still able to rack up a good fucking 60 bitches that I banged, all right? again, it's pretty fun.
You throwing out numbers like that.
Yeah, but again, I'm in a fucking hierarchy of music, right? It's liberal, super liberal. Okay, people did drugs, people drank a lot of alcohol. I didn't do drugs, but it comes with kind of the territory. Okay, so looking at it and interacting with women during that time, their descriptors made a lot of sense to me. You know, it's not that I had issues picking up women, but what really shot out to me was Myron, even Rich Cooper talking about kind of like keeping a woman. That's what really kind of stood out to me was, wait a second. I was still fucking working at McDonald's, living at home with my parents. Yeah, I'm getting pussy. I don't have necessarily the finances, but my last girlfriend left me because I'm working at McDonald's and I'm kind of a loser. Like once the band broke up, what else is she really attracted to, right? So that kind of like pushed me to the scale of the psychosis of the woman. And that's where I was kind of like, this makes a lot of sense to me, you know? So that's where I come from. But yeah, I was never, I mean, I guess I was kind of blue-pilled because, yeah, I did fall in love with my girlfriends, even though I was banging poon on the side. I enjoy poon.
I mean, that's just like outside of the red pill, blue pill, black pill spectrum. I think that's just like, you know, like the atheist. Actually, I've dropped that now. I'm an agnostic non-theist. But
you're still an atheist, bro.
Never cheated on anyone.
Nice.
But you know, I did some shit I wasn't supposed to be doing. But
you're a good guy though, right? Like Glover. You ever read Glover's book? Robert Glover. You ever read his book? I think it's No More Mr. Nice Guy. He talks about like men that are like blue-pilled nice dudes that don't actually get laid. You know? Kind of sounds like maybe you were in that category.
Yeah, I had a whole bunch of female friends, and like it's like this kind of overlapped with like when I was going through like my addiction and stuff, and then there was a period where you know, I couldn't smoke because I was on probation, so I was drinking a lot more, and I mean, you guys have seen me, right? And I don't claim to not be an addict, and you know, we do that shit, but
you're a functioning addict. Let's just all admit that. So am I. So am I.
All right. Well, maybe I'm a functional alcoholic. I'll say that. I don't do I don't do weed or any of that.
I mean, I'll put this out there. There was a member of the second tier on this channel who GM'd me and was like, "Hey man," and on, you know, kind of on some unrelated bullshit, but still shitty. It was just like, "Hey man, I think my time and money are spent better spent elsewhere than watching you get drunk every night." You could have just done that. I didn't need to hear that, but okay.
No, I think you did need to hear it.
No, I didn't.
You did. I think it
wasn't about that. It wasn't about that. You want to know the story? You want to know the story?
Please tell me. Give me more context here.
Oh,
by the way, I have that shirt you're wearing, or the hoodie that you're wearing. I have a shirt of that. Yeah, I have the shirt of that.
It's a nice shirt. I have that. Wait. Where is it?
Hey, Morty.
But Morty is 15 years old, so he was first, and they stole the name. But so if you guys remember, if you are semi Tinderbox, and there you go. If you are semi regular to the Indian Jesus show, then there was a show where you know, we weren't getting a lot of super dads. Oh god damn it, I don't like tonight. And I was like, all right, if we hit this much, then you guys can pick my next tattoo. And I don't even remember what the number it was, but I put it. It's something that it was like, it wasn't that high, but it was like high enough that I was like, they're not gonna hit that.
Let you know what you should get. This is the tattoo that I want to get. I want to get the Fantastic Four, so all the characters, but have them be themed as like drugs.
That's a horrible tattoo, bro. It's a fucking horrible tattoo.
I already have. It's about that big. I already have a tie-dye smiley face with his tongue out and an acid tab. It's a tie-dye smiley.
That's fucking awesome.
His tongue out and an acid tab.
That's fucking awesome.
My drug tattoos covered. But yeah, so I was like, all right, if you guys hit the goal, then you guys can pick my next tattoo. Did not expect that, but okay, we hit the goal. I'm a man of my word. So then I was saying, I was like, all right, I'm gonna put up a community tab post. You guys put in, you know, different suggestions. I'll pick the best 4 and put it up for a poll, and you guys pick. So
Okay, fair enough.
everyone's doing that, right? And so this this member who shall remain unnamed out of respect for myself, I guess, not really them, but this member who was at the second tier was like, well, I should get like something extra for being a member, which first of all, you're absolutely right. I have not even been, I think nine women, yeah, not a lot. Not ashamed, because 6 of the years of my peak in a relationship. Anyway, so again, I was thinking with this tattoo idea that, there's going to be a poll with 4 options. So all right, whatever, fucking, I'll give him 1 option. He's going to pick something gay, and nobody's going to pick it. So then I get the other 3 options, and that's what people will pick.
Oh God.
Turns out his design won, but it was basic ass design. You're familiar with Sisyphus, right?
Sisyphus?
The
I have
fuck's
no idea.
that?
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Sisyphus, it's a Greek, I think. What the fuck? Hold on. A Greek story. Sisyphus was forced to push a boulder up a hill for eternity, knowing that when he reaches the top of the hill, that he is, it's going to roll back down. And so that was the not syphilis. And so that, the idea being that, like, you can still find happiness, you can still do this, you can still do that, whatever. But it has to be, it comes from that faith. And so we got a design that looked exactly like all of these basic ones, because it was going to go somewhere where, like here, where you guys would be able to see it on stream. So like over here, right here, something like that. And as you can see, all of these are very, very basic.
Yeah.
If it gets more complicated, then you're using more space. But if we look at the ones, they're all the same fucking tattoo. They're all exactly the same.
I don't know why people like get the same, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're putting art on your body. Don't you want it to be unique? Like, I mean, I got this half-ass yin yang symbol that I wasn't able to get finished, but like, it's themed earth. It's themed water and plants. You know what I mean? Like earth and fucking water.
It sounds gay.
I mean, I'm bi, so I mean, I guess it fits the bill.
Oh shit. Okay. Fuck. New information here.
Here's the thing, Death Poet.
I was trying to insult you. Turns out, like, okay.
I don't give a fuck. I'm very difficult to insult, man. I take a lot of shit in stride. So if you want to shoot slugs, bro, go ahead. It's fun.
Okay,
Just don't
awesome,
get mad
bro.
when I do it to you.
I won't. Don't trust me, bro. I won't. I just wanted to call you gay. That's all.
You a bitch.
I mean, you're right.
And turns out I'm right. Turns out not even to be an insult. Never mind.
So HR Death Poet, Sisyphus did win that poll, but I said in the parameters of like what was going on that I made the mistake of putting images with the poll options. And I said in the thing that, like, okay, this is just for you to kind of understand what I'm going off. This is not going to be the final design. I should not have done that. With the second, when I fixed this, I went without pictures. But Sisyphus won. And so, I'm a man of my word. I was like, God damn, I really didn't think this was going to happen. But whatever, Sisyphus is cool. I'm down to do this. I was just like, all right, well, I'm going to...
Whatever, syphilis is cool. I'm down to do this.
And so I was like, all right, I mean, like, I'll get that design, but it's obviously, it's not going to look like every other fucking tattoo in the world. It's, it's a very basic thing. So I want to be a little bit more unique. He got so offended by that because I didn't even think that, like, because I just put it in the Discord. I was just like, yeah, like, you won. I think that, like, the idea of him, exactly, Albert Camus. The idea of him pushing the boulder up, as we just saw, everybody has that thing. But the notion, especially if you go through Camus, the idea is that it's not about him pushing the boulder. It's about the fact that he knows the boulder is going to fall. And so I was thinking of like something different of like him watching the boulder fall or something like that. And I just kind of put it in a general context of like, yeah, this is basic. I want to do something better. So Kinsey is different than Camus. And he got so offended, and he dropped his membership. He quit the server, and then in that order, and then decided to DM me and be like, hey, I didn't appreciate how you publicly berated me or whatever. And I was like, bro, I honestly thought that it would be funny that I didn't want this. And then you're like, I got you get a tattoo that you didn't even want, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I wouldn't have DM'd you because
I would have chose a tattoo that Indian Jesus doesn't want. That's the whole point. Pay that money to do that specifically.
The other options were a Hindu god with many arms, but Trump's head. Hillary Clinton with a penis.
Oh, I would have got that one. I would have voted for that one for sure. Hillary Clinton with a penis, 100%. If it was Michelle Obama with a penis, I'd vote for that one over Hillary Clinton. So, yes.
I would have been down for any of those. But yeah, he was just like, and he was so fucking gay about it. And that's when he was saying the thing. So it wasn't just like random. It was about the tattoo thing. That's why it's shitty that he was like, yeah, I'm sick of watching. Like, I'm sick of watching you get drunk. It's like, bro, you know I'm an addict. I've been very, very open about that. If you want to hold that over my head, then goodbye. I don't need your $10 a month. That's less than $1 a stream. Like, you're not holding it over my head. Bye. And so even though that won, I was like, all right, that's baggage now. I'm not fucking putting that on my body. So we got to redo the poll with 4 options that I'm picking. And the Hindu god won. But my tattoo artist won't. She's afraid to do it. She's afraid to do it. She's like,
with valid reason.
Fair enough. And I haven't hit her up yet. I'm gonna be like, nah, like, yo, we got this. Because she's like, oh, you probably want, prime real estate, which is true. And she's like, oh, I think you're gonna, you're probably gonna, I probably put it over here or something. And if I put it on this side, then it doesn't have to be upside down, so I can just do that. And I know she's looking out for me, but it's like, honey, sweetie, I got this. I got it. So we'll see. So that's where we're at with the tattoo. I think, yeah, that's one of the, I don't even know.
It was probably Shiva, because Shiva's the one with the multiple arms.
Shiva.
So more than likely it's Shiva with Trump's head on it.
Yeah, and I think that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it is funny. That is funny.
I haven't answered her because I was having a weird dream this morning, and then I woke up, and that was the first thing I saw, and it kind of mixed together, and I kind of wasn't sure if that was part of the dream or if that was real life, and I was like, oh fuck, that was real life. So I didn't answer her. I was like, all right, let me just take some time and be like, yo, it's me. You put a fucking tie-dye smile. It's literally the entire back of my thigh. So,
do you have a picture of it, bro?
I don't.
Like on your computer or something that we can clearly see it?
Hold on. Let's do that. Hold on. Let's do this.
He's going to put it as his avatar, probably.
No, I just have to take my pants off to take the picture.
Okay, I misconstrued that. I was thinking it was like he was going to put it as the avatar. No, he needs to take his pants off really quick to take a picture, guys. Very awkward position I'm sure Indian Jesus is in right now to take a picture of that.
And, all right. Okay. All right. Hands on. Okay, we're good. So let me drop these in the Discord and pull them right up.
Oh, good.
And it really is a big fucking thing because it's not just the smiley face. It is. So we'll do that. So we have the copy link.
Lutch, I do want to ask you a question real quick, if you don't mind going off subject.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I know Dick Johnson 6505 was saying Trump 2028, and I remember. Oh, that's actually kind of cool.
Wait, hold on.
That's dope.
Where's the boulder that he's pushing up the hill, bro? You have the chat. You have the chat thing in front right here. Can you take that off really quickly?
Hold on. Let me do that.
Steve
as the actual that's too much.
There you go. Now I see it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I thought that was like a chemical compound at first.
Yeah,
it looked like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the chemical compound of LSD.
Okay.
And this is a smiling face.
Dude, the position that you're in,
you lifted up your leg all the way up.
Yeah, bro. That's the only way to fucking
You are flexible, bro. There's no way I'd be able to take that picture.
He's
That is-
Indian. They're flexible, man.
Yeah,
They invented the Kama Sutra. Shit.
Good fucking point, bro. They did invent that. Holy shit! And your face is still in there, like hi.
I went like that. That's not crazy.
Dude.
Fucking...
Yeah, us Mexicans can't do that shit. Like that's crazy.
Oh, Asians, we're flexible. I wish I had more fire.
But the question, and Dick had brought this up too. He said, "Fuck yeah, Trump right now. Fuck yeah, Trump 2028." Trump. The only thing that's gonna keep Trump in office is if it's a time of war and it's extremely serious to the point where holding an election brings like great national security risk to our country for fear of interference. That is the only situation in which that it is acceptable. If Trump somehow gets into office for a third term, without that happening, he's an illegitimate president and needs to be treated as such. And I have maintained that since the 2024 election. 2 terms and you're out. That's it.
Yeah, I always thought that the third term talk was stupid.
It is.
Yeah,
it really is. At that point, you become a tyrant.
Well, yeah.
I'm not a MAGA worshiper, Steve. Fuck you. I'm very disappointed with the Trump administration this term. Extremely.
Yep. And I mean, if for no other reason, that's why we never should have. We, meaning people who voted for Trump in 2024, should never been talking about a third term.
Yeah.
But it also is like we as much as Trump did or did not, and Jake's wishmaxing. There you go. We're all wishmaxers on stolen land.
Wishmaster.
We're all wishmaxers on stolen land. But
do you think Trump can... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the idea of Trump being there, that ship has sailed. We don't need that anymore. Like in 2016, politics was a particular thing that was done a particular way that needed that bull in a china shop to break all the barriers down and be like, okay, we can do things differently. Now we're at a place where the Democrats are like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn. And like, it's just a demonstration of how much that has changed. So the idea of being somebody who's brash, who is quick on their feet, who's throwing insults, like that's not even really an advantage anymore. And then you combine that with the fact that he's kind of become a pretty swampy politician. It's just like, obviously I prefer him to Kamala. There's no question there. But like, this is not Trump 1.0.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe him as a swampy politician. I wouldn't describe him that way. Unless you're talking about like what exactly is swampy about Trump? Is it the Israel situation?
The Epstein files. It's a Democrat
hold on.
Democrat hoax.
Hold on.
Did he not say that?
Your argument is he's become a swampy politician because you believe he's hiding the Epstein files? I mean, even though he's released 3 million pages?
I think what they're doing is they're cherry picking people because I think the whole like the idea of people thinking that, oh, he's just going to release them and not specifically target certain people.
Well, he didn't. Hold on. But Trump did not campaign on releasing the Epstein files. You guys realize that, right? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That wasn't a part of his campaign. It wasn't part of his campaign.
He may not have specifically stated as a promise.
He did a one-off interview in a podcast.
Why were Castro and Dan Bongino hired?
Why were they hired? I don't know why they were hired. Probably because he believed at the time that they were the best.
Files. Their whole thing was the Epstein. They were the Epstein files guys.
So hold on. You're claiming that Donald Trump hired Pan Bondi and what's his name, Kash Patel?
Yeah.
Because of the Epstein files?
I mean,
even though he doesn't want to release the Epstein files, but yet he hired people in his administration to specifically release the Epstein files? That doesn't make any sense.
Because it doesn't make any sense unless you understand that there was clearly and very obviously some point at which come on, Steve, do better. There's a point at which there was a switch. So the first moment that Trump was not pro releasing Epstein bullshit,
he never talked about it though. Like during his first term, he didn't talk about it. The only time we got like a snippet of him talking about the Epstein files was because his MAGA base was wanting the Epstein files. Then he said, yeah, we'll look into it. We'll see. And he didn't say that he was campaigning on releasing the Epstein files. He never did that. That wasn't one of his campaign promises. That's not true. He did end up releasing several documents on the Epstein files. He even said, even if I release the whole thing, people are still going to question it. And this makes sense from a conspiracy theories point of view.
So let me go.
So again, how does that make him swampy? He released the files, unlike Joe Biden or any other fucking politician prior before.
I don't think Lone Wolf is still here, but this is essentially the position that Lone Wolf.
Rowan has it right.
Ron said they should have been released without redacted names unless it was the victims in order to protect them. Agree. But let's go back and talk about the specific.
Everyone on this panel is against Epstein. What are you talking about?
Yeah, very obviously.
Yeah, of course.
When Bibi Netanyahu was here, there was a press conference with him. He was there. Trump was there, obviously. Pam Bondi was there. A journalist asked Pam Bondi about the Epstein files. And I'm pretty sure this was, I think this was after the binder thing. I'm pretty sure this was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. Trust me, they fumbled a lot of that stuff. They look really bad. I agree.
So at that is when Trump called it a hoax. He's like, why are we still caring about this?
Well, the reason why he called it a hoax wasn't because of that situation. It was because the Democratic Party, all of a sudden, liberals and the Democrats care about the Epstein files, even though they had 4 years under Joe Biden to release it, and all of a sudden they give a fuck about it. No, he's talking about them going after him.
What part of that is a hoax?
Well, the part of it is a hoax because Trump uses this hoax comment on multiple occasions. It's a Democratic hoax. The way he uses the hoax thing, if you ever look at his actual speeches and stuff like that, he calls things a hoax all the time. Usually when it comes to the Democratic Party going after him. The reason why the Democratic Party was doing the Epstein files is because they're insinuating that Donald Trump is a child molester. I'm sorry, a PDF file, bro. So that's where the hoax part comes in. Is that they are painting him as a PDF file, and he's saying this is a Democratic hoax. Yeah, that's where he was coming from on that.
That sounds like cope to me. Like
it's not cope, bro.
If you were the president and your name showed up in the Epstein files a bunch of times, but you very obviously knew that you didn't do anything untoward, or at the very least you didn't diddle any kids.
Yeah.
Show me the part of the hoax. What is the hoax?
The hoax would be that my political opponents are painting me as a.
Hold on. You guys, meaning the Democrats, think that I, as the president, am going to be implicated in these files. How does that not directly lead us to, okay, I'm just going to release the unredacted files and show you that you're wrong and that it was a hoax that you were trying to say?
Yeah, because, okay, so again, as far as the unredacted files, there's a lot of things in the Epstein files that we don't know about that could be detrimental to individuals that weren't in the that weren't necessarily PDF files. For example, Tony Hawk is in the fucking Epstein files. Tony Hawk has now had his reputation totally spewed out because his name showed up, and you saw a lot of these individuals that necessarily did not PDF file any of these kids, but now their reputation is at standards. This is why we need to release them This is why we need to release them by a slower margin, and you need to do it very, very, very carefully. And I think Trump understands that. Trump doesn't care what the Democratic Party thinks of him. They didn't release it under. Their whole claim is that he's a PDF file. This is what they're claiming here.
I'm with you there.
If he really was, they would have released it, or at least leaked it out.
Yeah, they had the files and they didn't release anything.
Exactly. So this is where the hoax part comes in. This is what Trump is talking about.
Just because the Democrats are worse, just because the Democrats legitimately tried to bury it
easily,
and, it doesn't make sense to me that Trump would be like, "Oh, this is a Democrat hoax. There's nothing there. We don't need to keep talking about this person." And then go to then get to the point where the files are released, redactions or not.
Sure.
That he would desire from the point at which he said it's a hoax, we don't need to worry about it, that it was overturned, like his will was overturned. Meaning, when he was running, when he hired Cash Patel, when he hired Dan Bongino, they're like, all right, we're going to get this shit out, whether or not he specifically said that or not.
He did not say that.
Then either he saw something in the files, somebody threatened him, something happened.
Oh, come on. There's a lot of assumptions there.
And why did he change? That's Occam's razor. You don't just change on a dime.
It's not No. It's not Occam's razor. I'll explain why.
When he hired Cash Patel, was he aware that the Democrats thought that Trump was going to be implicated?
I don't know if he thought that. I don't know, because again, he probably did. I'll say this. He probably did. However, the point being is that I don't think Trump really cared about the Epstein files that much, especially for the fact that he didn't campaign on it, bro. He did not campaign on releasing the Epstein files.
Why would you
his base,
not want to care about that, though?
Well, the reason why is probably because he was already president prior before. He probably didn't see it significant because he was worrying about the border. He was worrying about geopolitics. He has a lot of things on his plate that he's probably doesn't care about the Epstein files. That it's at the bottom of the list. This is why.
Has a lot of things to worry about.
Yes, yeah.
That's why we fucking spend an entire day to make sure that the right person is in office.
Yeah,
And
okay. I'm not saying Trump's perfect. I'm not saying Trump's perfect.
That was our number one. Okay, maybe number two.
No, it wasn't even. No, the number one reason why people voted him in was because of illegal immigration and the economy.
Okay, maybe number
the
one.
The Epstein files was like number 9, bro. Like nobody really gave a fuck about the Epstein files other than the fringe right, like me and you. Me and you cared about it a lot. But as far as the actual voter base, the people that were independent weren't talking about the Epstein files like we were, bro. This is why the Epstein files wasn't on his list. This is why he didn't campaign on it.
So, what do you think are the top 5 reasons that people voted for Trump if it's not Epstein?
Yeah, okay. If I had to guess the top, I don't have it at the top of my head, but I know illegal immigration, the economy, those 2 were the biggest ones. Economy as well as illegal immigration, which he's done pretty good on it. The no new wars thing, like he's another one. As far as like not having conflict within other nations, that was a big one too. And yeah. And then inflation, stuff like this. You know, like this is what people voted for Trump on. I don't have the exact things, but the Epstein files wasn't on there, bro. He didn't campaign on that.
I'll agree. Fine. I'll concede that it was not top 5. You can never convince me that Dan Bongino and Cash Patel were hired because nobody cared about the Epstein files. That is right.
No. I don't know why they were hired specifically.
Because they were because they said they could get the Epstein files out.
Okay. Again. I don't know specifically. That's a good analogy. Maybe they were because of the Epstein files. But if your claim is Trump is hiding the Epstein files because whatever reason you think, all right, or that he doesn't want to release them, why wouldn't he want to release them and clear up his name? Why would he hire Dan Bongino and Cash Patel if his whole goal was for them to release the Epstein files? That makes no sense. This is a contradiction.
Okay, no, because it could be at the time of when you're like, okay, we're gonna put Cash Patel and Dan Bongino in. I'm Trump. I'm thinking, I haven't promised this to anybody, but very clearly my base cares about the Epstein files. So we're gonna put these guys who are really good with the Epstein files at the head of the FBI to make sure that this has gone right. And then something happened. His family was threatened. Maybe it is as simple as he decided. He saw.
Do you think Mossad threatened Donald Trump?
That what?
Do you believe that maybe Mossad?
I think that's a possibility.
That? You think that's a possibility?
It could have been something like that. It could have been as simple as he saw what was in the unredacted files and had a stronger reaction to, oh, well, this is going to make everybody crazy, more crazy than I thought.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
So, okay, so we can...
Attitude changed.
Sure. Okay, fine. Let me just dabble with your claim here. Let me ask you this. If it's the case that Trump hired these guys in order to release the Epstein files, something happened, maybe Mossad threatened him and his family physically, maybe whatever the case was. Obviously, we saw Trump nearly get assassinated at one point. Do you think it's reasonable that Trump would say, you know what, I might have to think about my own family first before releasing these files and maybe doing it on a slower matter?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if that's the case, that's happening, he's actually doing that then, right?
Okay, fair.
So then why would he be a swampy politician
because you're telling me that it's a hoax.
No. I didn't tell you that. Trump said this is a Democratic hoax based off of the Democrats calling him a PDF file.
You being Trump. Because I'm mad at Trump and saying Trump is a swampy politician because Trump is lying to my face instead of being the guy who always was. Like,
do you want Trump to go? Hold on. Do you prefer Trump? Hold on.
Names and we don't really know. Whatever it is.
Okay, let me respond to that.
Even with the Israel shit.
Okay, great.
Israel shit.
So we established
whatever they want because they're fucking. His whole thing has been transparency, and since he's been elected again, he has not.
Okay, no, really quick. Let's say, because we already established that maybe it was Mossad that was threatening his family or something like that. You agreed that, yeah, probably not a good idea to release it all. Maybe in tidbits, you agreed on that, right? Let's say that is the case. Now you're saying, well, Trump said that it was a hoax. Now, if that is the case, again, wouldn't it be a good idea for Trump to release it in tidbits because potentially Donald Trump can get his ass killed? If it's the case that it's Mossad and Mossad has this power or whatever, like you believe the Jews ruled, whatever the case is, wouldn't you say that's a good idea?
Yeah.
Now you're sitting there saying, well, Trump fucking said it was a hoax. Is it a better idea for Trump to say, guys, I can't release the Epstein files because Mossad is threatening me? Wouldn't you say that Mossad would actually go after him if he told that truth? You're complaining that he didn't actually admit if that was the case. If it was the case that Mossad was threatening him, you're saying, well, he's still swampy because he's lying to us. Well, turns out he kind of has to if that's the case, right, Indian Jesus?
It's not just that. But you and
no. What you called him swampy because he lied about the hoax thing.
No, I
according
said that
to you.
was one reason. I said that was one reason.
Okay, well, let's talk about this reason alone. Hold on. Let's talk about this. I just want to talk about this reason really quick. If that's the case, why would it be a good idea for Trump to come out and say, I can't release the Epstein files because Mossad is going to assassinate me? Why would that be a good idea just to satisfy you, Indian Jesus, to know the truth?
Between the three of them, Trump, Bongino, and Patel, they all could have been like, hey, there's like, okay, this is going to be, a massive thing. So we are going to release little bits of information at a time so that the people can go through it and we don't have a Tony Hawk situation. But that's not what happened. First, it was nothing. First, it was a hoax. First, I've seen everything. Epstein didn't kill himself. Trust me, bro. And then it's like, oh wait, there's 3 million pages. Oh, there's 3 million more pages.
Let's not forget whenever he had that little photo op where he brought in a bunch of these online people,
No, I agree. That was bad.
That bullshit.
I agree that was a wrong move of how to release it. But again, that was Pan Bondi and Kash Patel that did that. They handled it incorrectly. I agree with you guys on that. My point is, if it's the case that Trump is being, and you guys agreed, that if he's being threatened, you're going to want to release it in a certain way. You agreed on that. Now, Lutch's point of view was, wait a second, why don't you just release it all the way back? And if the Democrats call you a PDF file, you could just clear your name.
Nope.
Well, that was one of your arguments prior before, Lutch. That was one of your arguments. Yes, it was.
It literally was not. I'm happy to explain it to you. Again,
because you wanted to appeal to the Democrats. That was one of your claims, bro.
I am saying that there is a way to tell people that, hey, we can't just drop all.
What's that way then? What's that way? Tell me how.
I don't know what actually the story is.
Then how do you know it would have been better than the way they did it? If you don't know,
it's not. But then if this is the best they can do, then I'm not fucking clapping for
it. Then what's your best way of doing it?
Again, if I had the information, I'd be able to tell you that. But all of this information has been fucking.
How do you? But again, they do have the information, so they thought at this moment in time this would be the best way of doing it.
Okay, hear me out. So I'm saying, let's assume that before the actual election, that he did not know why it should not be just dropped, and so he was on the side of like, yeah, we want to release this information. We want to be the most transparent. Whatever. That's always what we've been doing. Then he gets
the most transparent. Yeah, which they are.
Yeah, I agreed.
Okay,
it counts for this. So then he gets elected. Now he's actually seeing the files, and again, whether it is the fact that he realizes too many people are going to be implicated in so much information, or there are threats coming his way. I don't know. Whatever changed his mind, something changed his mind.
Sure.
And so you are acting like I'm saying he has to tell us state secrets as to why his mind was changed, which I'm not saying.
But this is why you called him a swampy.
What I am saying is that he could very easily be like, hey, I looked at the files. We're going to get everything out to you. But look, if we do it all like this, then it's going to be a whole lot of chaos and we just can't go.
But then he would have to go into a fucking cross-examination with all the reporters, bro. It's better off to fucking just avoid that and do it the way he was doing it. Again, calling it a hoax was because the Democrats was calling him, insinuating he was a PDF file.
They then dropped everything. Whatever reason he had to say, oh, we shouldn't drop everything, they didn't release it in tidbits. They did drop everything.
They didn't drop everything. There's still plenty of files there that haven't been released.
Yeah, the fucking the CP, right? Like,
well, I don't know exactly because there could be some information that actually can lead to other things.
Hours of video footage sitting.
It's still not the same thing. It's still not the entire Epstein files. Lutch, that's my point.
Okay,
my point is, look,
you think that 3 million pages is a tidbit?
Yeah, compared to how many pages are on the Epstein files.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, fair enough. If you think we have a multitude of 3 million page drops coming over the next few years, then I mean, I mean, certainly I don't know, but I don't think that seems
really quickly. Is your chat like roasting me right now? Whose side are they on? Me or you?
They're roasting everybody.
Well, yeah, Lone is with you. He was telling me, what did he say? He's like, you should listen, Lodge. But so
all right, at least I got somebody on my side.
Yeah, we're all over the place. So I think the real powers that be gave him a talking to. That's my conspiracy theorist thought. Exactly. And so if that was the case, and I could do better, but thank you. If that is the case, then there is a way for him to say, look, I obviously can't tell you all the state secrets, but I can.
He stated that already.
You need to do this in a certain way.
But he did that already, bro.
And so I just don't believe that a 3 million page redacted drop is a tidbit. And so I don't think any.
Is that a large exposure then?
I don't know what that word means.
Is that a large exposure? Exposing of the Epstein files. Is that large? Okay, great. It's large.
Yeah.
So therefore, you should thank Donald Trump for giving a large exposure of the Epstein files. Then
I do.
Okay, great. So then, how does that make him swampy? How does that make him swampy?
Because he didn't want to do it in the first place. He flip-flopped on it.
But he did it now.
Okay.
So
you don't. So
he did it. How does that make him swampy?
So the words of the president of the United States don't matter to you.
Yeah, they do. But he actually did it. He released a huge, according to you, a huge margin of the Epstein files. How does that make him swampy?
Because he lied about it.
No, dude. How did he lie?
Because he said it was a Democrat hoax.
It was. They were calling him a PDF file, insinuating that he was a PDF file in the Epstein files. That's the hoax part that he was talking about.
That's not the question. That was not the question that was brought up. He said we shouldn't be talking about this guy anymore.
Yeah, because he probably believed that this wasn't as big of a deal as the other things he has on his table. This is why he hired Pan Bondi and Kash Patel to do it for him, and they failed. I get it. Yes, they dropped the ball on a lot of things, but now we have 3 million pages, and it's a big thing. I think you should say, you know what? I forgive you, Trump. I was wrong about you of being swampy. You're not swampy at all because you would have never have gotten that through Joe Biden, Barack Obama, or George Bush.
I can be grateful that Trump is better than Biden and Bush and all those, and also
how is he swamp president then?
I mean, let's go. I mean, if you want to really talk about the swamp, there's a lot more war stuff that has to do with that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Epstein because you named that specifically.
Soil, you're 100% right.
I think that's unfair. I think that's an unfair comparison with the Epstein stuff. Okay, you can go with the war stuff, fine, but with the Epstein stuff, I think that's unfair.
That's why I think that he is just a politician now. He's a great politician, but he is just a politician now, in my eyes, because of the war stuff, because of the
every politician is just a politician, bro.
He wasn't.
But Trump wasn't at first. He was the outcast. He was the one that was going to go in there and rock the fucking vote.
Okay, but I'm saying if you're saying that he's just a politician, yeah, that's every politician at this point. I get it that he was the outcast. I totally understand that. However, right now, if you want to just call him another politician, well, if he is, he's doing a fucking better job than any fucking politician I've ever seen in my fucking lifetime.
He's doing a decent job.
I think he's doing better than
I
any.
still-
Name a politician that's better than Trump at this point. That's been more
Right now?
transparent than Trump. More transparent than Trump.
I still think Trump's like it's just not being fully honest with shit, man. Like,
Yeah,
like
but is he
it's-
more?
it's-
I get you. Is he more transparent than any other fucking politician? Because remember, he said the most transparent president. Would you at least have him be the most transparent president?
Okay. Look. I'll cede to you on that. Yes.
Okay.
But that still doesn't mean that our criticisms are invalid.
I'm not saying that. You have valid criticisms, but I'm saying that calling him a swampy president based off the Epstein files, I think is unfair.
Swampy
If you want to talk about the war stuff, you could probably make a better argument on that. Fine, fair enough. But the Epstein file stuff, I'm not buying that.
Fair enough. Like I said, it was all it's cumulative. I don't think that alone, because of the fact that I don't know what.
Can you at least take back the Epstein file stuff? We can talk about the war stuff. We can change topics.
No, because until I have an explanation as to why the message changed, then I will assume the worst because he is a politician.
Okay, what if he did this in 2016 when he wasn't just a politician? Would you have took his word from it?
I probably would have a little bit more faith in him, yeah.
A little bit more faith, or would you have taken his word?
I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know.
So there is a difference between, because again, you said, well, now he's just another politician. If he would have done this in 2016, now you're still saying, I still question him, just like you're doing now. So nothing's changed.
That's not what I said. I said I don't know because that didn't happen.
But you don't know now, and you didn't know then. It would be the same thing.
But if he if he told me that it was a Democrat hoax and then released 3 million files, then yes, I'd be
in 2016.
Yes.
Then you would believe him?
No, I was saying if in the same way I don't believe him that it was a hoax when he said it now, I wouldn't have believed it in 2016. So if he did that, then I would not have believed him.
Okay, so it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered if he was just another politician or if he was an outcast. That's what you're telling me. It wouldn't have mattered that. So I don't know why you guys brought that up.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, so Avery was saying that when you said that he's just another politician, you said no. Remember, he started off as an outcast. I said, okay, fine. What if he would have made those claims as an outcast? And you said you would still come to the same conclusion. So it wouldn't matter whether he was an outcast or whether he was just another politician.
No, I said I would give him more grace, but the specific aspect of telling me X and then Y would be a reason to not trust him.
Okay, but you still come to the same conclusion. You give him a little bit more grace, but you come to the same conclusion.
Why is it bad to not want to listen to liars?
It's not bad. I'm not making that claim that it's bad.
Okay, so what's the issue?
I'm just arguing on your claim that there's a difference between just another politician and him being an outcast. I think you still come to the same conclusion either way, regardless of you giving him grace or not. So that's what I'm saying. I think this is an unfair comparison with the Epstein files, calling him a swamp politician.
Well,
and yes, I have to defend Donald Trump right now.
We were already talking about the Epstein files, and I'm saying
I know
that that is just one aspect. And so combining that with he definitely ran on being the no new wars president.
Yeah, we can't. There's no new wars yet. So
we kidnapped the fucking president of a country.
Well, we don't know. Well, there's no war with Iran yet, so
it's happening.
Yet we are not 1 year into this.
So okay, yeah. What if it doesn't happen?
So hold on. I'm gonna.
Then thank you, Iran. Thank you, Iran. Thank you, Iran.
Let me explain this. Hold on. Let me explain this. I think Trump sees a greater war that is about to happen. Our real enemy is China and Russia. Okay,
Sure.
So explain to me. I've been talking about Iran for 3 months, even before Venezuela actually happened. I was telling Much, I'm like, hey, we need to take a closer look at Iran. Some shit's going on, or it's going to eventually. Then Trump ends up kidnapping Maduro. Okay, yeah. So and then he negotiates a deal between all these oil companies to go in there and parse out the oil, right?
Sure.
So a portion of it's coming to us and a portion of it's going to go to Venezuela. Okay, we have a lot of oil reserves. Venezuela has a lot of oil reserves. What do we need to keep the machines of war going? Oil.
Well, hold on. Again, there's no new wars.
I think I'm not saying there's a war right now, man. What I'm
saying
we
didn't go to war with Venezuela, right?
Hold on. Wait. You're missing my point.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the U.S. does not want. We don't want to use our own oil. It's been very obvious since a very long time. So if Trump sees that a war with China and Russia, or just Russia or China, is inevitable, we need an oil source to keep the machines of war going. That's what I think Venezuela was really about, and he used all the drug bullshit.
Okay.
As a You know what I mean?
As a mechanism in order to go into the land. I get you there. Okay, now I understand your argument. If Trump actually believes that we could be looking at war under him, that we could be. We don't know if we are, whatever. And if you 100% believe that claim? 100%?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
you 100% believe it?
I think before
I'm
the end of his
skeptical.
term, there will be a massive world war.
Okay, I'm skeptical on that.
At least the beginning of it.
Okay, well, hold on. The beginning of the war, or there's an actual war?
There's
a
very
difference there.
beginning or both. I think by the end of the Trump presidency, I think before the end of the Trump presidency, China is going to attempt to attack Taiwan.
Okay.
I genuinely believe that.
Okay, all right. You genuinely believe that. Fair enough.
Because if China controls Taiwan, they control 70% of the world's chip manufacturing.
100% agree. 100% agree on that.
And
Taiwan
that's
is very
the biggest
important.
That's the biggest way to cripple us.
I agree with you, bro. 100%. And I think this is valid to go to war with China for Taiwan. I think that's a valid excuse for that. Even under Donald Trump saying that there's no new wars under him, he's the no new wars president. But if it's valid that we need to do this, because just like what you explained there, you would forgive him on his claim there, right?
I mean, I do partially. I do partially. But him saying that and then doing all this, it's kind of like, dude, just be honest with the real reasons why we're doing this.
Would you rather him say, you know what? There is going to be a war under me if China wants to take over Taiwan, and there's going to be a war. And if he would have campaigned on that, do you think he would have won?
I think he would have.
No,
I think he would have.
Because again, a lot of the independents that voted for Trump, because remember, it's not just MAGA people that voted for Trump, bro. It was libertarians, it was independents.
And a lot of centrists as well.
And centrists as well. If he would have shot out that messaging, bro, the MAGA base is not enough for him to win that election. So I'm totally.
I still think other people would have still voted for him.
Bro, it wouldn't have happened. I'm telling you right now, it wouldn't have happened if he would have just been honest like that. Now because we are smarter, we understand the situation. We have to debate this stuff in order to clear these things out with lefties. But you're smarter than that. You know how elections work. You know how words mean a lot to individuals, and you know that the Democratic Party will take those words and call him a warmonger, thus affecting the election.
Okay,
so,
that's valid. That's
so this
valid.
is why he wouldn't fucking do those. Like, you would be a bad campaign manager if you gave him that advice, dude. So
no, that's valid.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to look at it from a totality point of view. I would forgive him because guess what? If it's inedible, fuck, I don't know the word. If it's destined,
inevitable.
Thank you. If it's that, Trump would say, you know what? If that's the case, taking over Venezuela makes a lot of sense. What you just claimed right there, that makes total sense to me. Get you there. However, it's still valid, and I would still forgive him for saying that I'm the new wars president.
I forgive him on that. You are right. I don't forgive him about the Epstein stuff. I just don't.
That's a whole other topic. That's fine.
I don't think
we
Trump
already went through that.
Is negative in the Epstein files at all, though.
Okay,
I genuinely don't. I think it's damage control and trying to cherry pick who gets put in them.
Fair enough. We did already get past that. I get you there. I didn't change your mind on that. But at least I kind of changed your mind on at least forgiving Trump for this.
Yeah.
A little bit.
And I mean, I don't necessarily, I was never like, because the way
I guess that's a good point.
The way I put it with Venezuela is like, I would not have voted for that operation to go down. I just woke up and it was done. And so
I would have.
Well, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna be mad that it happened, but I
need to take this really quick, bro. Just
yes. So do I, Lutch. Actually, I've been waiting for an excuse to get up, dude. I'm sorry.
You guys do your thing.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I mean the fact of the matter is that when it comes to Iran, we still don't know exactly what's going on. We still don't have a whatever. Okay, we still don't have a good idea of where this is going to go. And Dave Smith is. I've kind of moved away from Dave Smith lately, but he makes some solid points about how people like the 12-day war and how people are just like celebrating already, and like it's only just started. Tim Pool makes a good point about how when we look at history, we see like, okay, this happened and that happened and that happened and that happened, but it makes us think that like, oh, war is like a constant thing of bombs going off or whatever, and that's not how it works. It's individual things that happen over a period of time, and the fact that from, I don't even know when the date was, but from when we bombed Iran, and what's going to happen in a year from now, to act like we know that to act like we know what's going to happen is just not the case. I hope that it sticks to where we're at, but the fact of the matter is that we don't know. So Luke said, what level of delusion has infected the guy in the middle to actually believe that he's intelligent? Hey, he's a smart guy, just I think he's a little bit wrong on this one, but he's a little bit of cope, in my opinion. But fair enough. Because he knew releasing all this would cause chaos we're seeing now. So that's what I was trying to get at. So if that was the case, then why did we not? Why did he release all of them? Why would we have not released 100? Let's just say 100,000 of the files first. If the issue was, if we release all this shit, that's gonna be fucked up. Then why did it just go from, okay, no, that doesn't matter. Now Jake says that 3 million is a tidbit of the files.
Because based off the file, as far as like the totality of the files, that probably would be a tidbit.
So what kind of, so like if you had to put a number on it, obviously you don't have.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
This, but if you're making the claim that that this is a tidbit, what type of numbers are you expecting for the total?
So the reason why I say tidbit is because this was like what, a 30 to 40 year investigation on Epstein, or 25 years, probably 20 to 30 years investigation, something like that, right?
Like that.
So this is a big thing. It's a huge file. To say that 3 million is like a big amount, I don't think so, bro. I don't think it is. I think it's a lot bigger than that. It could be around, if I had to guess, I'm just putting a number to answer your question. If I had to guess, which I don't know, it's probably around that 20 million to 30 million pages of investigation on Epstein, where he got arrested, in 2004? That's like 20 years of investigation solely, on top of investigating his actions before that. This is why we have so much information.
Well, and I'm willing for that to be the case. And
so this is why I say tidbit. Like, I get you, 3 million's a lot, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's only 10 million pages. So maybe we only have 1/3 of it. I don't know.
I'm willing for that to be the case. I'm still going to be frustrated at the way that it was handled, but if that is how it plays out, now be fine. But real quick, we got to give a dilly to the pure blood. Jake, are you a
dilly?
Are you a pure blood?
Am I a pure blood? Oh, you mean like pure blood Mexican? Yeah, I am.
No. Did you get the COVID jab?
Oh no, I didn't get any vaccine, nothing. Oh, I got you.
I always say big shout out to all of the purebloods. That was the biggest propaganda campaign,
big time,
of our entire lives, and we stood up against it. I said, Jake is killing it.
Yes.
If you don't think so, then you're coping and projecting that cope.
Hey, I got some of your audience to actually agree with me here. Thank you.
If people want to complain about Trump dropping a bomb on Iran, Obama's bro, come on. So
is he wrong?
You
got an exact number.
Another country that I'm saying that Obama is better. Is that what you think? I know you're not that fucking retarded. I know you're not that.
I think he's rage baiting.
No, I think he's smart, because obviously he told me that I was killing it, which is true. So he is smart. That's for sure.
All right. So the I do want to kind of bring it back full circle. We are coming up on 4 hours here. So
damn, dude, I've only been on here for an hour and a half.
Yeah, we've been.
Damn.
So with all of Trump not likely being in conversation for the president of 2028, and appreciate that. Number one, would you, if there was because like Steve Bannon talked about, well, there's ways we could do this. Would you want Trump to try to run if there was a completely legal way for him to do it?
Absolutely. If there was a legal way, absolutely.
Why do you think?
I don't think that's going to be the case, though. But I would say, hey, man, I'm down to have Trump till he fucking dies. I'm down for that.
So Avery,
liberals will hate it, And that's another big reason why I want Trump all the way through is because liberals are going to fucking hate it, bro. And that makes me happy.
I mean, it's fun, but yeah,
It's
Avery,
fun.
what do you say?
No.
Even
I
if it
think
was
it's-
legal?
No, 2 terms and you're out. That's how I feel about it. I mean, I really think we should just go to 1 8-year term, so that way the president can actually get shit done. You know what I mean? It's just I do not want anyone in office more than 2 terms.
Well, what about 2 8-year terms?
No.
8-year runs.
No,
too much.
no.
Too much.
Only,
Well, then it's the
only
same-
1 8-year term.
Yeah, but then it would just be the fucking same thing here, bro.
No,
1
because-
8-year
no, it
term.
2 years
No.
is spent campaigning.
Okay, so then would you also change the terms of the midterms? Because it's every 2 years.
I
Then
would
you would
change
have to
that to
make it
once
what, every
every
4 years?
Yeah.
Every 4 years, midterms? Okay, so you're just gonna cut everything in half.
We'll double it, but yeah.
Or double it, I mean, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
Okay, I get you there, but
Yeah,
But I
Avery?
still would not want Trump to run for a second term, even if it's legal. No, dude, like you've had your time in office, step down. You got to pass the torch.
if it was proven that the Democrats stole the election in 2020, would you want him to get a 3rd term?
Nope, because he's already served his 2nd.
Yeah, but the Democrats also
He's still-
cheated.
he's still got his second
So
term.
there's no punishment for the Democrats?
No, there should be punishment. I'm talking about imprisonment.
But not more power to the Republicans after they cheated us out for 4 years?
Everyone cheats in elections, even Republicans. It's been documented throughout the
But
history of this country.
to the degree of 2020 that they actually stole it.
No.
It probably will if it's Gavin versus JD. But just because Trump isn't running doesn't mean that the Democrats win. The reason I do not want him to run again is specifically because of the fact that he has, like, again, he was
Because
that
you'll
whole-
piss off the liberals? Is that why?
What was that?
Because you'll piss off the liberals? That's why you don't want Trump to run again? Because you wouldn't destroy the liberals, take the power, and demolish them into the ground?
No.
You don't want.
That's not
You don't like
necessary.
that?
That's not
Indian
necessary.
Jesus, come on.
That's
It
not
is
necessary.
necessary. Yes, because they're lunatics. They killed Charlie Kirk. Do you realize how necessary it is when they're out here killing people that are commentators that debate? It's become to that extent. And I would say, yeah, let's get Trump in on a 3rd term. These fuckers killed Charlie Kirk. I want Trump for a 3rd term now.
Okay, can I go now?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the reason I don't want him to run again is because exactly that fact. TDS is a real fucking thing. And politics cannot be done when we are fighting so much about little bullshit. The fact that we have so much tumult just by seeing the motherfucker's face and hearing the motherfucker's voice. Like, okay, yeah, for the first 9 years, it was fun to own the libs. But
It's still fun.
I'm gonna be.
I'm still having fun. What are you talking about? I'm still
I would
having
like to go
tons
back
of
to,
fun.
like, where I was talking before about how there was like a mini trend on TikTok. If you're not on TikTok, you should absolutely be on TikTok. They sold the company. It's now an American company. It is the best social media platform, unquestionably.
I
But
need to get on TikTok. Oh,
there
gotcha.
was a trend of people going back and forth about whether Shrek was a good movie for young girls, and it just kind of started from this one chick being like, "Well, Shrek did this, and he only wanted like a bunch of shit." And obviously, Shrek is a very wholesome story, but I was just a very
Sounds like a stupid topic, bro. But
it is a stupid topic.
Okay.
That's the point. People people are stupid. Have you forgotten this? People are stupid. We don't need them or want them focusing on politics. The people who are not smart enough, please go over.
Talk about Shrek. I got you. Talk about Shrek.
That is what
You
you
don't talk about
divert.
politics.
People be passionate
Divert.
about other than politics. That is what I want, and that is untenable with Donald Trump on the scene.
That
He
is such a
broke-
poor
he done it.
excuse, bro.
Donald Trump came in, he broke the paradigm of what politics is. He showed us what needed to be done. Greatest president of my lifetime, even my parents' lifetime.
That is a poor excuse.
But we're done.
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
I gotta roast you, bro. That is a poor excuse.
Go for it.
Okay, I'm not gonna roast you too bad, but
People to talk to the other side is a good thing.
well, here's the thing. Trump lost in 2020, right? Guess who was still in the news, especially during the midterms? Donald Trump. Okay, Donald Trump was still the big news there. Okay, so regardless of your claim of like,
Is
if
that
Trump
related to
doesn't,
the fact that he could have been a president again, or is that completely irrelevant?
well, here's the thing: we don't know. Regardless of that, because again, it's the 3rd term, right? So if he can't be the president, you're saying that he'll go completely out of the spectrum of conversation when he's already impacted individuals like myself and many others that are MAGA Trump supporters that will still keep his ideology into the mainstream.
Good.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. So it's still going to be controversial. TikTok people are still going to be stupid and talk about Donald Trump.
I think we can agree here. Do you not think?
So why was your claim?
Hold on. Do you not think it would be better for the MAGA ideology to be able to held more widely with less pushback? Do you want more pushback or less pushback against MAGA?
I want as much pushback that's necessary to destroy liberals in order to kill their ideology. So if it means more pushback, bring it on.
Okay, but that's
not 100% of one side's ideology is evil. It's always the fringe. It's always the loudest 10% that are the psychos on any political side.
Really
I do sometimes agree with liberals on very specific things, but not all the time.
No, I get you there. Like, some liberals like, the Second Amendment, but doesn't mean they're that doesn't mean I want them in office. Like, they're still retarded. Really quickly, it seems like your chat is actually liking me a little bit more. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, they're fucking retarded. Oh, yeah, we want to own the libs. I don't care about society. I just want to be right. Oh, so all you guys are woke,
Oh,
right?
yeah, you do want to be right because when you're right, you win. How do you not want to win?
So okay, so that's
Here's a great quote from Donald Trump. You're going to get tired of winning. It sounds like you're tired of winning, Lutch.
Wait. And according to you, if you're right, you win. So you're saying that Joe Biden was right in 2020. Exactly.
When I talk about being right, I'm talking about ideological wise. I'm talking about debates. Because your question was, do you want more pushback or less? I said more so that we can destroy them in their ideology. I'm not talking about voting.
I'm talking about voting.
Okay, well, when it comes to voting, yeah, we could lose some elections. That's fine, but it doesn't mean we're losing.
Why is that? Okay, lay that out. Why is that fine? Why is that fine if we lose some elections?
Okay, again, it's fine to the point to where as long as we don't lose the culture war. The culture war is what matters because culture is downstream from politics, correct? Would you agree? Great. So we need to win. So this is why people
hate there is for Trump. It means the more of the culture is against the MAGA ideology, right?
No. Okay, cool. Fine with me. The more of the culture, if they're against the MAGA ideology or whatever ideology you're pushing, specifically with me, Christian values, okay? I'm going out there destroying libtards, libertarians, communists, etc., everybody that's against my ideology. I'm not saying Trump's perfect because he's not, because I wouldn't even consider Trump a Christian. Fair enough. Point being is that he's still the best fucking option that we have. This is why I would rather have him as president.
Is anybody on the panel arguing that he's the best president of our lifetimes?
No, I'm just making another claim to amplify my.
Okay, so but then if that's what we're saying, he can both be the greatest president of our lifetime and also such a tumultuous figure that is holding back our ability now.
That's where I disagree.
Okay, but
I think he's amplifying our ability in order to change the culture.
Okay, but I'm saying the effect that he can have on culture has been done. Now it's up to people like us, people like whoever are going to be the flag carriers.
But wouldn't it be better if he remained as president in order to amplify us?
No. I think it makes that. I think
this is where we disagree. Okay, this is where we disagree.
I'll tell you why. I think it's because the more that Trump is front and center, the more that MAGA is about Trump the person, Trump the character.
No, I disagree. No.
Whereas
we had a whole America First movement from Nick Fuentes that actually rejected Trump, that was criticizing Trump. We have a whole sector of the right that criticizes Trump on Israel.
Yeah,
yeah, me too. Yeah, I criticize Trump on Israel. So what? He's still the best fucking option. I would still vote for him tenfold. You realize that's a good thing, right?
No, I don't. That's what I'm arguing. And you keep skipping over that. And you say, well, he was good, so he would be good again. I'm not saying he wasn't good.
Give me a better option than Trump.
I don't know right now.
Great. That's Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
so I don't know who is going to be at the front of the Republican Party other than Trump in 3 years. So that means that Trump is the only option.
Well, no, because this is your claim. Your claim was if Trump isn't president, it's going to dumb down. We're going to get less pushback from the Democrats. I would say no, that's not true. That is totally not true.
Let's go on that. I am of the position that less pushback from Democrats is a good thing because most people in general do not fucking care about politics. They care about culture. They do not care about politics. And so when everything is fucking highlighted by Trump said this and Trump did that, then there's more people who are willing to vote against that. Whereas if we have a more normal ass fucking basic politician who will push the MAGA ideology, and there's not people screaming on the streets because it's orange man bad, then more of our ideas can actually be implemented.
They're
Instead
just going to
being mad. Are you more interested in your opponents being mad? Or are you more interested in making
the
country
Democrats,
better?
bro, the Democrats are just.
Wait. Can I get an answer to that question?
Yeah, go for it. Well, what was your question?
Are you more concerned with being right against the libs or with making the country better?
I'm more concerned with making the country better, but would also require being right against the libs. So it's actually it's a double-edged sword. We need to be right against the libs in order to make the country better, Lutch. So really quick, when you were talking about Donald Trump, okay, that Donald Trump is going to fucking, you don't want people saying orange man bad. The next politician that replaces Trump, whoever that might be, whether JD Vance, whoever the case is, they're going to be painted by the Democratic Party, the mainstream media, fucking Jimmy Kimmel, all these fucks that are lunatics, people that celebrated Charlie Kirk's death that were dancing on TikTok. The next guy up is going to be painted as Hitler. He's going to be painted as a racist, a misogynist. The same thing is going to be fucking implemented. The difference is, at least I know what I'm getting out of Trump. I don't know what I'm getting out of JD Vance. So I'm better off with the devil I know than the devil I don't. This is why I'm making the argument. Hold on. This is why I'm making the argument that I want Trump until he fucking dies. If I had it my way in a perfect world.
Why are you already of the position that because I personally, Lutch can't name someone who would be better than Trump, therefore nobody better than Trump exists?
I didn't say that.
Okay,
bro.
but you kind of did though, because you asked me.
How did I kind of do that?
Fucking when I couldn't personally name someone. So my ability to name a politician has no bearing on whether or not that politician.
No, because I agree with you, Lutch. I can't name a politician either. If you ask me the same exact question, I would say I don't know a politician. Okay, so we're in agreement.
Know that person's name,
huh?
I didn't know. I didn't. I mean, fucking. I didn't know who.
Well, you could have named JD Vance. You could have named fucking Paul. Anybody. You could have named fucking RFK. I don't care.
But
just name a politician that would be.
I'm not gonna lie to you to make the point that I think someone.
No, great, and I'm not gonna lie either because I agree with you. I don't know either. So that's my point. Is that I'd rather gamble with the devil I know than the devil I don't. You know that phrase, right? Everybody knows that phrase.
Yeah. Yes.
Avery, you know that phrase? Okay, great.
Yes.
So I'd rather gamble on Donald Trump in a perfect world for me. If it was legal, etc., we're good. I'm going with Donald Trump over fucking Ron DeSantis.
So let me get this straight. So let me get this straight. You're okay because you said before you want Donald. If you had it your way, Donald Trump would be in office until he dies. So that means you're okay with the dictatorship so long as it fits your political agenda.
How does that make it a dictatorship?
Because that's
Vladimir Putin has been president of Russia. That's not a dictatorship.
Okay.
That is a dictatorship.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not considered.
He assassinates his political opponents.
But it's not.
And he's been in office the entire time.
Yeah, but that's not a dictatorship.
Okay,
Again, I'm not saying that Donald Trump. I'm not saying that if Donald Trump assassinates his political opponents, that would be a good thing. I'm saying that.
And I'm also not.
Do you believe? Hold on. Do you believe that being in office till you die, you could still get elected by the people and keep getting elected until you die?
A malevolent dictator is still a dictator.
That's not a dictator, bro.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so tell me how Trump, if he were to remain in office, what tendencies would he have that would relate to Vladimir Putin?
Okay. Being a
'Cause
dictator
you know
means
it-
that you are in office until you die. It doesn't
So?
matter if the people. Okay, so let's hypothetically, let's say
How does
Trump
that make him a
wins-
dictator?
Let's say Trump wins every single election until the day he dies.
How does that make him a dictator?
Putin has won every single election.
Great. How does that make him a dictator?
Because you have a lifetime office position of the
So?
entire country.
But it's legal and the people voted that in,
It
how
shouldn't
would that
be.
make him a dictator?
It shouldn't be because it opens the doors.
Why not?
Yeah, in his hypothetical, I don't think that there's anything
Because it
immoral.
opens the doors to bad things happening. Because I'm not worried about Trump. Okay, I'm not worried about Trump going
But
all
if it
crazy.
was
It's the
Trump,
next
why would that
person.
make him a dictator?
It's the person after him that I'm concerned about.
Okay, so you're concerned about the person after Trump, but you are saying that if Trump were to be the president of the United States till the day he dies, he himself wouldn't be a dictator.
He is a dictator.
How?
He would be.
But you just said you're concerned about the guy after Trump.
I don't
Because it opens the doors.
But okay, opening the doors and being a dictator are two different things. Is he a dictator or is he opening the doors of the next guy being a dictator? Which is it?
If he starts shooting for a third term and he actually gets it and he ends up being in office for the rest of his life, yeah, that's a dictator under my books.
Okay, well then you're wrong on the dictator. So really quick,
Okay.
would you say I don't know, fucking was Hitler a dictator?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you name 10 qualities that thresholds of dictatorship outside of being elected every single time that Hitler and Donald Trump have in common?
Qualifies you for everything else.
Well, what's the
else doesn't matter
threshold?
to me.
Because again, what's the threshold? Can you name 5? Give me 5. Give me 5 tendencies that Hitler had and Trump outside of if Trump continues to be president.
I'm not saying that Trump is going to devolve into a fascist psychotic
What's the threshold?
person.
Okay, so
I'm not
therefore he's
saying
not a
that.
dictator. What's the threshold of dictatorship?
I
Go
don't,
ahead,
I
Lutch.
don't know if this is worthwhile. I think Soul to Soul is saying I think TDS is just going to morph into more of what it already is becoming. All the right are bad. Not sure it will go away without coming to a head. And I completely disagree. Not completely. Yes, there is going to be a remnant of TDS that lives on. But I think you Jake, are underestimating the power of personality that Trump has. He's been around for so long that it seems like you forget how much of a difference he was. And so even if we go back to somebody like a JD Vance, who is just kind of, not a big personality like that, but just, strong on their policy and doing whatever. Then I think that is exactly what people need to not everybody, of course, but I think that's what people need to the people who are like that real TDS. It's not about politics. It's about Trump. It's about Trump. And I think the longer that Trump is in the picture, the slower the ideas of MAGA will be able to be implemented. Fine, maybe I'm wrong, but I have not heard a single argument as to why that would not be the case.
Okay, so you're asking me this really quick? We're going to rehash the entire debate right now.
What is the reason? What is the reason?
Okay, so can you give me something specific that why Trump exactly would be, bad if he were to continue?
Because of the way that he speaks. He's very
the way he speaks. Okay. There was a lot of claims there. So because Trump speaks like us, therefore this is bad going forward, right? But would you say it was good before that?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
that's exactly my point.
Okay, so in 2016 all the way to 2020 it was good. In 2020 all the way to 2024 was that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Most of it. I mean, yeah.
Okay, it was good. Okay,
Yeah.
so then 2024 to 2028, if he still speaks that way, is that good or bad?
At this point, because of the fact that he doesn't it's not as effective, it's not as collective, it's not the same thing. And so he's doing essentially the same thing where he just kind of talks, don't take him literally, just take him seriously. That was a good thing when it was working in the way that all the liberals would take the worst possible interpretation.
They did that in 2016 too.
Whereas now they do it understanding that they can use it as a bargaining chip.
They still knew that back in 2016.
Okay, either way.
And I'll give you an example. Yeah, they still knew the same context that you're explaining now back in 2016. Remember, even before Donald Trump even ran for president, he was already being called a misogynist. We saw his debates with Hillary Clinton, bro. Okay, so they were already using the "you're a Hitler" claim. They've been doing this for the past 12 years or so. So nothing's changed. The strategy is not going to change. It didn't change in 2016 all the way till now. Look, even if you look at Kamala Harris, what she ran off of, guess what she ran off of? Hitler. Oh, sorry, Trump, Hitler. That's what she ran off of. Orange man bad. Never changed. Didn't change from 2016 to 2024. It's not changing. So again,
it's easier or more difficult to put that onto somebody who nobody knows about. Let's say because of the
it's dude, George W. Bush, bro, George W. Bush was still called worse than Hitler when he was running.
Let me just ask you a question.
I'm sorry, Bush was also called a racist by Kanye West in the culture wars too.
Right, but that was okay. Let's say
it's the same shit.
Wait,
the Democrats use the same playbook, except it's more amplified with Trump because everybody's
chill. Do you think that the Democrats as a whole, meaning in number and in, we'll say, veracity, do you think the pushback against Bush was bigger or smaller than the pushback against Trump?
When during the Bush administration, I was like fucking 7 years old, bro. So I can't specifically tell you through anecdotal experience whether it was bigger or smaller because, again, I was a kid at the time. So at this point, I can only judge it off of me, and I would say it would be bigger strictly because of social media.
Okay, so there we go.
But why don't you blame social media and not Donald Trump and just say let's get rid of social media?
You keep cutting me off. Let's say that's the case, it is just the Sam, are you live? You might be behind a little bit. We talked about that like 10 minutes ago. Somebody tag Sam and tell him he might be behind. The idea that even if it was social media, I'm not discounting the reasons. I'm saying it is what it is. So fine, let's blame social media. Let's say social media is the reason.
But we can't do that, bro. Social media has been.
Can I finish a thought?
Okay, go for it, bro.
So
I'm sorry, IJ. I'm sorry.
That is now. You're fine. This is now in a place where that social media anger has to come from the clips of Trump calling the journalist a piggy.
Good. That's great.
If you have somebody who has the MAGA ideology, but doesn't have the brashness, we don't need the brashness.
We do need the brashness
anymore. It's already mainstream. The silent majority. It's already mainstream to be against trans, to be against abortion.
But it hasn't fucking actually changed the
Trump
minds
is
of
still
the
there.
Democrats
Because
and the
Trump is
liberals.
still there.
Liberals, no. Okay, let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If Trump wasn't in office, let's say the third term, Charlie Kirk was still alive. Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Are you going to sit there and say that TikTok liberals wouldn't be dancing because Charlie Kirk's not dead or dead? I mean,
I honestly don't know.
No, they still would. They still would. It doesn't matter because it does not fucking matter, bro. Okay, they were fucking posting George Floyd as a saint during the 2020 riots, bro, under COVID. What makes you think that Trump not being there is going to change their mind?
The level of influence that he has had on the way that politics is done. And fine, maybe we can agree to disagree there.
No, I'm not agreeing to disagree on anything. I'm asking you, do you believe if Charlie Kirk died in 2029?
I don't know. I think I put a larger.
Okay, what do you think might be the case?
I put a larger chance that people would not have been celebrating if Trump.
I would put a bigger fucking chance that they still would.
Disagree. You think it would? No, I think it wouldn't.
No, because even if you look at the time when Donald Trump wasn't in office during Biden's administration, there was still individuals that were fucking celebrating wins. It was still culturally super divided when Trump wasn't there. Even the first 2 years when Trump wasn't even in the news, it was still super divided.
What do you think about this? I don't. Again, that's kind of in. We don't know, so we're speculating. So this also it's the media. MSM is fighting a losing battle, and once Trump is gone, they might finally tap out. What do you think about that?
No, I think they're going to take the opportunity that now they don't have to deal with Trump. They're going to look at it as an opportunity to actually gain more votes for Gen Z. Now that Trump's not there, I think this would amplify it. I think they'll go harder because they don't have to worry about Trump.
Okay. Again, I mean, if you,
Well, do you think they're going to ease up and be like, oh, yeah, our biggest threat is already gone, so let's just ease up on the Republicans? They're not going to say that. No, they won't. No. There's no evidence that they would. What evidence do you have?
Do you want me to answer the question?
Yeah, go for it.
I think yes, because the overwhelming majority of people don't care about politics. They are angry.
Yes, they do.
Trump.
They care about culture war issues.
I know that you think that, Jake. We've just established that.
They care about culture war issues. You would consider that politics, correct?
Yes, but
okay, great. So they care.
Okay, but that's not the point that I'm making. What I'm saying is that the level of care in the culture war issues, even if they may care, the people who are willing to go out and protest in the streets, there is can we at least agree that there is a subsection of the population that cares about these culture war issues,
like the ones that riot, like LA riots and stuff like that.
The issues that are rioted over.
Yeah,
people care about those issues. But since Trump has been in office, the willingness to go out on the streets is
more so.
More so.
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you think that is not related to it being Trump, even if, like you said before, that Bush was, had his own shit?
Yeah. Okay. Great fucking question here. So I'll explain it this way. If you look at Joe Biden during his run in 2020, 2024, whatever, we didn't see leftists going crazy on the streets, right? We didn't see any of that because the media was telling the public that it's all good. There's no inflation. Joe Biden's great, this and that. So the leftist lunatics weren't on the streets rioting. Fair enough.
Which is a good thing, right?
2016, the media was saying, hey, guess what? Trump's Hitler. Now we got riots. Now 2024, Trump's Hitler. Now we have riots, right? Cool. There's a trend there. If you have the next opponent, the only way to stop leftists from rioting is if you just give them power. That's it. So again, if in 2028 a Democrat wins the election, you won't see any riots. However, the next opponent that's a Republican is just going to be painted as Donald Trump because it's going to more likely be a Donald Trump groomer. Specifically, J.D. Vance, he's being groomed. I think we can agree to be the next Donald Trump. He's going to have the same rhetoric. He's just going to be more intellect on his. He's a better debater than Trump. Let's be honest. But being a better debater is actually going to give them more fucking fuel to paint him as Hitler. Okay, so I don't expect riots. I do not expect riots to stop if J.D. Vance is elected for the next president or anybody else. The media is going to do the same tactics. Okay, because they're leftist lunatics. And they're going to do the same thing to keep power, Lutch. It wouldn't matter.
I think that's the nuance. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm saying there's a degree. There's a degree of I don't even know what it is, but just essentially what we call TDS.
Okay, if it's Vance, then you can say VDS. They'll do the same thing.
I agree with you that whoever is the next Republican candidate is going to be viewed as Trump Jr., Trump whatever.
Great, then you proved my point. You just agreed with my point.
But that wasn't the end of the sentence. But there's more coming.
Okay.
So, but that can only happen for so long. That can only happen for so many people. So
that will happen. That will stop. That will stop when the Democrats get full power. Yes.
Even if a Republican wins 2028 and is treated exactly the same way as Trump, then there is only a small, unless that person acts like Trump does in a way that
he doesn't have to.
Then there over time
he doesn't have to. We already had Bush doing the same thing.
Unless.
No. Dude, we already had Bush doing the same thing. They won't go down. They'll amp up the rhetoric. In fact, do you know why Democrats want illegal immigration into this country? Do you know why that they're fucking importing them into red states? It's because they want to win the election and gain power and keep the power.
Well, maybe
this is why Democrats do that. This is why they want illegal immigration. What makes you think, Lutch, that the Democrats will just ease up and be like, yeah, let's not paint him as Hitler when the strategy has worked in the past? Not only that, they're bringing in illegal immigrants in order to keep that power in jurisdictions in blue states, and this is why they're moving them to red states in order to conquer those. They want the power, Lutch. Even if you have a Vance guy, whoever is the next president, they're going to do the same fucking tactics, bro. So therefore, I would say we need to fucking stop that. This is why we need to fight. Your argument of that it's going to die down or they're going to reduce their rhetoric is insane. There's no history of them doing that in the first place.
Okay. What I'm not claiming that it's going to be some magical thing. Again,
I didn't say that you did. You said that they'll reduce their rhetoric. I'm saying that's wrong.
Might be talking past each other in the sense.
We're not. I'm talking directly to you. You're talking past me. I'm sorry, dude. You are.
Slow your roll.
Okay,
Slow
fine.
your roll.
Fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We might be talking past each other because
I don't think
I'm talking more about the voters, and it sounds like you might be talking more about the politicians themselves.
Well, even with the voters, it's the same thing because the propaganda is what makes the voters vote for Democrats. We saw this already.
Right. And so more propaganda is easier with Trump. If they have to come up with something for different, yes, they can call him Nazi and this and that and that, but they don't.
They'll just do the same thing, just like they did with George W. Bush.
Nonzo.
This is why they want illegal immigrants, because they're stupid. They have lower IQs. They're more likely to fucking follow the Democratic Party. This is why they want Muslims in this country, bro. They're fucking retarded. Okay, this is why they vote Democrat. This is why you have Ilhan Omar voting for Democrats while being pro fucking pro abortion, when her herself being a Muslim wouldn't actually abort her kids.
Your point makes a lot more sense if you're talking about the politicians.
No, I'm talking about the voters too. I'm talking about propaganda.
Okay, so as I was saying,
okay,
your point makes a lot more sense if you're talking about the politicians themselves, because they are going to be into the politics aspect of it regardless. The point that I am trying to make, and which maybe you disagree with, but I believe that there is a huge portion of people who vote Democrat, not because they care about the culture war issues or the policy or economy, because they hate Trump. Full stop.
I can agree with that. Yeah,
so
sure.
Therefore, if there is no Trump, then it's not that those people will automatically be like, oh, well, the Republicans aren't Nazis. They just won't care and they just won't vote. Is that an impossibility?
I think that's possible. However, do you think it's possible that the mainstream media and Democrats will paint the next guy as Hitler, thus just getting back those voters? Thus, another cycle of whoever it is will still be a repeat, just like we saw with Bush. Just like now we see with Donald Trump, etc.
Potentially, but
not potentially. They will. We've seen this throughout history.
Well, no, yeah.
I have more basis on my theories than you do, bro.
They will. But I do again the strength and veracity of that propaganda, which is what has driven everyone to TDS, won't be as strong.
I disagree because, again, Hollywood is also liberal. Hollywood uses movies to push this type of propaganda, the feminist propaganda, the Black Lives Matter propaganda, the slavery. They make every fucking slave movie where white people are bad. This is all culture war. It's not going to stop regardless of Donald Trump or not, bro.
Jake, most people don't see it that way. Most people
yes, they do. No, but this is subconscious, bro. This is why we have so many lunatics on
Exactly,
TikTok
bro.
celebrating fucking Charlie Kirk's death. You're losing this exchange, Lutch.
Jake, it's we're not seeing every single Democrat celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. We're seeing the very fringe, the 10% that are actually crazy, the alt left that are doing that.
Did you see AOC? Did you see AOC? Her
she's a
speech
part
after
of that 10%.
Oh, she's a part, but she's a politician and she has huge influence.
Right.
Great. So it does exist. So it does exist in our politics. It does exist in our politics. We saw this, bro. The fact that Democrats will say that I just condemn Charlie Kirk's blah blah blah, but then simultaneously calling him a racist, they're trying to confuse the individuals like you guys. I don't understand why you guys don't see this. These people don't give a fuck about Republicans. We saw Destiny, who's a huge influencer, say that if my mom or my dad was at a Trump rally where Corey Competore got killed, that his parents deserve it fucking 10 times fold.
Do you think Destiny gets more views or less views?
Than what?
Trump, if there's a Republican president who,
he gets less views than Trump, yeah, sure, but again, he's the big.
No. Question. Okay. Situation A, we have Trump is the Republican president. Situation B, we have a different Republican president.
Yeah.
Which A or B, just without any other information?
Okay.
Which do you think gets Destiny more views, when Trump is the president or another random Republican?
Trump. Yeah, Trump.
That's the fucking point, bro. That's
I agreed with I agreed with that. I'm not disputing that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the translation.
How about you argue with my points?
Translation of that.
Because you agreed with all of them.
I did. I'm just adding more to it. That there's more.
Yeah, but
nuance
I'm
to
not.
that.
I'm not making the argument that he's going to get more views that if Trump was in president or not. I'm saying that the mainstream media will still do the same thing, and it's going to be a circle. It's going to go back to the same circle. A circulation.
Why I asked that question?
The what?
Can you steel man why I asked the question about Destiny?
Yeah, the reason why is because if Trump's not in office, therefore the liberals won't be able to amplify some type of hatred towards a particular person. So therefore, Trump better off out of office because we can get less pushback from the Democrats.
Okay, so what part of that is not addressing what you're saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying here is that I disagree that this would be a better form because again, the whole argument is you would rather have somebody else in office because that would give less pushback, thus better for us to move forward. I'm saying no. I want Trump in office because he's the best option that we have in order to change the culture war. This is why I want him continuously there. It doesn't matter about the pushback because guess what? There's people like Andrew Wilson. There's people like you and I to go out there and debate these fucks. This is why he gets huge views online. The online community is huge, Lutch. And we need to take advantage of that and destroy these fucks.
Totally
I don't
fair.
see why you're disagreeing with me. I don't see why you're giving me pushback.
We just have a slight difference in how much weight we put into the things like how many views Destiny or Hassan is getting. I personally think, maybe you disagree. I personally think that is a huge factor in why A, the propaganda is so widespread, and B, why the culture is so far in that direction. And if these people are not getting so much play because the character that they are focused on is not there, then I think it will be an easier time for Republican policy. And if you disagree, that's totally fine, Jake. But that is my position.
Cool. And I would say if the Democrats took power, that's the only way that we don't see rioters. That's the only way that Destiny's views will go down. But guess what? They have power, and we don't want that. That's the only way that we'll stop the riots in sacrification of us. And I'm saying no.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
So I think we kind of beat this dead horse. So
we did. I'll tell you this really quick. I actually had a similar type of debate with Destiny over there in Detroit when I spoke to him. I made the claim that Destiny, your influence, definitely is much more influential than 99% of politicians. He agreed with me on that because he was also making the claim like you. Well, wait a second. Trump has a bigger influence than me because he has Trump derangement syndrome, so he wants to talk about Trump. And I said, okay, fine. But you still have more influence than the vast majority of politicians. And it's not even close because you're online. You get fucking thousands upon thousands of views. You have a huge influence. You're one of the biggest left-wing debaters. So yes, he has bigger influence than the vast majority of politicians. That's the problem here, Lutch, that I'm saying is that yes, these influencers matter. I think you agree. Everybody agrees on that. But he wants to paint it as, well, because I don't make policies, because I don't make these policies, you should have them more accountable than me. And I would say, well, no, I wouldn't, because you're out here getting fucked by other guys. That's also a culture war. It's also a culture war influence on the public. So this is why, again, I push my conservative Christian values. This is where me and Destiny collide.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So
Yeah.
I think I want you to be here to respond to Avery's closing words. So Avery, I'm going to throw the floor to you. Any final words on the topic? Anything that we've discussed today? Anything you want to let the people know? Anything you want to shout out? Sir, the floor is yours.
Well, we did beat this conversation pretty bad. I mean, for the most part, I agree with, what was your name? Jake. I agree with almost everything you said. I do agree with, I don't even know what to say anymore. I was like clipping in and out of the fucking, when y'all were going back and forth. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Any social media or anything to shout out?
Well, honestly, if you guys, and I'm not affiliated with this channel at all whatsoever, if you want to keep up on geopolitics and active conflicts that are going about in the world, the YouTube channel is called The Enforcer. They're live just about 6 to 7 days a week. They keep up with all of these conflicts going out. They've kept up with Ukraine since day one. They've been streaming almost every day talking about the Ukraine war. They talk about other wars and proxy wars that pop up. They're really talking about Iran right now and what's about to go down with it. So if you're concerned or interested in geopolitics and that kind of stuff, definitely head out to the Enforcers channel.
Dilly. Shout out to the Enforcer. Well, thank you for hanging out, brother. We got that panel for you.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is, if I know that people will, not only will people come up, but the kind of people who can hold a conversation, then I'll be a little bit more likely. But so yeah, keep pushing, and we'll keep going. Thank you so much for hanging out, sir. We'll catch you next time. Peace. Jaggy boy, you know what to do, sir. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so really quick, everybody that's over there on Indian Jesus, you can find me on Project Veopod on YouTube and Rumble. You can find me on X and Instagram at Jake Var. Just type in my name, Jake Var. It's right there in the corner right there. So you can go ahead and follow me there. I do political commentary. I do debates. I do video reviews similar to Indian Jesus, man. So you'll get similar content. However, I'm doing it from the perspective as a far right-wing conservative Christian guy, to where Indian Jesus is very different from me. But I respect the guy. Love Indian Jesus. Me and him agree on more things than not. With that being said, I'll say shout out to fucking the chat of Indian Jesus, because you guys were coming out in I saw some of the chats that Indian Jesus was putting up there. You guys really fucking were supporting some of the shit I was saying. Like, I gotta say, I think I turned your audience more on the far right wing guy than the atheist did. Just saying.
Hey,
but
you win some, you lose some. But
it is what it is. But I was surprised. I'm glad you guys were kind of supporting. I hope you were entertained, because at the end of the day, I am an entertainer as well. So is Lutch. So this is what we do, guys. We're bringing in the entertainment.
I did drop the link. Well, vertical, it's up there. Either way, Project VO Pod. Go follow him and check out all his debates. And you do more debates than I do.
You've been doing more debates than me lately.
I did a couple recently, but I realized that I don't really like doing let's debate for the sake of debating. It's like, okay, if there's something, like I just did an Alex Preddy debate. It's like, okay, well, I care about that. So like we can, but like, okay, well, is this thing technically libertarianism or not? Like, I don't give a shit about that. So when real stuff comes up, no shade to like any of the platforms who do that. Love you, Easy, love you, Grid, love you guys. But I'll just wait for a topic that I care about.
I totally understand your perspective, because I've been on Grid One's debate show where it's like I'll debate random shit.
Mm-hmm.
And last time I almost won. I got beat out by the last guy, which was bullshit. I totally beat him in that debate, but whatever. But yeah, it's fun, dude. It's fun, and it's good. It's good shit, and it's entertaining, and I like doing it. Man.
Well, people have even before you pulled all these people, they were always like, "You got to get Jacob on here more." So we gotta
appreciate that
out. So thank you so very, very much. Shout out to the Project VO Pod chat. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I will see you guys around next time.
Yes, sir.
Peace. All right. What y'all saying? HR Death Poets, and I personally think people whose interest lies in politics have major daddy issues. Hey, I have mommy issues, okay? Kenna said you can't support Trump as a true Christian. Whoa. Coming from the other side. I don't know about that, but either way. It said, review people for their lifestyle all the time. That's inaccurate. Also, giving to somebody in need versus somebody who is lazy are two different things. Agreed. I mean, none of you agree with me about the fact that if we don't have all of this pushback, then it'll be easier to get our ideas out. I'm not saying there will be no pushback. I'm just saying there'll be less. I do that all the time. So shout out to I'm an Infidel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Coming in the last minute, but always a pleasure to see you. If you support Trump, you're not far right. I genuinely agree with that. Aria's pretty blue eyes. Well, I'm sure he very much appreciates that. Dick Johnson said I'm far right and conservative and love the Indian Jesus show. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Ooh, Going Dark said Jake is everything wrong with the conservative movement. I disagree. Fair enough. Sam said this is better than most debates about these kind of topics. It makes sense that TIJ doesn't get pushed in the algo. If somebody wants to give Morty a treat before we head out, that would be greatly appreciated, as we are coming up on 5 hours of this stream. Lone Wolf said, this is good to hear. I don't think anyone lost or won. It was a good discussion. I agree. I think, when you can find a point of, like, we agree to disagree on this particular thing, but, I think differently. I just agree to disagree. That's the best place to be. Like, it's weird if you completely align 100% with someone else, right? They're a different person. You should have your own thoughts. But I'm curious. Let's see what they got going on. Let's see is he gonna talk shit? Let's go see if he talks shit. Because I didn't realize what he was streaming as well. So let's see. Let's peek. Wouldn't it be ironic if he's fucking just being like, what are they saying about me?
Okay, let's get into Indian Jesus. See what he's up to over there on his end.
All right, let's see.
Settings here. Okay, testing 1, 2. All right, we're coming in. We're good.
Like just as I would with any leftist, like it really doesn't make any sense when you do this whole Jester Max where you're trying to make me this like right wing guy.
I'm not joking.
Oh, I'm not joking, but you are a Jester Max. Let's shout out our boy Jacob.
What is up?
Thank you so much for hanging out, sir. We'll see you next time. Talking shit. We're gonna hit the like button. Jakey boy, you know what to do, sir. The floor is yours.
Yeah. So really quick, everybody that's right. Comment to said I'll say. Oh, it's all something. Just say it. But
Project. Check out all his
knee
debating. But like that. Do that. I'll just wait for the show.
But whatever. It's good doing it. Check that. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Get this shit out. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope everybody enjoyed the show here. I did debate with Indian Jesus a little much, but I like Indian Jesus, man. But that's a good thing about it, because like, yes, I attack lefties, but we also go back and forth with the right wingers. Just the other night, I had a exchange with Grid One and Marquet, prominent right wingers. So it's not like I only attack the left. It's not even attacking the right wing guys. We're just debating on details of things that we agree with. So I think that's also healthy as far as individuals that have the same same views as me. So this is why we have to kind of debate these things, test out my logic, test out my perspective on things. And this is what I find interesting, guys. Every single exchange that I have with somebody makes me a better thinker, better debater, better argumentative breakdowns of my opponents. I get better at those things as well. So yeah, that's why we do these things. This is why we do these things. Anyways, that being said, guys, we'll see you on the next VOPod. This was kind of like a big
gang. And so I'll put the link to his channel in the chat once again. Copy link address. And put it in the chat. So yeah, I did not. I'm always like, we'll do this quick little thing, 45 minutes, and then I'm going to bed early. Actually, I guess it is pretty early still, but 5 hours later. 5 hours later. Just want to say, guys, I really do appreciate all of the donations. Let's shout out Sam. We had Soil Does Soul with the $5, and Sam came in again. Very, very, very much appreciated. But I do gotta say, man, if you see the differences, I gotta think about money when it comes to open up the panel, when it comes to doing all that stuff. Make sure that you are supporting the type of content that you like. And that's what I will say. Thank you guys so very, very much for hanging out on this Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live. Really do appreciate you guys. If you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. And you know what? I'm going to drop that link to the Discord one more time. It is absolutely free to join. But if you are a channel member, you get extra perks after every Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream. we head over there after YouTube for an after party where we don't have to worry about TOS or anything, and you are not stuck in the chat. You're on screen with me and everybody else. It is a good time. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I mean, hey, I'll stay for $20. I'll stay for $20, but I'm tired. I am tired. So I'm glad to sit on this. Yeah, thank you for being here. It's I miss having you in chat. I know life is lifing, and everybody's got to do their shit, but I really do appreciate it. So yeah, make sure you are subscribed again live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it. I really do appreciate you guys so very, very much. Until next time, guys, I'm going to fuck to sleep. We are out of here. Peace.